At magandang hapon sa ating mga kababayan. Nandito tayo ulit sa Wild Circuit Asia Invitationals 2022 at nandito tayo sa ating first match of the day. It's gonna be the third place match between KWANGDONG FREECS versus Team Flash. Kami nga pala magiging shoutcasters yung for today. Mga pala si Dash at kasama ko dito si Crazy Apple.
Yeah, and can't be more excited pa makita ulit dito yung dalawa nating teams. Yesterday, both KWANGDONG FREECS and Team Flash nga naman natalo sila sa kanilang respective matches. That's why they're here for our third place match. And it's not the end, di ba? Na for these teams, no, third place match, it's still them bringing along yung pride nila as a team, proving themselves na yes, we might have stumbled down, but today they are both gonna be looking for that win.
Pero parang it's the end of the road for both of these teams. Wala na silang chance para umangat pa para sa Grand Finals natin. Kasi it's a single eliminations matchup nga naman yung ating brackets for this tournament. And also, ang makikita natin later for our second match would be RRQ versus ROLSTER. And nakita naman natin yung kanilang mga performance last time. So makikita natin yun later on. Pero ito muna, dito muna tayo sa third place match. Parang prequel pa lang ng mga init na mangyayari later on sa ating Grand Finals match. Pero right now, nakita natin dito ang ating schedule nung last time. Kasi ito, third place match and finals. This would be starting today, 5 p.m. at our time. 18 o'clock on Korean Standard Time. So
6
yes,
yan.
yan, 6 p.m. on Korean Standard Time. Pero ito, magsastart na siya ngayon. So, ito yung mga teams natin during the last time. Nakita naman natin, nakasama natin sila during the whole time. And we're down to the last two na lang kasi third place match na tong isa natin.
Yeah, and something I want to highlight din dito na para sa ating manonood, yung prize pool nitong tournament ito is at $40,000 at ang first place will be getting 12,000. So do expect kung quick match, magkano na ba nga ngayon ang ating exchange rate sa mga 57. So bahala na kayo, may calculator naman kayo dyan. Kayo na magbilang ako. Di ko kaya on the fly dito with Dash. Pero ang ating matchup na tulad na nasabi ni Dash kanina, third place match first ang ating ilalaban ngayon. And next, later on, makikita naman natin ang pinaka-iintay ng ating mga viewers sana dito tayo sa Tagalog stream, sa ating mga kababayan dyan, RRQ and ROLSTER for our second match of the day.
Especially yung ROLSTER, yung last game natin for today, yung Grand Finals. Excited talaga lahat mga fans natin, kaya hinihintay pa nila na lumabas yun. Pero ito, tignan muna natin yung mga teams natin at mga players na maglalaro for both of our teams. Dito naman sa KWANGDONG FREECS, makikita natin si Maru, si Zeki, si Seal, si Acrobat, pati si Noth. And we all know how strong this team is and what they can do. We have said it a lot during the past few days. Dahil nga, right here on KWANGDONG FREECS, always hina-highlight namin si Noth kasi of how strong his playmaking potential is.
Yeah, exactly. Si Not and also Zeki. So far this tournament na talagang nag-open up ng opportunities para dito sa team na to sa KWANGDONG FREECS. And hanggang ngayon, unlockable pa character pa yun si Zil. I feel like when we see another breakout performance, baka makita na natin yung itsura niya in one of these rosters. Even though, huli na to. So baka di nga natin talaga na makita.
Si Taddy, yung makikita natin sa Team Flash. So hindi natin makikita si Ellie for this game, no? Sa side ng Team Flash. Kasi, feel ko, they're just at this point na lang naman kasi it's a third place match. They're trying to experiment on how they can use Taddy in the future tournaments that we're gonna be seeing. Because so far, no? I mean, during our past days, 5 games, yung mga games naman natin for the last, para dun sa mga makakapasok sa Grand Finals natin. Kaya hindi natin pwede sabihin na they just got lost at some point. Na at the best of 5, talaga nakuha lang yung better end of the stick ng isang team na nakapasok sa ating tournament.
And just to add din na si Taddy is this experience and ang makukuha niya dito dahil siya nga ang maglalo. But before that, we do see our key player highlights right here between Zeki and Z. So ito na pinag-usapan natin kanina si Zeki, person to look out for. Wow. Oh my, KT, ang laki ng difference between these two. Zeki having a lot higher than Zisu so far here, Dash.
Kasi when we can say about KWANGDONG FREECS, no? Kasi during the past games that they had, medyo malaki rin kasi yung mga kills na nakukuha ni Zeki for the whole games for the time sa KWANGDONG FREECS. Pero si Team Flash so far, they have been playing at the back most of the time. They haven't been getting a lot of kills, mostly objectives lang talaga. Talagang different playstyle sila ngayon sa nakikita natin right now for Team Flash. And that's why nakita natin si Zisu, 1.67 lang yung KDA niya, and Zeki having the bigger advantage.
Yeah, and one thing din siguro to point out, no, makita mo din yung difference in the champion pool so far of both of these players coming in. Yeah, we talk a lot about how Zeki, he's the one who can also release yung strength ng Kwangdong FREECS. And doon, Shyvana, obviously stating kaagad na mas late game ang hinahabol nitong Kwangdong FREECS. It's still the Korean style of game. While on the other hand, makita mo doon kay Ziso, it's the Kazakhs, it's the Lee Sin, his playmaking, his damage, burst kind of champion. So still more aggressive stuff right there kung Ziso. Kaya siguro medyo mas mababa yung KDA niya kasi ang tendency niya talaga is the one going in and having a hard time getting out if he's not able to finish those kills.
Usually nga, whenever it comes down to kills, kita natin si Ziso magiging parang sacrificial lamb siya every time na tinatry niya pumasok. Pero still, that doesn't say na how much good these players are, especially for Team Flash. We know how strong this team is, especially during Icons. Nakita na rin natin yung performance nito ni Zisu. And that's why right now, feel ko there's a lot of arrangements that they need to do right now for the off-season. Kasi ngayon off-season tayo for the Wild Circuit Asia Invitational. Pero after this, feel ko, makakapag-arrange na sila dun sa meta natin. And I hope na before our next tournament, hindi magbago uli yung meta para pagdating yung susunod, ay masusurprise na naman sila sa bago meta natin.
I mean, may mga bagong champions na kaagad silang pinreview for 3.4. One of those champions na talagang I'm looking out for is both Gwen and Vex. That's baka mag-iiba nga yung meta natin kasi they have seen how both of these champions have changed the playstyle and also the meta in League PC. I'm expecting something like that here. And as you're talking about the meta change with 3.4, so far we haven't seen either a Sion or a Samira.
So far, no?
We know that open na itong champs ito. So maybe Dash, masagot na yung kadasalan na makita natin sana sila ngayon. At least dito man sa third place match natin.
I really hope na makita nga natin, especially kasi Sion. I have seen a lot of players playing a lot of Sion, doing a lot of these experiments. Lalo na may Hullbreaker tayo tsaka may Demolish tayo sa game. Sion plays differently than most of the champions. That's why I want to see him. And also Samira. Samira plays differently than your classic ADC, and that's why I am pretty excited if ever that is gonna come out during this game. Kasi it's a third place match. I just hope that both of these teams have the confidence to play those champions.
I mean, the confidence at the same time, they can play around. As you were mentioning, this is the third place match. Still, what's on the line here is the share of the prize pool. Nakita natin kanina doon, third place does get a little bit more than the fourth place. So, that's still money in the pockets of the players, right? So, still want to get there. Also, the pride. As we were talking about Team Flash yesterday, natalo sila sa ROLSTER, a Korean team. At matatalo sila ulit dito naman. Laban naman sa Kwangdong FREECS, another Korean team that will be beating them. And as we were talking about yesterday, Team Flash is coming to this tournament. Undisputed siya na the best in Southeast Asia. And Southeast Asia has so far been performing better than Korea. What does it say right now with the overall strength of Team Flash and Southeast Asia as a region if they'll lose 2 consecutive best of 5s to 2 Korean teams?
Especially that parang silang yung bastion ng Southeast Asia compared to RRQ before, pero right now it looks like RRQ is taking that helm of the ship right now for the Southeast Asia. So this just says a lot about how the competition is slowly, or rather fastly, growing, and some teams are gonna be left behind if hindi sila makaka-follow up dito sa pace nitong pagbilis ng evolution ng mga teams natin. So now, tanatan yung mga fans natin, everybody, this is kind of expected for KDF to actually pick up they have the Camille on their hands. But there's a priority with Gragas talaga when it comes to a lot of these Korean teams. But Shyvana on the first pick, that's surprising.
So far, Kwangdong has been the team to really prioritize the Shyvana. Usually, nasa first rotation pa lang pinipick na nila. And they have success on it, as shown earlier on in the key player graphic. 3-1 ang record ngayon ni Zeki on that Shyvana. So, obviously, they have a lot of confidence on this champion. They know how to play it. They know how to play around it to get to that point where the Shyvana will be able to carry the game for the team.
I really love yung second pick lagi. When it comes to the second pick, they always prioritize Renekton. Like, TF is now taking a page book of Roster Y yesterday na every time na nasa second pick sila, they're gonna be picking up their Renekton whenever they can. And Seth is a really good champion na ginagamit madalas ni North. That's why they just denied it. Pero the Jax versus Renekton matchup onto the top side, that's interesting.
Yeah, very testing. It's classic, right? Even in League
Classic.
PC, way back, Jax versus Renekton. You usually pick the Renekton against the Jax to pressure the Jax in lane. It's still the same thing here. Kasi mas malakas pa yun ang early game ni Renekton kesa kay Jax. Jax can dodge the stun if he casts his counter strike at the right moment. But at the same time, it's a very tricky mind game as well as a skill matchup between the two champions. So very interesting to see this right now for Kwangdong, especially they already have the Shyvana, who also is strong in the late game in its own right and melee range. So heavily investing kaagad in two later game scaling champions.
That's a lot of damage already para sa KDF if ever umamatay sa late game. So what they need here on this composition is they need a bit more CC. Kasi pag, yes, makakadikit si Jax at Shyvana, pero makakastick ba sila dun sa target sila? Yun yung kailangan nila gawin dito for the side of KDF. If they would need a bit of an dragon laners onto their side, yung kailangan nila dito is probably a Ziggs that could help out a bit sa positioning ng kalaban when it comes to the Mega Inferno Bomb or zoning potential of this champion, and also something that could add a little more CC to their hands. If ever si Zeal yung magme-mid lane with the Gragas, at least they go for the Galio to help out with the CC.
Yeah. And I think na naisip na yun ng Team Flash na medyo kulang nga sa pasok, medyo kulang and if ever they're gonna add more champions to either disturb or to slow them down, a lot of times magiging tanky champion yun. That's why they immediately picked up the Fiora to flex it either to the top, to the mid, or even the top or jungle right now to either counter the Jax or just have that Fiora farm around. Also, a very good champion that we have seen to really burn down a single target tank. So yung Shyvana and the Jax, when they go in, yes, they're not the most tankiest champions, but still they have a lot of HP coming in. So it's something that we will have to look forward to on how Team Flash will be utilizing this Fiora in these team fights, as well as that set right now who can just really push out a Shyvana if they go in.
Interestingly, no, yung in-expect ko na Ziggs tsaka Lux na ipipick ng KDS, sila yung nag-ban ng mga picks na yun. And that's why it's super surprising for me. So are they gonna go for an ADC? Or maybe they can go for a double AP setup in the bot lane na, for example, the Seraphine and the Nasus that we've seen before, pero makukulangan sila sa CC, I believe. So, they lost their options here for KDS.
Tinanggalan nila sa nila ng options for AP champions. But one thing na sinasabi mo kanina, trying to stick, right? They want to get closer. They want to just run up to Team Flash. And with Karma out of the table, the next thing that they could look at is maybe a Seraphine in the bot side of the map to help them.
The Varus,
But
the Varus could be good.
Yeah, exactly. The Varus could be good right here. Poke lets them have a bit more wave clear as well. Gragas could very well just be good to the mid lane. So looking forward to ano kaya itong magiging support nila?
Nautilus?
Nautilus?
If ever they have the Nautilus, could be good. Kasi if ever, that could really help them out pag pumasok sila explosive cast, take one down, back away, then tsaka sila papasok ulit after some second rotation for the dredge line. But they went for the safer route with the Braum. Kasi as looking at how Team Flash has drafted already, lahat na papasok. So having the Braum is one of the safety picks nga na pwede nila gawin.
Okay, since a lot...
Interesting,
hindi naman lahat ng jungle pa ay nawawala dito. Madami pang options honestly si Z. So yes, I think Echo is definitely better for the composition that they're working around at this point. And as the teams have both locked in their compositions, I was thinking the Braum is more of a peel. I would rather, honestly, with what Kwangdong is brewing right here, a Nautilus would have been
better,
Nautilus would have been better. Mas maraming agency. And it's just, sa dami na nakita nating Braum games, it feels like the Braum is not as effective. Parang ang hirap to maniwala on the Braum. But at the same time, having 3-4 melee champions, it makes it easier for the proc of the stuns coming from the Braum. So we'll see how Kwangdong will be able to utilize this Braum effectively.
Yeah, and it's usually kasi when it comes to North, I really am, parang analogy na lang ako. When it comes to North, ina-expect ko aggressive. Kasi most of the time, si North rotates a lot, goes in, goes out, pupunta agad sa top lane whenever he can. Pero right here with the Braum, it's not gonna be as easy with a Winter Spite compared to, for example, something like a Dredge Line to go for Gax or even the Face Breaker kasi kinuha na nga nila agad sa side ng Team Flash. So right now, with what we're looking at, I really believe that Team Flash has the superior draft at this point. Dahil lang doon sa last 2 picks na kinuha dito ng Guangdong FREECS.
And to add din, no, there's this thing that we sometimes talk about is ease of execution. And so far, looking at Team Flash's composition, it's easier to execute than the composition ng Guangdong FREECS. Yes, you have ways to engage and to disturb the enemy team, but it's going to be the body slam explosive cast coming from the Gagas on Seal. And also yun nga yung Winter's Bite, but ang dami dun skill shot that is really hard to hit, right? And one mistake could really miss out on a good timing to get a pick off. And you even have Cheats Corruption. Yes, it's kind of easier, but it's a skill shot nonetheless. Unlike on the other side, there's a Renekton. You can just go in with a Ruthless Predator and a lot of other ways to get just easier in. But I believe sa dami pinag-uusapan natin dito, we are about to get into the first game. And yeah, we are about to go in.
And let's go. We're back onto the game, everybody. It's KDF versus TF. And this is gonna be their first game para sa third place match natin. This is just a battle of placements na lang for both of our teams kasi hindi na sila talaga makakapasok sa grand finals natin like RRQ and ROLSTER. But right now, we're focusing on who's gonna get third place.
Yeah, exactly. Kung sino ang makakakuha ng third place dito, and also pride as a team, right? Saying that, hey, we're not only we didn't get to grand finals, but still we are the third best team in this tournament. And at least for me, a bit of regional pride as well for Team Flash. If they can get this win, the series win against Guangdong FREECS, they can still say na, hey, top 3 teams, dalawang Southeast Asia doon. Southeast Asia still at the top between a regional rivalry between Southeast Asia, WCS and WCK with Japan.
Yeah. What's great about this dito sa nangyayari right now when it comes to the drafting natin? Nakita natin kanina na Renekton is usually picked para dun sa top side, pero the arrangement that they did for the members of Team Flash is that they went in for Shy going to the top side with a Fiora rather than having the Renekton, which makes the game a bit different. Kasi with this, it's way easier to fight against the Gragas when you're playing Renekton kasi after a body slam, you can slice and dice pa naman, pabalik, which is pretty nice. So with this, they are gonna go to the top lane. Team Flash taking a bit of the homework that they got right here. Parallel Convergence, gonna be able to hit. They got this done though. Mara is gonna be the target. Zeki is gonna be able to take the first blood first. And they are gonna take a 1-for-1.
Yeah, 1-for-1 and only 2 members ang initially that was invested right there for Kwangdo Coyote. Hindi na-cancel yung kanyang recall doon, so he's still gonna have that timing to get back into the mid lane while MT is the one who's currently just absorbing some of the farm. But going back nga, only 2 members for Kwangdong at the start. Right, a good play from Maru, just flashing under the turret after he was a bit far away, he was being chased down. So dahil nga doon ng enough tower damage for Zeki to be able to get the first blood against Team Flash.
The first blood, but look at this replay, Kursiago.
Yeah, as we were talking about the replay na si Zeki, just because he was able to really get there first, I mean, not really exactly first, but get there early, nakakuha siya ng first blood. But dahil nga, the wave crashed into the turret and it's now going back into the side of Team Flash, may level or experience lead dito si Shai. Hitting that level 5, Maru is still just hitting level 4. So, for a couple of minutes, Maru will be just bleeding resources, bleeding gold. You can see immediately 700 gold na ang lamang ni Shai 3 minutes into the game, and it's not gonna get any better for Maru for some time, because Fiora can just keep on poking and prodding and try to whittle down this Jax before Jax can do anything.
What I'm scared of though is that Zeki, look at Zeki. Zeki has a lot of gold right now compared to Zizou kasi whenever it comes down to it, yung wave clear nga naman ng isang Shyvana is tons better than whatever an Echo could give right now on this game. So it's gonna be a big challenge for Zizou to go for it. Now, with this, the timing is just right, pero we really don't see any kill potential right here. Pero ito, nakita natin kill potential dito sa top side. Shy takes another kill.
Ignite would be enough. No, it wasn't enough for Shai. Was able to get a bit more regen on that part from the Grand Challenge. So Shai, a solo kill right now against Maru. And sinasabi natin kanina, hindi kailangan ni Shai. Lalo magiging mahirap to kay Maru. Shai can just keep picking and prodding, poking in, waiting for an opening against Maru. He did just get that and extending the lead in the top lane with the 1,400 gold. So, we're talking about na Dash kanina in the pick and ban phase na dalawang later game scaling champions with the Jax and with the Shyvana. And luckily, dahil nga Zeki was able to get that first blood, as you were mentioning, at taas ngayon ang gold lead niya against Zizu. But on the other hand, Maru will need some more time to be effective. Yeah, he needs help, but he could also just buy some more time for himself. Diba? If Team Flash won't be able to just keep pushing the tempo against him.
Yan na nga lang siguro. If ever naman na hindi tayo aabot. Ang problema kasi dito is aabot na tayo dun sa point na magkakaroon na tayo ng objectives, which is 20 seconds on the clock. So that's why right now, a big problem is that if Herald is gonna come in, pero yung top lane nila, si Maru doesn't have the item already. He only has 2-4 gold. And that's a big problem on this first objective fights.
Yeah, exactly. Usually, ang ideal na gusto mo dyan, at least 3,200, 3,300 to get that Divine Thunder, no? Pero dahil nga behind siya ngayon, spotted out. No, he spotted out actually doon si Zeki, but they just made the call. Don't go for the gap. I'm gonna go immediately for this Herald.
Okay. That's interesting, is that Team Flash even went for the Drake na lang kasi they have the Infernal Drake anyway, so might as well just boost our damage and we'll be okay with giving the Rip Herald right now. So let's just give this to them kasi right now, I really believe that Team Flash doesn't need that extra pushing power kasi normally, they do have better pushing power compared to KDF at this point in the game, so might as well just give it to them. Let's take something that we have investment for the late game at least.
Yeah, and I think also the play right there is thinking na this Shyvana is currently ahead, and if we go in terms of top lane, jungle, and mid lane fight, it could give an opening for Maru to get back into the game. Right, if he gets enough kills, if he gets something out of there, so they'd rather play it safe, keep him down while he's currently still bleeding gold. Ang gold lead na ngayon ni Shai is at about 1,800, 1,700. That was 1,400 earlier. So just by virtue of being in this solo lane, nahihirapan si Maru. He keeps getting this deficit, but MT is here right now.
And even Noth is here with the Facebreaker coming in. Hindi talaga sila makakapag-continue with any of these fights kasi Noth has rotated. They want to help out Maru as fast as they can. Pero with 4-man rotation, wala pa rin sila nakuha para tulungan si Maru.
Yeah, wala nga sila nakuha pa si Zeki. Okay, hindi siya nahuli doon. So this is gonna be a free tackle for Shelly in the top side of the map, giving some more needed gold for the side of KWANGDONG.
Okay, they have the parallel convergence anyway. At least they get some gold. Bit of a help out rin para dito kay Maru para makahinga-hinga naman siya dun sa top side ng mapa natin. So yun, after he backs away, at least he has his first item, which would be pretty helpful for the team here. Parallel convergence has been used. Showstopper right there. They do have the Dragon's Ascent for them to get away. They're gonna go in. They're gonna follow up. They have some damage. Acrobat is being the target. The flash exhaust has been used. There's the stun coming into their side. They use the ultimate move with the Chrono Break onto Zizu. He has been ignited. He might fall in a bit, but they are taking over. Maru taking some kills together with him, but Shai is here to help him out, to help him die, and that is a 2-4-0 great win from Team Flash.
Yeah, 2-4-0 from Team Flash. We're able to punish on a bit of an overextension coming from KWANGDONG FREECS as they were trying to go into this river, but Team Flash, immediately turning around, getting 2 kills for themselves, ballooning this lead even more, and you could see Maru really trying his best, really trying to get some stun, trying to deal as much damage for Team Flash, but he's a Jax. It's not really ahead at this point, and Jax needs items. Kailangan niya ng, as you mentioned nga kanina, kailangan niya ng tulong para lalo pang maging effective dito sa laban natin ngayon. So it's gonna be the waiting game for KWANGDONG FREECS at this point. They need to stop Team Flash from even snowballing this game any further. That Team Flash has currently put the lead for themselves.
As long as they don't have the Blade of the Ruin King onto Maru, mahihirapan talaga mabuhay si Maru at this point in the game. Kasi when he's against Coyote, when he's against Shai, they always will have the advantage kasi he doesn't have any sources of attack speed at this point in the game. So that's why Maru needs to be careful and just manage his waves. To be honest, kasi look at that. The solo laner gold pa lang, kitang-kita natin kung gaano kalaki advantage ang mga solo laners natin against. That's a whole whopping 2k gold sa mga solo laners. And that's a really big loss for this man. Kasi when he's losing like this, and dahil may advantage ang isang Renekton at Fiora, it's not gonna get easier anytime.
Yeah, exactly. It's a huge advantage right now for Shy in the Baron lane, especially kung siya lagi yung tatapat dito kay Mal. But let's look at where Guangdong FREECS would maybe look for a way to get back into this game, to wrestle back control, especially in the gold side of things now against Team Flash. And that could go for their hit right here. Shy.
This is in to the grand challenge, but no, they're not going to be doing anything else to that. They're just going to be taking the tower in the bot lane, which is also a great win for them. But walang reactions dito yung members ng Team Flash to what is happening in the bot lane, so they haven't traded it with something. Yes, they have the Rift Herald, pero very conditional pa yan kung matatrade nila yung towers.
Yeah, and also you could see yung lead, diba, ng Guangdong FREECS right there. They know that Team Flash already setting up on the Herald, leaving again Shy. This is something that we saw a lot of yesterday. Shy being left on the solo lane and getting ganked up by two members of the enemy team. And that was just a repeat. Repeat right there wherein they were able to now take down the Fiora, get a bit of that bounty, and get more gold for both Zeal and Zeki. As right now, the two most fed members for the side of Guangdong FREECS. So at least in that department, Guangdong FREECS are thinking that, hey, help na talaga itong Jax natin. We can't just leave him a bit. As you can see, sa item build-wise pa nga lang eh. He's shifting right now for a very tanky build. No longer going for that Blade of the Moon King as you were talking about earlier. Yeah, Frozen Heart most likely going for this Jax. So adjusting on the fly, knowing at where he is weak right now, so he'd rather just be more of a meat shield for the team. And let's see if that will be working out as the Ocean Drake is on the map right now. Team Flash first there, but Zeal looking for a kill.
Okay, they're looking for Shy again onto the bot lane. They do have a lot of damage. The grand challenge is there. Nag-wait sila ng heal. Walang explosive cast. The riposte is there to heal! And that was enough to get the kill. And I thought na malaking advantage nila doon, but with the Dragon's Descent onto Coyote right here onto the bottom side, Showstopper to pull him back. And they are just going to be able to get the kill onto Empty here with the Haymaker. Not going to be able to help them out. TV4 flashing in. A lot of stuns coming in. And Myro is just on a very great shockwave from Teddy. And this is just going to be it. That's going to be one win for the members of KDF. They got some kills and they got the Drake.
Very scrappy win for Guangdong. Oh, they're not giving up the Drake.
They have the stun. They're not going to be able to steal. They do have the Chrono Break. If ever they need to use it on there. Oh, the damage from Sisu is just enough. And they're going to go in. They won't have the face time. Not enough damage. Do they have the dissonance? Yes, they have.
Burn?
Teddy gets the kill, but the burn is enough to get them almost an ace, or rather an unofficial ace for KDF.
Yeah, unofficial ace for KDF, for Guangdong FREECS, and what a comeback so far for Guangdong FREECS. It really feels like kanina we're talking about how Team Flash already getting the control over this game, and still, yeah, at the end of the day, it's not a huge comeback, or rather a huge enough fight that can say that Guangdong FREECS is in complete control of the game, pero that could have gone south for them very easily for Guangdong, wherein kung Team Flash, kung nanalo sila doon decisively on a fight, you could say that Team Flash would have a huge enough lead, but it really started this bot lane fight where Zeal na-turn na niya yung 2v1, was able to take 1-for-1, but Zeki on this Shyvana, we have seen him time and time again carrying the team on his back with the amount of damage that he have, and just a bit of an overextension from Guangdong, but still they were able to secure the dragon there at the end. Looking at the live though, actually, may namatay lang doon sa picture-in-picture natin. Naka-2v1. But yeah, looking at the replay still, Zeki does fall down. Going to back live here, dash, and mukhang kakatapos lang ng fight. Si Zeal yung na-take down doon ng, I guess, Empty and Coyote were there.
Oh, and remember, na-force sila mag-rotate onto the bot lane just because of that one kill. Ito yung usual na sinasabi namin ni Crazy Apple. When it comes to this fight, if it comes to the macro, look at this. They have the counter-strike onto the bot side. Are they going to be able to get this? The Gargoyle enchant is enough to bait it out, but Shy has a Gargoyle enchant of his own. They got the kill onto the bot lane. They're forced to react to this. Maru with counter-strike, pero hindi na sila tutuloy dun sa fight.
Yeah, and this is so different from the game one that we saw yesterday. ROLSTER Y plays the game a bit more passively. If they see a 50-50 fight, they're not gonna go for it. And Team Flash agreed with them, right? And now, nakikita natin dito yung Team Flash na playing more loosely, playing more aggressively, but Guangdong FREECS, sinasabayan sila in every turn. Yes, nakita natin dito. Makita natin yung replay kung saan, I believe, ito yung na-miss natin kill word Zeki. That's just disgusting. He's just walking and hitting you and you can't do anything about it as the big crocodile, the dragon, always wins.
after kasi ng Ruthless Predator talaga and also the Caldemic ni Coyote, wala na siyang pwedeng gawin. And that is when Zeki just went in for the Dragon's Descent. Nilabanan niya na lang siya. And at this point, I really believe that Zeki has full stacks already with the Shyvana, and that's why the Shyvana is that strong right now for the members of KDF. This is gonna be a very scary Shyvana kasi right now, hindi nila masagot pa. Team Flash can't answer the Shyvana problem. They need to find a way to answer it. But Zeki, right now, fighting them. Parallel Convergence coming in. They do have the Dragon's Descent and the Chrono Break to run away. More members were there, and the Body Slam as used, but not gonna be hitting anyone else.
Yeah, looks like wala naman makakuha ang kills on either team, but Maru Coyote is still going at it.
Oh, a lot of damage already from the side of Maru. Kung Counter-Strike niya talaga, it's really helping out the Frozen Heart. It's doing him wonders. The Gargoyle Enchant is there. The Caldemic is not even doing a lot of damage. He flashes in with the Gargoyle Enchant. No Ruthless Predator on Coyote, but they are going to be backing away from there.
Hindi nagpapahito. Coyote with a sliver of health. Konti na lang, Zeki's here.
Zeki is just going to be taking this kill in there. Bang! But the slice and dice. Oh no, the burn from Red Buff is enough to take it down. But they're going to take down the tower in the bot lane then.
Yan, naging sobrang scrappy na nitong game natin na to, Dash. Just they're fighting
Kills
across
everywhere.
the map. Kills everywhere indeed. And in terms of turrets, nakakuha ng bot lane turn ng Team Flash, while the trade is the mid lane as well as the top side right now from Maru being able to get one more tower for the side of KWANGDONG, but Team Flash still going here strong, though, Dash. But another fight here, Dash.
Facebreaker, Chain of Corruption, Binuse, Haymaker, a lot of damage, but di sila tutuloy dito sa fight ito. Pero nakita natin si Zeki dito. Meron tayo face dive. Zeki deals a lot of damage. Oh no, that's scary. That's scary. You don't have to fight that, but the Gargoyle Enchant is enough for them to kill the man. This is why Acrobat is going to be the next target. Shy flashes in. One more launch, and that's going to be the kill onto Team Flash. They got the dragon down, and now they would go for the Baron.
Yeah, what a good engage right there from Team Flash. And naipit nila si Zeki. Yeah, doesn't seem like they will be going for the Baron right now. Noticing na hindi naman talaga ganong kabilis yung kanilang Baron take. They don't have those traditional champions that are really strong in that regard. So they'll be backing off, not going for the riskier play, as we would say. But Team Flash, this is not the same Team Flash. Oh, now they're going back in.
They're going for the risky play. They want to take this. Remember, they don't have a lot of damage for the members of KDF kasi namatay na yung members na may damage. But if ever may papasok sa kanila, si Empty, ihahampas sila ni Empty sa muscles niya, kaya hindi na sila lumapit. And that's where they're just looking at the next big objective, which is the mountain.
Yeah, I think the Team Flash just went back for the recall. Nag-regen lang sila, got some items, and then had enough confidence to go back into the Baron. But as you mentioned now, wala yung mga main damage leader from KWANGDONG FREECS. They're not able to push Team Flash out of there. But looking at where the map is at this point, no, Team Flash positioning themselves at this dragon, while Coyote still continuing with the split rush on the top side. Maru, hindi niya kaya i-handle yan. That's Baron buff up minions. He can't just kill them willy-nilly. So right now, KWANGDONG FREECS being pushed to a corner.
Remember, it doesn't have Blade of the Ruined King, so that just lessens his damage to this Baron-infused minions. And Zeki, right now, Dragon's Descent onto the top side. He has to slow the Gargoyle Enchant to the Dominus just for him to buy some time for his team to react to what's going to happen, but he's being ignited. Look at this, he's ticking, and they are the damage from Empty! And the Dragon has been slain! That's such a great play from Team Flash.
Yeah, great play right there from Team Flash. Ang bilis ng execution doon ni Empty to save his teammate right there. Coyote save, mid lane inhibitor is gonna be down here for Team Flash.
Oh, wow. Team Flash taking all the inhibitors, even just using the Chrono Break just to get the kill onto Acrobat. Parang wala lang nangyari. Parang bumalik lang tayo sa simula ulit for Zizou. Just rewind the time, go in, try to do some damage onto the backside. Shockwave onto 2. They're not gonna get the kills though, but the stasis is there. They're buying some time for them to take down this inhibitor in the Nexus. Is this gonna fall in just a bit? They're buying some time. 1k HP, but Maru is going on a rampage. He's taking the kills on the members right here from Team Flash, and this might be the chance for KDF. They just need to kill this members. Look at Empty. The Haymaker hits them all, and they almost fall down. They're bought some time. They have the Baron buff, and Coyote uses the Dominus. KDF, they're trying to defend the turret, but they live for another 100 HP, and that is the cannon minion winning the game for Team Flash.
They just weren't able to get the kills against Team Flash. Members still alive to buff up the minions with the Baron buff, and tinapos ng Siege minions yung laro doon, destroying the Nexus, and as you mentioned, Game 1 goes decisively to the way of Team Flash.
the way they used that, I thought na matutropa ng Team Flash yun. Kasi
Oo.
during that last bits of that game, kasi tinatry nila kumuha ng kill si Zizu, tinatry yung i-kill yung backline. When they didn't have enough damage para i-finish yun, and they even had the minions, and that's why I was surprised that they're trying. They're trying to kill them rather than just finishing the game themselves. Buti na lang, they have Baron, the cannon minions were their saviors.
Yeah, buti nga the cannon minions were there. You could say it's pwede mo na sabihin after that calculated, but at the same time it's just been a very chaotic game. This is not the same Team Flash that we saw yesterday. Team Flash yesterday played a bit more passively, but now taking so many risks at the same time and just outplaying Guangdong FREECS in many of those situations. You can see even in the gold graph how feels like Team Flash was the one in the lead, but never in a decisive way until the last moments of the game where Team Flash was just able to catch Guangdong FREECS off guard. And what a valiant effort from Guangdong FREECS in game 1. Unfortunately, it was really just Team Flash being able to get those openings and capitalize on them a bit better than them.
What's great about this is how they start this game. Look at this. Team Flash, what they're looking for during the start of the game talaga is to get the advantage, take one lane down, and parang ginagawa nila is this, to kill one lane. After one lane has been killed, at least it's a 4v5. And it's way easier na labanan na lang kung sino man yung na-feed. Kung, for example, si Zeki, yung na-feed sa team ng KDF. It's okay. At least we're just looking at one person.
Yeah, exactly. Immediately shut down one of the players from Guangdong, from KDF. They can just focus on the other guys. And I think, that's a smart play right there from Team Flash. And it also forced the adjustment from Maru, where after the Divine Thunder, kailangan niya mag-build na tanky, he built the Frozen Heart, and that's not something that we really prefer on the Jax, because we know how dangerous Jax is on the late game. And there were moments that felt like, the Jax might be building tanky, but that's just what they need at this point, where Zeki can carry the game. But eventually, Team Flash were able to figure out a way to put this dragon down and repeatedly just take down Zeki first, and then eventually win the team fight from there.
What's the start here for Team Flash? What do they need to do? With what we're seeing right now for Team Flash, the way that they're playing the game, this is what we were expecting from Team Flash. Since the start of this tournament, to be honest, ito yung mga playstyle na very aggressive, try to get some kills, try to get the map via just snowballing the game via the amount of kills that we're gonna have. And yun yung hinihintay natin, the aggressiveness, this playstyle, and especially when it comes to team fights, that play is what I'm expecting from Team Flash even yesterday. And now we've seen it.
Yeah, we did get to see it. And na-miss ko to. Na-miss ko yung ganitong playstyle ni Team Flash na yun. Just going aggressive, everyone just going in. And I think hindi natin yun, mas lalong hindi ko in-expect yun nung nakita ko na ang kanilang Dragon Lane is static. Because MT has just been such for the longest time siya yung kilala natin.
True.
Nakasama nila sa Dragon Lane, and also is the guy who always goes ham with the team. But kanina, it felt like Taddy was a bit more, as I mentioned, loose. I think that's the definition right now I'm seeing from Team Flash. Parang nawala yung pressure of yesterday's games, and they really need to fight hard to get to that grand finals. Now with the pressure a bit off, it is still a third place match, but you could say not as much pressure, right, for a grand finals match. More loose, more aggressive, but they're capitalizing on it. This is, as you mentioned, the Team Flash of before.
Yeah. Yun yung hinahanap natin for Team Flash. This aggression, the way that they play, the way that they draft, how confident they are at switching up, adapting to whatever yung ibibigay sa kanila ng enemy team, and even using the Orianna onto the bot lane against a Varus na usually it's a losing matchup. But they took that risk dun na i-take yung Varus onto the bot lane, and it's okay. At least they were able to make it work in the end. They were able to win the game, and also, even without the big shockwaves from Taddy, it was enough. Kasi si Shai was fed, Zizu is just taking down the backline, and that's why the stars just aligned. Yun lang yung nakita ko talaga for the members of Team Flash.
Yeah, exactly. The stars just align right there, no? for Team Flash, and looking forward on how Guangdong FREECS would be bouncing back because they got a lot of the picks that they wanted to, especially that Shyvana on Zeki. And as we get na into the pick and ban phase for Game 2 of this Best of 5 series for the third place match between Guangdong FREECS and Team Flash, let's see kung ano yung magiging adjustments dito ng FREECS. Will they still be prioritizing the Shyvana? I think so, because it wasn't really the problem point for them in that game.
Okay. With what we're seeing, Lucian having a bit of a priority for both of our teams. We haven't seen yung kanina na ban natin for members of KTF. I think during that last game, they lost their options during the draft dun sa second rotation. Kasi I wasn't expecting, to be honest, a Varus and also the Brom onto their side dun sa last picks natin. Kasi I was expecting a bit more, like the Nautilus, as we said. Kasi we haven't seen a lot of CC. Sinabi nga naman natin kanina, kung hindi makakadikit si Jax pati si Shyvana, parang wala lang din. Parang wala lang din kung lumakas sila.
Yun na, yun yung kailangan ng dalawang champion na to. Yes, they have their own forms of gap close, which is yung Dragon's Descent from the Shyvana as well as the Burnout, while it's gonna be the jumps from Jax. And yeah, they could on a 1v1 setting, but it's harder in a team fight kasi kailangan nag-scatter around. You're not really 100% sure if you're just chasing one target, so you need those complementary ways to get into the fight. One thing that I also want to mention that pick and ban, sa tingin ko hindi kailangan sa first 3 picks yung Shyvana and the Jax. They could have waited a bit more before putting the Jax. Kasi ang pinik naman na kaagad ng Team Flash earlier was the Renekton at the first rotation. So maybe just that adaptation from Guangdong give Maru a different kind of champion would straighten things out for them.
Honestly, man, as we are seeing, this is pretty interesting, especially with the Shyvana getting picked again, first pick for KTF. They really have this priority talaga for Zeki to have this Shyvana. Kasi Zeki naman performs really well with the Shyvana. They just need to complement the Shyvana with CC talaga, to be honest. Kasi yun lang talaga yung kulang kanina, not more damage.
Yeah. Same pa rin. Same old si Team Flash. Sabi niya, Shyvana, ulit papakita nyo, mukhang same lang kami, Renekton and Set, and it's gonna be on Guangdong, on how they're gonna change things around. What's gonna be the adjustment here? Hopefully, hindi sila magja-Jax ulit. They can look into maybe securing a mid laner for Zeal. Zed is open. It's one of the as we were mentioning at the start of the tournament, Zeal is very much well known for his Zed in the region. And yeah, immediately goes for the Zed for the side of Guangdong FREECS. At nakita mo dito, Orianna has ways for the Shyvana as well to stick to targets. She has the ball to help out with the shockwave as well as some of the speed ups with the command command dissonance for Orianna. So far, I'm liking the first 3 picks from Guangdong.
Early game damage to help them out, and also a bit of a CC from the shockwave. Yeah, that's nice. But Team Flash, whatever works, will work again for the next game. And that's why nakikita natin, pinipick nila yung same picks that they do have kanina. And I'm expecting na if they're gonna be banning something, especially onto the bottom side, I am expecting something aggressive dito sa bot side nila na they can go for any ADCs. For example, even a Corki would be good for their lineup, but that just most of the time kasi whenever we see a Corki, mas maganda siya sa composition that you don't have any other AP champions on your composition para at least they can itemize against the Corki. So, what options do they have here?
For Team Flash, I think, well, with the Lux currently, I was thinking that they could go for the Lux. They could still go for the reverse matchup. Kanina nakita natin about Varus on the side of Guangdong. They could still go for the Varus. It provides a bit more of that catch potential as well as that poke from afar. And if you complement that Varus with the Set, it also is a pretty strong bot lane duo for the side of Team Flash. And we know these players love to play aggressively, and mukhang ang pareho kami nang iniisip ng FREECS kasi hinahover nila ngayon yung Varus ban. Yun na nga, natuloy na nga. So, this now limits kung ano yung pwedeng laruin dito ni Taddy.
Be forcing him to play Ziggs, no, si Taddy. Kasi at least the Ziggs is a bit bearable and madaling kuhanin sa backline. And also with that just forces the members right here of KDF to just build Wits End or build more magic resistances for themselves. So they wanted to go for the core key, which is interesting. I think the same thing sa sinasabi natin na magbe-build pa rin sila ng magic resist. Yung Wits End ni Maru or rather ni Zeki would be pretty much more effective.
Yeah. And now, napupunta tayo sa tanong, ano na ang pipiliin ni Maru in the top side of the map? He can still go for the Jax again. I think this is a better time. And dito nga sabay sila nag-hover kagad. Uy, Jax, kunin nyo na. So now, again, so wala na ang Jax on the board. We're looking at maybe a jungle pick, but with this, okay, I medyo...
Galio.
Never talk about the hovers, right? Never talk about the hovers. Just never. Because I was almost thinking about that Kassadin, but seems like it should be the support right now to be picked on the side of KDF.
They're gonna be picking something. Alam mo, Crazy Apple, parang same thing. Yun pa rin yung problema ko for KDF. They picked up the Zed and the Orianna. I thought this is the reason why they picked this up. Kasi you have 3 champions that scales to the late game. So first objectives, you're not gonna be expecting that you'll have damage. Kasi even Zeki won't have damage to champions. Yes, he has damage to the objectives. Pero sa champions, wala silang damage. The Zed only. Yung kanilang panghahawakan dito sa damage. So that just gives way for Team Flash para snowball yung earlier parts of the game natin.
Yeah, and babalik nga tayo ulit dun sa problem, as you mentioned na problem niya sa Game 1. But I think at least this composition so far gives them a bit more ways to punish Team Flash for over-aggression, right? Because they have the Orianna, they could do mga these kite fights wherein they just walk back a bit and then go back in, walk back a bit and go back in, along with the Galio and even the Jax, which they were trying to do earlier. Pero kasi ang hirap i-supplement with the overall composition that they had in Team Flash just kept running at them. So at this point, it feels like it could be something they could bear with. But Team Flash also adapted. With the Corki pick, Corki is more of a late game champion than what Team Flash had earlier. So if Team Flash decides, hey, let's play it slower, just like we played it yesterday, they can rely on Taddy, on that Corki to carry them in the late game.
Yeah, yun yung gusto ko dito when it comes to Taddy. At least Taddy could carry, package, and also a lot of magic damage, especially during our last patch. Remember, mas naging magic damage heavy si Corki during our last patch, and that's why right now we don't really expect the Black Cleaver build that we have been seeing before kasi wala na siyang pagkukuhanan nung AD damage na meron siya before. But now, before we hit into it, everybody, let's just go to the VS video. And eto, nagbabalik na tayo sa games between KDF versus Team Flash. And this is gonna be the game between them. 1-0 advantage for the members of Team Flash. Southeast Asia supremacy right now for these games. Kasi KDF is now playing on the back end. They lost a while ago. I hope that right now they have an answer.
Yeah, and nakita natin doon a bit of a scuffle kagad sa top side. Nasa si Zissou doon kagad sumilip pa. Makita nga dito si Maru. One adaptation that Maru is bringing to the table right now. Hindi na siya naka-ignite. He is now respecting the aggression that Team Flash will put to the top side. Naka-barrier na siya. So do expect when Maru gets to go with the top side later on, he has more abilities to be able to survive.
Yeah, this is way better, right? Kasi when it comes to the fight at the top side, usually it's the Renekton having the bigger advantage. But with what we're seeing right now, I think there's a big way for Maru to at least fight this out. Kasi with what we're seeing, he's having the advantage here onto the top side. Pero looking at our junglers, the pathways that they're going for, usually Zissou would have a disadvantage. Kasi nga when it comes to the wave clear talaga, Zeki is pretty fast, especially that Shyvana.
Yeah, mabilis talaga yan na Shyvana, mabilis mag-clear. That's why I do love seeing Shyvana's in the jungle role, just because of how much you can farm the jungle up and get to that late game even faster and more comfortably. I do love also the change that they did pa hindi na siya naging super reliant on taking those dragons. So an easier way for this Shyvana to really scale into the late game. But looking at the composition so far, no, for Team Flash, it really feels like they're classic. right? They have Coyote just serving as this flex option for them, where right now he's playing the Garen. So most likely we do expect the Coyote to be on Z Judy. He's just always gonna go where the Z is later this game goes, but next split push to Zeal, siya yung nakatoka doon to really just stop the split push at the same time, survive the lane on his own. So right now, Team Flash has the tools to stop Kwangdong. And again, babalik nga sa Kwangdong, how are they gonna change up some of the things that they were doing in Game 1 to convert a win here in Game 2?
Yeah. Yun talaga yung magiging questions dito for members of Guangdong Freaks kasi remember, they don't have a lot of CC like what I'm expecting para makapag-stick sila dun sa targets nila dito sa members of KDF. I hope na mag-work to in their favor kasi remember, Team Flash has a lot of members who could just run in and run out of fights. Yung magiging target lang nila dito probably is gonna be empty. Na after i-showstopper si Zeki, siya na yung magiging target for sure the empty. Pero ito nakita natin, the ultimates are right there. To add the flash if ever they need the Demotion Justice. Ignite is ticking, and he is gonna fall down. First blood to empty.
Yeah, first blood goes to empty. Kita natin yung patience na doon, really waiting for Zeal to commit on that fight in Coyote, just really baiting him in.
Yeah, no flash onto empty, so this is just gonna be a kill for the members of KDF here. Even using the smite just to slow him down, that's a kill.
Yeah, good pickup right there from Zeki na nakita niya that empty was not backing off. Immediately did not respect any of the timers that might have come from the jungle. So at least something that was picked up on the side of Guangdong Freaks. But at least for Zeal now in the mid lane, medyo, he's a bit more, well, he's not super behind in terms of the matchup right now against the Garen. Dahil nga nakakuha nga ng first blood is empty on that set. But just a really good read wherein binate out siya dun to really go forward and immediately gets punched. Topside though, Dominus is up.
Right, barrier, they flashed in. Shy would have the slice and dice in a bit. They're playing it safe if ever they want to re-engage here onto the top side. Remember, they don't have any honey fruits. They do have the counter-strike. Better enrage itong si Shy. So if ever pumasok si Maru dito, he needs to hope that he has the grass of dying. So with this, they got it. Slice and dice. One more slice. No! That's going to be the kill. Good timing for Maru.
Yeah, I do love how you pointed out there that he needed the Grass of the Undying, but even though he didn't have that, he had a sliver of health. Shy took a bit too long to be able to convert the kills right there, and Zeki was just right on time to get another kill on his pockets. And again, ito na naman, same with the early game earlier, Zeki being able to roam around the map dahil nga mas mabilis ang kanyang pag-ikot with the burn-on from the Shivan and also the clears just because of the kit of this champion is able to get into these timings, into these lanes where he's able to punish some of the over-aggressions being brought out by Team Flash.
Playing on a disadvantage ka talaga whenever you have an echo and you don't have the amount of wave clear that Ishivana does have. I think there's not a lot of champions that could do the same thing as what a Shyvana does when it comes to wave clear. Maybe a Morgana could be, but other than that, there's not a lot. So that's why right now, big advantage when it comes to gold, a good 2-0. That's why Team Flash are just going to be trading out their objectives.
Yeah, same again from game 1. Now we're in Dragon ang naging priority dito ng Team Flash, and it's gonna be the Herald for Guangdong Freaks. And usually when these trades happen, Team Flash, if you're the team that got the Dragon, hindi mo na mag-isip. You have the Dragon, just scale to late. While if you're the team that gets the Herald, you have to think about, am I using this to its full effect? If I summon it now, do I just go for the gold? Or do I go for the whole tower push? And with the setup right now for Guangdong Freaks, it's a 3v2 the top side. They might be considering and taking. No, actually, it just looks like they're just gonna go for the gold here in the top side.
We just want to give the extra gold onto Maru. And right now, nakikita natin yung Maru playing this matchup pretty well and not having the disadvantage that we're expecting. This is a nice start for Maru.
Yeah, mas hindi siya ngayon napuput off in the matchup specifically because it's not a Fiora. Hindi yung tipong magla-lunge lang na konting Fiora and you're gonna get hooked. This is a matchup wherein Renekton needs to go in and tussle with you to be able to deal the damage, and Jax can just return damage in kind, as you can see right here.
Dominus pop onto Shy. He can go in. Counter-strike is just there. No call dimming onto Shy, but Showstopper is there onto the back side. Nemty takes this on a 2-2.
Tong top lane na to, no, medyo hindi ko alam kung kanino ako maawa eh. Kay Malo, kay Shy, laging may bisita. Laging yung bisita yung magko-convert ng kill. But with the visit right there from MP, Are they gonna take turret? No, doesn't seem
We
like
have the
it.
flash and exhaust. Okay, ginamit na nga nila pero makakahabulata si Acrobat dito.
Shockwave,
They
mabot.
send it to Shockwave. Tama yan pero hindi tatama pa. And that's gonna be the kill. Team Flash, they want to get more. And this is gonna be KDF just translating all the kills that they're having. That's why they got the 1-0 top side.
Yeah, and so far, top side lang lagi ang aksyon dito sa ating game na to. Maru and Shai getting the brunt of the action, and each time it's not even the Baron laner who goes for these kills. It's always a different member from the respecting teams. And Seal, okay, kala ko na-flash doon, but it's only the Shadow that he needed to get out there. A bit of an overextension right now, no, from Kwangdong, the bot side. Team Flash looking to punish since they're giving up their top side turret, and so far 3 members of Team Flash are here in the Dragon side of the map.
KDF just looking for this trap dito sa Team Flash. Naghahanap sila mag-translate ng kills nila. And this is a very classic Team Flash thing, no? Binibait out nila. Si Zeki binibait out niya. Pero what they don't know is that there are 3 people here. Pero si Coyote, a lot of damage onto him with the hero's entrance coming in. Forces Team Flash to go away.
Yeah, Kwangdong also naamoy ng Len. It's gonna be a trap, but we want them to force on us. We want to see if they're gonna go for this fight when we go in. And dahil nga nakita na nila kaagad yung heroes entrance.
That's a lot of damage.
A lot of damage here again.
Ooh, Rasmussen dying, working well for Maru. Dominus, just a lot of those ZPS coming from this match, but in back away.
Yeah, and I think 3-4 na beses na natin yung nakita, Dash, na medyo na-desensitize na ako, but Zeal might be getting caught out here.
Oh, Dimash Justice dodge right there by the death mark, and that's why there's not a lot of damage coming in from Zeal, but yung nangyayari is nakukuha na yung tower sa bot lane.
Yeah, hindi hininto
All
ng,
plan.
ng Team Flash. All plan, yeah. All plan indeed, as you're mentioning na talagang they went all in for Zeal. They knew that they had enough HP. Sobrang tanky nila na hindi sila basta mati-take down ng turret. So just pushing them away, taking down the turret. But going back into this top side ngayon, I feel once I say this, hindi na natin makikita ulit, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Makikita natin ulit na maglalaban si Malo at si Shai, and they're just gonna back off when both of them are like 1 hit away from each other. And na-desensitize na nga ako na parang the 4th time you've seen it, hindi ko naganap pinansin that there could be a fight, but okay, bit of an action here in the mid lane.
Forcing the flash onto empty is very big, no? Kasi without the flash onto empty, hindi siya makakagawa ng play, especially onto Zeki, para alisin siya dun sa fight natin. The package is up, pero hindi siya kanuha ni Tati, so ma-off yung timing nila if they try to recall pa. So, this is just, they need to commit. TF needs to commit here, but look at the backside. Shy gonna be the target. They have the death mark onto this guy. Living Shadow has been used already. Gargoyle Enchant not gonna pop. This is just them. Empty. Look at him. Positioning para ilayo si Zeki dito sa laban na to. And this is gonna be good kasi right now they're looking at the guy but they're taking down the backside. Wala na silang spike dito sa likod. And this is going good for their side. DF is looking to get the kills and that's why 4-for-1. Si Shai yung last. This might be the ace for their side. Ignite? No, never mind. Shai is just gonna back away.
Yeah, Shai's gonna back away, and right now, Kwangdong Freaks with a very decisive win right there. 1-4-4 in terms of kills. Kwangdong right now with map control, trying to take this mid lane turret. Mukhang makukuha naman nila after when this wave comes back. But going back, I hope we're gonna see the replay right there, because there's one thing that I really want to point out on, and that is the positioning of Not in the middle of this fight. We see right here si Shai, he was taken away immediately kasi pinuntahan siya doon ng members of Kwangdong. So look at Not, he's not moving away from here. And once the fight starts, he just separates the fight in 2. Hindi nakapasok agad si Shai and si Taddy because of how low they were, and it separated the fight enough for Zeki to get those auto attacks on and on. But Dragon fight right here with Not.
Hindi rin nakapag-chrono break si Zizou yung fight na yun, which is big.
Right.
Because of the CC from Not, hindi siya nakapag-chrono break, and that's why nawalan sila ng smite for that referral battle. Now, kailangan nila mag-commit for this Ocean Drake. 5 people are here at the bot side. So what they need to do is be careful because there's a lot of damage already for the side of KDF. Referral is gonna come in. Coyote has been pushed back with a taunt, and now he's gonna fall down. Shockwave didn't even hit. Doesn't even need that. Now it's a 4v5.
Yeah, kahit gano'ng kakunat kagayan, once there's so many members there, you're just gonna get taken down. And along with the Shelly push, it's also gonna be the Dragon for the side of Kwangdong Freaks. They're not letting up yet. As of here, Maru though, not catching 2 people.
Catching, doesn't even care. Hero Sentinel is gonna come in. That showstopper not gonna go anywhere. No more shield for this man. He's gonna fall. Do have the death mark, but they're not gonna continue.
Yeah, and unfortunate timing right there for Empty. He tried to showstopper away. Does it enough? The range of the showstopper didn't allow him to jump over the wall. And as soon as he went back down, tumama yung knockup doon from Heels ended. But Zisu forcing out the chrono break right here. Guangdong FREECS has so much control over this game.
Yeah. Chrono break has been used. Ignite has been popped kay North during that last fight. Night now, no, nakita natin Team Flash playing at the back end. 4K gold lead for KDF just because of this wins sa mga last fights natin, because KDF is dealing more damage compared to them. And as we were saying kanina, sinabi namin kanina that they would have a disadvantage because hindi sila makaka-stick to targets. Unless TF actually just goes into them, that problem won't be a problem.
Yeah, nakita natin in the Herald fight. It's Team Flash turning back. Parang they could have gone away. They could have retreated from that fight, not contesting the Herald anymore, but instead they went back. I think they were spotted here by that ward, and nakakaalam na ngayon ni Akabat ni Nos na, oh man, meron dyan nagtatagong CCTV, na-counter CCTV naman nila ngayon. But yeah, going back here, Guangdong, they have the advantage. They can't wait for teams that to come to them.
Okay, look at the damage onto Empty. Gargle Enchant. Look at the backside though. They're trying to get the kill onto Taddy, but Zeki takes one kill onto the bag. That's a lot of damage from the breath. And this is going to be good for the members right here. Zisu going to be the target. They do have the chrono break. Ginamit niya na kanina, and that's why he was pulled back. And now he's running away. Is he going to be able to go in? Look at that flash from Maru, and that's going to be another kill for the members of KDF.
Yeah, 30 seconds on that Echo. Guangdong FREECS, and look at the Baron right now. It just spawned into the map. But yeah, 25 seconds on the jungler from Team Flash. Empty, just about to spawn back here in the Rift. Guangdong right now starting out this Baron.
They can go for the Baron without any problems here. Remember, they have two Blade of the Ruin Kings. So, mapapadali talaga sa kanila to. And that's why right now, members of Team Flash are being desperate. They want to go in. They're trying to go for a steal. Have the Mash Injustice dito sa likod. Pero still the steal! Right timing from Taddy! And that's why right now, the Baron is all to their side. They do have the ultimate. Why are they not running away? They need to run away from this. Zeki is right there. Showstopper comes in. Gargle Enchant onto Zeki, and he's gonna fall. Right there, this might be the time the Team Flash needed.
Team Flash, Taddy, the sub-dragon laner for the team. He didn't have the best of performances at the start of this tournament, but here in the third place match at Game 2 of this best of 5 series, he stole the Baron that we were already writing checks for Guangdong FREECS, and Taddy's just like, no, it's mine. Correct. Sabi niya, akin na ito. This is my time to shine, and this gives space right now for Team Flash. It feels like Guangdong FREECS had so much control over the map that they were choking out Team Flash. But Team Flash, with this Baron buff, they'll be able to wrestle some control back. And now, look at where the lane states are for Team Flash. They're all shoving towards the side of Guangdong. So Guangdong would need to back off a bit, let off the pressure. And this allows Zisu to get some of these items on that Echo. And also for Taddy on that late game Corki to scale even further into this game.
I was surprised because they had this might during that fight and they weren't able to use it. But look at this, Zisu fighting against Zeki. There's a lot of damage. The chrono break isn't even going to be able to be used. That's a lot of damage altogether from Zeki.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, right? Na if it's solo queue, it's like, ay, bakit ka kasi lumayo eh? But this is a professional game. This is a competitive game, and there's no wards. Zisu had no right to be that deep into the jungle. Yes, they had a Baron buffs. Yes, they were shoving the lanes, but his fellow, his teammates weren't in position to help him out, not giving him much of that vision. And maybe just because of that, now even though they have the Baron buff, they need to let go a bit of that pressure, and Guangdong can position themselves again in this map, which babalik tayo ulit, wherein Guangdong earlier was punishing Team Flash when they were going in, and if they have control over the map, Guangdong can put down ward, can put down vision, and bait in again Team Flash into the next pending team fight, which is gonna be that Infernal Drake spawning in 10 seconds.
Infernal Drake level 12, good advantage for Zeki when it comes to the smite. Kaya if ever na lumaban sila dito, big advantage. Pero I really am looking at this topside fight, and I really believe na hindi na kaya ni siya itong laban na to. But they're still at the top side of the map. They just want to get a push here for the side of Team Flash. They haven't used the Baron buff kasi wala naman silang na-push onto their side. Pero ito, if ever yung top side yung mapapush nila, that would be good for the team. If ever itong chrono break na to, I thought magko-chrono break siya papalik to get the kill onto Maru. But it's a good thing that KDF knows how to defend their base.
Yeah, but Kwangdong, yeah, they were able to successfully defend the base, but I felt like that was a split call right now from Team Flash kasi they put 2 members at topside, but the package was with Taddy. The package could have been used on that impending dragon fight. They could have contested it, maybe go for a steal again for their team if they had more members there, but instead, it was split call. The jungler went to the top side of the map. They were unable to secure anything after that, and we're going back into the state of the game where 2 teams will be staring at each other at the objectives with the Baron about to come up and waiting for these teams to shove the lanes. But let's see how. Let's think about how these teams could win fights, right? Same thing pa sa pinag-usapan natin kanina, where in Kwangdong, they need to wait for Team Flash to come to them. And when you're the team that's ahead, that's an easier task for you to have. Because you can just bait them out in these objectives, especially the Baron, and wait for Team Flash to expend their gap close, their mobility to go towards you and into the loving arms of the Dragon Shyvana, right? It's just gonna hit them with a burnout and auto them to death. So we'll see right here if how Kwangdong will be able to do that, if they'll be able to force Team Flash to pull the trigger and go towards them in these objective fights.
Yeah. Yun lang talaga yung maganda dito when it comes to Team Flash. What they need to do is that try to find a shutdown. Kasi they don't have a lot of kills. Look at that. Most of their kills are invested towards empty. Kasi nga hindi sila nakakahanap ng opportunity for them to actually get the kills. But now, it's getting to those points in where Taddy is gonna be scary now. Kasi with 3 items onto a Corki, that is when the Corki becomes scary. And not a lot of them are building Wits End. Not a lot of them are building Magic Resist. So they will have the disadvantage. Pero bot lane, Maru is just a monster right now. That's why Shy can't even hold a candle against him.
That's the Maru, that's the Jax that we were looking for in game 1. But right now, Maru, hindi pa niya, okay, nalaman na niya. Pag siya doon ng word that empty is there. But that gives the signal right there for Kwangdong. There's 2 members for the bot side for Team Flash. They're starting this Baron buff.
Yeah, baiting it out. They don't have any TPs from Maru and Shy. So this is gonna be a whole 4v4 fight if ever tinuloy talaga nila yung Drake na yun. Pero looking at how fast that Drake should be, naka-half HP sila in just ilang seconds lang. And that's how scary this Zeki is.
Yeah. Zeki already has the Triforce of Blade of Ruin Wits End and just finished the GA as well. This Shyvana is scary. Going right now for Coyote.
Dragon's Descent onto Coyote. Doesn't have anything to save his life though. Meron silang parallel convergence to the hero's entrance right there. Showstopper comes in. Is this gonna be enough empty? Is that low in HP? Look at them. They can't even move forward. Team Flash is losing their ground. They have the Chrono Break onto the backside. They have GA onto the Mans. The Dragon is gonna be revived. Zizi falls down.
Oh my God.
And this is gonna be Taddy, gonna be the next on the chopping block. Are they gonna be able to get the kill onto the Mans? Because he's dealing a lot of damage, but not enough to finish anyone else. That's 3 people down.
Yeah, that's 3 people down. 2v5 right now. Taddy has the package, might be able to use this for defense, but I don't think so. I feel like Kwangdong might be looking for the win right here.
Looking at that with a barrier, trying to buying some time with the stasis. Is he gonna back away? Doesn't have any flash anymore. He's gonna fall down. And look at it, looking at the bot side, kept in check itong Shishai, and that's why this is gonna be finished by KTF, taking this win pretty fast. That is how you work this composition, and that's why Team Flash is gonna be losing on the 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1 right now for Kwangdong FREECS and Team Flash. Yung mga player nila to na medyo nagpapahinga na kaagad. Sobrang na-stress siya doon sa kanilang game 2 na yun. But congratulations for Kwangdong FREECS. They're able to even out this series right here. Still the best of 5 after that game. Kwangdong FREECS, they didn't change a lot in their composition as we were talking about in the draft. No? It's just still the same thing. And you could see in game 1 how they were playing it. Nahirapan na sila, nagkaan sila ng hamstring in the draft, and they just shifted things around. And now you can see that it is still a very effective composition for them. Shyvana on Zeki should be something that they would look at as a potential ban, because this guy on the Shyvana is just too good.
Yeah, the problem there is even Zissou wasn't able to get any successful ganks then during the whole game. Look at that, 0-4-0. That's just a big blunder for the members here of Team Flash. That's why they need to, if they want to, ban Zeki. they need to. Kailangan talaga nila gawin yun. Kahit hindi na si Maru, kahit iba na lang nila si Zeki, put the Fioro onto Shy para labanan si Maru, and that could be a better matchup. Kasi nung early game pa lang, we have seen Maru winning against the matchup, and that is a surprising thing on a classic Renekton versus Jax thing.
Yeah, di ba? Dapat nga ang nananalo doon is the Renekton at least early. But what I saw right there, what Maru was doing, he was playing on the tendencies of Shy when he was going in and kept stacking the Grasp of the Undying stacks on Shy, on the Renekton in the early stage of the game. That pumating na sa point na he had so much stacks that it just overwhelmed the Renekton at some point in the game. But yeah, this game feels like it was very close in the middle. Nagkaroon pa nga ng steal on the Baron, but Guangdong just knows how to play the late game. I would dare say, at least in game 2, it showed that they were able to play the late game better than Team Flash. They knew where to go, where to position, they knew what the targets were, and just, again, Zeki, this guy has been the main carry for the Freaks, and they need to look what they could take away. As you were mentioning, ban out some of the champs that Zeki is comfortable with, and maybe that just could be a tipping point wherein Team Flash could capitalize on if Zeki does not have some of the comfort champs playing throughout the tournament.
They need to banish Shyvana. Yun lang talaga. Ban lang talaga nila yung Shyvana. Para kasi, if someone is confident, especially that Zeki right now is on a rampage, first game, second game on a rampage yung sa Zeki, they ban the Shyvana out, that would really help them out para at least mawala na comfortable champion itong si Zeki, let him pick something else. Kasi, it's easy enough to say that mas consistent talaga yung plays na magagawa mo to a Shyvana compared to, for example, a Lee Sin, compared to an Echo na kailangan mo talaga mag-commit for you to get the kills. And looking at Zeki, he can just go in. He can get away with a lot of things just because of this Shyvana.
Yeah, yun na. He can really get away a lot of the things. Napansin ko lang din, it was the big rocket that stole the Baron earlier.
Actually.
That was 220 HP and just really, really good we'll steal at least for Taddy. But yeah, going back to the drawing board for Team Flash.
Yeah, ang gusto ko lang talaga gawin dito ng Team Flash talaga dito is to adjust when it comes to the drafting. Kasi kanina, we had doubts with the draft of KDF, pero still, they were able to make it work. But before that, everyone, we can go to Game 3 in just a bit kasi we're just gonna be taking a short break before we head into it. We have been your Shoutcasters. I'm Dash, and I'm here with Crazy Apple. See you guys in just a bit. Welcome back everyone dito sa Small Circuit Asia Invitationals 2022. Ang nakita na ba natin yung games natin? For KDF versus Team Flash, 1-1 na agad-agad yung ating mga games. And ito, babalik na tayo dito. Ako nga pala si Dash at kasama ko si Crazy Apple. And ito na naman, ma-action na series na naman tayo today.
Yeah, ma-action na ma-action. And it's not something that we were expecting, no? Na kanina inisip natin na baka maging mas passive ang Team Flash as we were seeing yesterday against ROLSTER, right? But no. The KWANGDONG FREECS nakipagsabayan. Nakita natin sa game 2, they were successful in that regard. And immediately we are going into the pick and ban of our game 3.
You know what? Something that I really like about KDF is this setup that they do have right now. This is just interesting. Pati yung Team Flash, they just look at each other. The comms right here, yung positioning nila against each other is really, really productive for both of our teams. So that's why right now, I really want to see how they use this communication in their favor dito sa game na to. Kasi from what we're seeing, Shyvana should be a ban.
Should be. Isang inisip ko pag nakikita ka tong room ng KWANGDONG FREECS is, pag nagka-call ba sila, tinuturo nila doon sa mapa kung nasaan. Nandun. They have such a huge picture of the map. Like, if ever, they could always remember to look at it. And as you were mentioning, Dash, natanggal
sasabihin ko sana,
diba?
have you watched King's Avatar sa Netflix?
That
looks like that. Yung kanilang gaming setup looks like something that came out from King's Avatar. Pero still, here, Shyvana has been banned. Balik tayo dito sa game natin. So
sige, mamaya na yung
is KDF gonna do? To be honest, yes. The Gragas is gonna be the first pick for the side of KDF.
Yeah, Gragas, one of the go-to picks din ng mga ating Korean teams. They love putting this in the jungle, even the mid lane, and even as a support. So usually nakita din natin ka-combo nito when we saw ROLSTER Y picking this champion is the Renekton. So do expect na baka yun ang i-pick out dito kaagad na Team Flash. And one champion that is open here, Dash, since they did ban out the Shyvana, is the Senna. So might be seeing a Senna between these two teams.
And ito na naman, nakita na naman natin yung Renekton. I think it's way better for Zizou to go in for... Ito yung hinihintay ko talaga eh. Listen ni Zizou, yung hinihintay ko talaga kanina pa. And that's why right now, kanina, he was just playing around, playing echo a bit. Pero ito na, parang tanggal na natin yung trial period natin. So ito game na with the Lee Sin.
Yeah, game na with the Lee Sin. But one consideration that KWANGDONG can go for here is maybe the Senna Nasus, but instead, pinili na nila, ayaw nilang malimit palalo ang champion pool ni Zeki dito, immediately going for that Kha'Zix. So right now, with the Kha'Zix pick and as well as the Gragas, maybe we could see a Zed being picked here by Zeal. A double assassin would be very dangerous for the side of Team Flash.
Ito yung sinasabi ko na naman. Whenever it comes down to a Kha'Zix, I'm more scared of the Kha'Zix, or I'm more scared for the Kha'Zix than of the Kha'Zix if hindi si Chaz yung ginagamit. Kasi nga, honestly, the problem with the Kha'Zix, sinabi na rin namin a lot during yesterday, is that if hindi siya maka-snowball, yun yung kanyang win condition eh. One of the win conditions of the team here is to let Zeki snowball. Pag hindi nakapag-snowball si Zeki, Zizou is just gonna take over this game.
Right, and something that we will be looking out for once the game starts. But so far with the Varus pick on the side of KWANGDONG, they have a bit of pick once the Varus reaches level 5 with Chains of Corruption, as well as the poke damage, which is matched by the Ziggs coming from Team Flash. So far, not a lot of things that are very pivotal. Champion picks are very pivotal in terms of a narrative for these two teams. It looks very standard so far, but in terms of the overall how the series has been going, KWANGDONG seems to be going in a slightly different direction because the Shyvana has been banned. No longer Zeki would be on the scaling champion in the jungle.
Okay. With this, we do have the Ziggs and the Varus. Very classic itong nakita natin from both sides. I think it's way better for Acrobat and Tati to just use these champions kasi at least they are playing it safe. Kasi most of the time, Team Flash and KDF are playing a lot of engaged champions, and that's why they need to be careful with what they use, and that's why Ziggs Varus very safe pick.
Yeah, and also taking away na yung Lakan, no? Taking away some of the more some of the other choices here for MT to have that playmaking potential. But Set, I believe, is still open here, so something that these two teams could still think about once we get into the second phase of the pick and ban. One thing na naantay ko na nakita natin nung group stages is still the Nautilus. Where is it? There'd still be something being picked up, and it's gone.
No!
And it's gone.
Could have been good, honestly. If ever na hindi ibinan yun ng KDF, could have been good for the members right here. Kasi I don't know if they're forcing Team Flash or at least MT to use Set kaya nila binan yung Nautilus. I hope they have an answer to it. Kasi the Varus to the Nautilus could have been a good combo sa bot lane against the Ziggs and whoever else. And that's what... Oh! Interesting. They pick up the Jax.
Okay, mukhang kung kanina it was KDF going more towards the side of the late game. Team Flash, they still have a lot of good early game damage. The Renekton, the Lee Sin, and the Ziggs. But having that Jax gives them a bit more of that late game insurance on their side, especially if it's going to go into the hands of Shy. So it's going to be this reverse, in a way, a reverse matchup for the Baron lane. Let's see right here kung ano yung magiging huling pick ng Kwangdong FREECS, as we were talking about how feels like iniipit nila yung champion pool dito ng MT. With the Set lock-in for Kwangdong FREECS, it again lessens the number of champions that he could play.
Yeah, they have the Galio at least na pwede nila gamitin dito. I don't know if that's the best way to go about it for the members of KDF here. Kasi with the Set, yes, it's good. I'm afraid of Nuts Set for sure. Kasi with the way he plays with the way he plays Set, it's really good. The way he fastens it up, the Proto Belt, really fast. Right now, TF are just gonna go and stick with the Galio for sure, unless they have something else in mind here. Kasi there's not a lot of options now for supports. Galio na lang talaga yung biggest option nila.
Galio na nga lang din naiisip ko dito para sa Team Flash. Let's see if they're gonna go into that direction. Maybe think about a different enchanter or something like that, but that's just not MT's style. And not something that would fit in the composition of Team Flash. So na-limit na talaga inipit din ng Kwangdong itong champion pool. It's gonna be the Galio in the hands of MT. So just looking as well holistically on what these compositions do, seems like it's gonna be the top Gragas for Maru. So another flex for this Gragas pick now for the side of the Korean squad. So Gragas top side might be going more into that tank direction rather than the AP that we see when it's put into the mid lane.
Yeah, I really like how Zeki and Zeal are... This is the duo that I've been waiting for. The Zed and the Kha'Zix duo. Pag na-shutdown nila yung mga laners na to from the members of TF, they can just snowball this in their favor. Kasi if hindi nila matapos ng early game, that is when TF would shine. And that is where Shy would shine with the Jax. And yun na nga yung hinahanap ko dito. For the Jax to actually shine on the hands of Shy naman. Kasi with the way this goes, if KDF loses the early game, that is when everything goes down.
Yeah. As you mentioned, if they lose the early game and everything goes down, because they are more of the early game team. If they can't get ahead early, they won't have enough damage. The Kha'Zix and the Zed would be useless, as well as the Varus, and it will just all go downhill from there. And that is the big change that Kwangdong FREECS is doing right here. They were expecting that the Shyvana will be taken out of the game just because of the performance of Zeki from both Game 1 and Game 2. So now they shifted their focus. Hindi na tayo magka-play for late, let's play early game. And with what we've been seeing so far with how Kwangdong has been matching the pace of Team Flash, it could just very well be something that Kwangdong can handle. But yeah, I believe we're about to get into the Game 3 real soon.
Kwangdong Freaks and Team Flash, this is a game 1-1 na tayo. And this would be the series in where parang nagbalik lang tayo sa simula ulit, no, Crazy Apple? Kasi parang ganun na lang tayo ulit dito. Kasi it's like a best of 3 again. Whoever wins the 2 would be the ones winning. And that's why Team Flash needs to, or rather, both of them needs to shine on this next game.
Yeah, both of them need to shine in this current game, and kita natin kaagad, same with game 2. Zissou passing with Shy in the top side of the map, trying to catch out Maru as he goes into the lane. Napilitan tuloy si Maru na mag-body slam away. That was a very quick reaction for him, but so far, no other shenanigans we have been seeing in the game. Spotted out nga lang dito si Zeki because of the scryers right there from Coyote. So Zissou will have the knowledge of the timings on this Kha'Zix unless Zeki does a very fancy clear or goes for a very unoptimal timing on the gank. Natatak down siya nito ni Zissou in the jungle.
Yeah, most of the time, Kha'Zix versus Lee Sin, we have seen a lot more success when it comes to the Lee Sin kasi nga mas madali nga naman siyang i-pivot compared to a Kha'Zix. So Zeki, all the pressure's on him. How is he gonna play this early game? If ever he gets the kill, that is when the Kha'Zix jump starts. And also, important to point out also, yung mga upgrades, mga evolves na gagawin ni Zeki dito. Kasi most of the time, people go with Taste Their Fear. And most of the time, it's not the best way to go. I think Void Assault nga talaga is the best way to go, like what Chaz is always doing.
Yeah, I think it is good, right? Just because of how creative you can be. We just did see Shy and Zissou again going for that early dive on Maru, but no kills will be given to any of the teams. So you have been seeing that since game 1 and game 2, and one of the things for game 2, it turned around for Kwangdong FREECS, no? And Team Flash being very aggressive in their positioning because what happened right there was MT did go to the mid lane. So Zeal needed to lift up some pressure while Noth didn't pass to the mid lane, which is something na nakikita natin madalas gawin ng ROLSTER. Why? We're expecting something na ginagawa din ng Kwangdong FREECS. But so far in this series, they haven't been doing that. They haven't been rotating Noth. So it just becomes this dance wherein Team Flash, their support, mas hindi siya nakakuha ng experience and gold in his lane and actually siphoning off some of it in the mid lane. While for Kwangdong, they're not doing that. More of nawawalan lang si Noth because he also needs to walk around, but it's not siphoning resources away from the lane. So that could be just those minor things that could turn around for you if you hit a certain level spike.
Look what they're doing. They're trying to just take this with a death mark onto the mid lane, just to push them back away. But they got the platings, and that's what's important for Team Flash. And that's a big W for them already.
Yeah, it's now feels like this is the Team Flash that we saw yesterday, who was playing the game slowly but methodically, right? Getting small advantages, as you mentioned, just getting a plate. And that immediately turns into a gold lead for Coyote and also a bit for Zissou. But MP is here.
Oh, the stun to the Flash, and now with the taunt coming in and also the ignite.
One more tower
That's
shot.
going to be taking on their hands, and that's going to be the kill. But Teddy is just going to fall to the bot lane 1-for-1.
Yeah, and immediately Kwangdong didn't they didn't use any of their summoners there, so it was a clean kill on Taddy, the bot side of the map, because MT had to be in the mid lane to be able to convert on the kill for Zeal. Just looking at the overall summoners expenditure from both of these teams, Team Flash needed to use 2 flashes and 2 ignites to make sure that Zeal is down, while Zeal burned his spells as well. So overall, there's still a bit of an advantage in summoner spells for Kwangdong when we get into these fights later on for the objective. But looking at this rebuild, it's just really a one and done deal, right? A very
That's
clean,
so far.
That's so far, but still a very one-time thing. And just you can see here, Taddy overstepping a bit. Catch out siya doon, not even without using his flash.
Yeah, just because nakita nila si MP onto the mid lane, talagang nag-commit si Noth para magkaroon sila ng at least 1-for-1 kasi wala na naman sila magagawa dun sa mid lane kill. And as you said, what's important to point out is that the summoner spells are not going to be up on this 30-second clock. So TF is just going to be arranging or adapting to where KDF is going to go unless they want to risk going for a fight.
Yeah, we'll have to see if these teams. Kanina kasi parang game 1, game 2, it's such a different pace, right? Sobrang daming fights kaagad, but they're really focusing down the solo lanes here for Team Flash. kanina si Malo ang pinopontelya dito ni Ziso. Nung napansin niya that Maro's not giving an inch, not letting him die when he gets ganked, lumipat naman sila. Now that they want to get for the Dragon, they're forcing Zeal in the bot side. But again, same with Games 1 and Game 2, it's gonna be the trade between the Herald and the Drake for both of these teams.
Yeah, so far, no, KDF is always consistent with the Herald take for the explosive gas upside by Showstopper pa itong si Not. So they need to be aware of this. The face breaker to the barrier might be able to get one kill, but Maru almost surviving with a silver pelt. But top side, I believe he's gonna fall kasi they don't have anyone here.
Yeah, they don't have anyone there, and it's a repeat, right? Na in the early stages of the game, dahil nga nag-trade sila, dito na objective, they have more control top side, but okay, mukhang mid lane dito makuha ng Team Flash. They have this.
This is gonna be big. Oh, they have the Dragon's Rage if ever.
Diver
tumama si Ziso. No! My body says no, pero namatay pa rin siya. And that's why they got the kill and they didn't get the tower in the mid lane tuloy.
Yeah, they didn't get the tower anime. They also didn't have a minion wave, so medyo malabo talaga na makukuha nila yun. But yeah, the body said, my mind says no, but my body said yes for Zisu going for the kill right there for Acrobat. And unfortunately, sakto lang yung tower damage sa kanya. But at the same time, Jackie though, catching out that right here.
That's a lot of damage from the Taster Fear. Nakapag-flash away, may leap pa. Dalawang flash yung ginamit against them, and that's why Shy is gonna fall.
Bit of a kill steal right there from Zeal though, but at the same time, he needed to get a bit of that damage so that he would also have an assist pa. Hindi naman sayang yung pag-akyat niya doon sa top side of the map. And kanina pinag-uusapan natin na how Taster Fear might not be the most optimal so far in terms of win rates that we've been seeing for Kha'Zix, but Zeki showing here, making it work. Dahil actually, yeah, he does have the Taster Fear na upgrade, no? So because of the extra damage on Shy, they were able to pick up that kill.
Taster Fear, tas evolved leap pa sa KDF. So Zeki wants to snowball here kasi nakapag-jumpstart naman siya perfectly with the assist that he has right now. Pero I hope this would be enough for them to snowball the game in their favor kasi I was expecting Maru to be dominating the top side even though it's a 0-2 onto Shy. We're still seeing 5-2 for Shy here in the top side.
Yeah, nga, itong si Shy talaga na siya ang galing niya makahanap ng gold. And it goes to show his lane prowess na even in matchups na we feel na medyo even, he's still looking for ways to be able to secure gold into this hands. And that was a very close call for Ziso. Muntikan pa yun makuha ni Zeki, but he was able to secure that. Looking at where we are in this game at this point, approaching the 8-minute mark, it's so close between Kwangdong and Team Flash. And these two teams are so evenly matched if it comes to these early to mid games. Shy,
no!
Unfortunate timing right there from the Kwangdong duo of Zeal and Zeki. Hindi nila nakuha nga dun si Shy. But going back into the overall map state right here, the Kwangdong with their composition with this Zed and the Kha'Zix, mas comfortable sila in getting these pickoffs. That's why we always see them trying to go for these pickoffs on the jacks, right? But you need to get these pickoffs to be able to extend their lead or get a pickoff right before an objective take so that they could leverage that advantage against this what feels like a more superior team fighting composition for Team Flash.
What they need to be afraid of, especially for Team Flash, no, kasi si Shy. They need to be afraid of Shy kasi Maru built AP. And remember, when you build AP on a Gragas, you won't be fighting or doing skirmishes against Shy pag nagsisplit po siya for sure. And that's why they need to be careful on how they make this work. Kasi if this is how the setup is gonna be, they need Zil. Si Zil yung kailangan nilang tumapat kay Shy kasi hindi kayang tapatin ni Maru yan for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, parang kanina nakita naman natin when the Jack sets ahead on the hands of Maru, it's scary. And something that Kwangdong needs to keep tabs on. And how do you keep tabs on the late game scaling champion is to accelerate the pace of the game and limit the amount of resources he's gonna get. And that's why, right now, Herald ang pinofocus dito ng Kwangdong. So they can destroy towers with this Shelly. Coyote goes in though. He went out.
As a slice and dice still, not Showstopper coming in. Makakaabot pa sila? Hindi. If Herald has been taken, look at the flash coming in. They have the hero's entrance, Coyote, and they are gonna go. Zeal is just gonna fall down pretty fast. Look at this 1v1 onto the ball lane. They do have the explosive cast onto the bands. So if ever they start this, look at explosive cast, damage, electrocute, and that's more. That's the barrel gonna be able to take the kill. And Rip Herald is just gonna be taking the damage onto the mid lane, and that just gave them space onto both sides.
Yeah, 1-for-1 in the end right there. Zeal was down because he was flashed on and Ruthless Predator by Coyote. But I believe in the bot side of the map, nakita naman natin Shy. He had to force. Okay, nakuha nga yung mid lane turret on. It's a satchel charge from Ziggs. It's just Ziggs things at this point, Dash. But going back to my point right there in the bot side of the map, Shy needed to stop Maru from going to the mid lane. That's why he was forced into that fight. And at this point in the game, with the items that Maru has, kaya siyang burst out nitong Gagas na ito. So later on, if we see another fight like that between Shy and Maru, it would definitely go to the favor of Shy. But at this point in the game, it's just in the mid game, Maru still has a bit of that advantage.
Yeah, and what we can say now is that on a 0-3, you're playing on the back end, you're not giving a lot of gold anyway, so might as well just take the risk of stopping the Bonsu, for example, si Maru, to be getting more from a big fight. And might as well just sacrifice yourself kasi you're not going to be giving enough gold anyway. So here in the Ocean Drake, we're seeing Shy not pushing forward and KDF just knowing na hindi pa sila kaya ni Shy. That's why they're just zoning out the mans. And they're having a hard time here on starting any fights kasi they know that KDF has more damage right now.
Now, KDF does have a bit more damage right now. And also, if they get caught out with that Shades of Corruption, kaya silang patayin kaagad at a pick-off dito ng KWANGDONG alongside that explosive cast that Maru has on that Gragas. The Dragon is being started here by Team Flash, but seems like hindi sila magko-commit pa dito. They want to go back into the lanes. One thing that I'm looking right now is the top side. Looks like the minion wave is
Inferno
shoving
Bomb.
a bit. Inferno Bomb was used in the bot side, so that ultimate now is down for Team Flash.
Okay, so if ever hindi ito sisimula ng KDF, yung Drake na to, what could be good is that Team Flash, even using that Mega Inferno Bomb, just signal KDF to just push. Kasi without the Mega Inferno Bomb, napakadali nila itong i-push unless someone like this, like Zissou, would be able to defend the turret for themselves. And very important to mga turret na to kasi we're on to the bottom side of the map and where the Ocean Drake is. Kaya important to have that priority. Kaya hindi talaga binibigay yun ng Team Flash.
Yan, hindi nga nila binibigay, no? And right now, babalik tayo ulit dito, Dash, with the Dragon
Dancing around.
Dance. Team Flash is the one who are aggressing on it and clear na nila yung top side. The huge wave that was building up in favor of KWANGDONG FREECS, and nag-back away din dito yung FREECS. I think that was a good call from them kasi hindi nila kayang i-force yung 4v5 because Coyote could have very well just run over there. So very tense situation from both of these teams because we all recognize and they all recognize kung ano yung prize on the map, and that is that Drake. But as we approach the 13-minute mark, there's gonna be another one, and that's gonna be the Baron.
Baron's gonna come out. Ocean Drake's here. What they want to do is just to wait this out and maybe try to bait out the members here in Team Flash. Everybody's onto the Ocean Drake and they want to finish this as fast as they can. So, it's really hard, no? Kasi hindi talaga sila makapagsimula ng objectives on both sides. And mahalaga itong Ocean Drake na to for both of our teams kasi whoever has more sustain on these big fights, especially for Team Flash, that would be very advantageous for them against KDF.
And also with how non-committal everyone is, right? If you have that's a lot more uptime on you as you try and heal back at Zeal 1v1.
Deadmark, Dominus, Gargle, Enchant, Pop right there. Bot lane, na-push na rin nila. It's a 4v4. They need to commit right here onto the bottom side. They do have the Heroes and the Showstopper right there. They were able to see it with the Showstopper. Big timing for the members right there of KDF. They need to back away. TP is going to get used. Chain of Corruption onto one. Are they going to be able to get away? Zissou was able to flash away, and this is the damage from Shy. They should back away. TF doesn't have any business going here, and they just need to pick up the tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, and they now have a bit of control here in the mid lane. They are about to get it along with Zeus and Coyote. What a good conversion right there, no? From Team Flash, we're able to get a second tier turret to the mid lane, and KWANGDONG wants to answer pero hindi nila kaya dahil naka-recall na nga ito si Taddy, si Empty, and also Shy. They can very well defend it, and that has been the exchange. The Dragon did go to the side of KWANGDONG. They were able to steal it with the combination of the Smite from Zeki as well as a Showstopper from Nos, but in exchange, that mid lane second tier turret, which is super crucial because it provides a lot of that. Without that, Team Flash can have a lot of ways to get into your jungle and put down wards and maybe go for a cheeky death rush somewhere in there.
They took a lot of time, no, dun sa Drake na yun, and that's why yung susunod na Drake natin, which is the Mountain Drake, onting time lang ang kailangan nila i-buy kasi if hindi, mawawala yun at lalabas agad yung Elder Drake natin. So that's why right now, Team Flash could just pretty much take the Baron if ever kailangan nila. Yes, hindi siya ganun kabilis. So, para hindi mangyari yung KDF or rather the Korean special in where after the 19 minutes they are just gonna let you contest sa Elder Drake and sa Baron. Yeah, right now the timing's just right onto the ball lane. Deathmark gonna come in. They have the Living Shadow, pero look at the backside. Acrobat is gonna be the target. They have the stasis and namatay pa nga si Zizu. Great translation from the turnaround right there onto their side. Coyote doesn't have any more slice and dices, and that's why he's left alone here onto the ball lane. Gargoyle Enchant onto the Sterak's Gauge. Are they gonna be able to translate this into any kills? This is KDF just winning this fight.
Yeah, and Team Flash really wanted to punish Zeal. They've done this so many times this game so far, and Kwangdong was just right on time to punish the very aggressive dive right there from Team Flash. And with a Baron being started right now for Kwangdong, the alarm bells are ringing on Team Flash. Everyone's buying the teleport here, and let's see if Team Flash can stop this Baron.
Remember, it's Shy. They want to go in onto this with the Acrobat Hero sentence coming in onto the backside. They might be able to get a kill onto Maru, and they can buy some time for themselves. Stasis has been buffed. They can get the kill. Double kill onto Shy. That is the man. He's taking down everyone with a triple kill. Zeki takes the Baron anyway, but the triple kill from Shy bought themselves some time, but KDF, that was scary for them.
Yeah, that was super scary for Kwangdong Freaks, but Team Flash wasn't able to back up in time. Zizu just got back to the map, wasn't able to teleport anyone because Shy was down. But Shy, he tried for the hero's play right there, Dash. And itong replay natin, nagsimula tayo with the botch dive right here by Team Flash. Zio just played it so well to survive as well as Acrobat with a sliver of help. I hope we will be transitioning later into the Baron fight because that was just such a crazy series of events, especially for Shy. Actually, si Tadi din pala was caught out there off the screen. But here, look at this. The Baron is so low and just Shy and empty, doing so much work. Zeki even need to jump out and flash back in to get the secure. Imagine if he didn't have that subnurse, he would have just might have fallen immediately to Shy, and he wouldn't have seen that Baron take for Kwangdong. But going back live right here, Kwangdong trying to make use of the Baron buff that they have right now. Only on 2 members, they're looking to siege down some turrets.
2v5 yung laban natin sa Baron na yun, and nakakuha ng 3 si Shy dun sa what is that? That just says a lot about how Shy is really strong right now. But look at this, even with the wits end, it's not gonna be good for them. Showstopper onto the backside, Hero Sentence gonna come in. I think that's a bit aggressive for the members of KDF. TF wants to back away, and remember, Acrobat, siyempre pumasok sila kay Acrobat, sana could have been a kill.
Yeah, it could have been a kill, but no, Coyote had Flash. Acrobat had Flash as well, but Zeki!
Dragon's Rage, leap has been cancelled. Good timing from Team Flash. Got the kill, termination again toward the mid lane, but KDF is just taking down the towers.
Yeah, Zeki stayed a bit too long in the bot lane. He wasn't able to get away after cleared away, but the death rush right here.
Okay, good death rush, and this is gonna be a kill. That's the death mark on his head, and that is a 1-for-1.
Yeah, simpleng. 1, 2, 3 death rush para sa Kwangdong Freeks doon. It's still, again, even though it felt like ang namatay lang doon sa start was Zeki, it still became a 1-for-1 because MT is now out of the game for another 30 seconds. Mountain Dig is on the map. TP Enchant has been bought by Zeki, so he can keep in this fight when he gets back on the map. Team Flash starting this out because they have the jungler. They're more confident they're able to secure this.
Not has a showstopper. Deathmark onto the backside. They're going to go in. They're not going to be able to get the timing right onto this one, though. They want to go to Zizu, pero hindi nila sinisimulan yung Mountain Ring, so that's why Shy is now low in HP onto the backside. Moth is just 1 sliver, 1 kill. Hindi nila mahawakan, and that's why he survived for a bit there. And Coyote right now is going to be the next target. He has a GA. Maru is still 1 HP na naman, and nabuhay na naman yung members dito ng KDF. They live through, and that's why Zizu is going to fall, and Coyote is just chasing down nothing, and that's why they got 2 kills already on the side of KDF with the Mountain Drake. Pero hindi pa rin sila confident kasi pwede pa i-steal the members right here ng TF. They're gonna go in. They have the Justice Punch onto the taunt. Right here, Shy. Now very healthy, but Seal onto the backside might be able to get another death mark, pero they should just get this.
Yeah, they should just give the Dragon at binigay na nga sa Kwangdong. At ito na, the Korean special dito, Dash. Wala si Coyote, wala si Ziso. 25 seconds on the clock. Baron's just about to spawn on the map. And Elder at another 10 seconds. After the Baron buff, they can just go to the Elder, take that too. And if they're able to secure both objectives, they might just be able to close out this game.
Baron, Elder, MT, and Shy gonna do the same thing. Pero at least meron silang tulong dito with the Mega Inferno Bomb. They're gonna come in. Showstopper comes out. Shy is just buying some time pero nandito na siya sa backside. Tinahabol niya si Acrobat pero sumabog na siya agad. And that's why MT right now is just in front of everybody. They stopped the attempt for BR. So this might be the chance for TF to go in. Zizu is here. He might be able to finish off some of these kills. They have the Showstopper and the Base Breaker pero wala na. Ito si Not. Papasok pa ba sila? They got the kill. Good piercing arrow from Acrobat. Great alley-oop as they said from Crazy Apple. But now, at least they stopped the Baron attempt.
Okay, na-stop nga yung Baron attempt. A very desperate series of plays right there from Team Flash. Para hindi mag-snowball completely. It won't become an avalanche right now in favor of Kwangdong FREECS. But because there's still 2 members down for Team Flash, ang direksyon ngayon ng Kwangdong is that Elder Drake. If they're able to secure this gives so much damage. They have the Zed, they have the Cass, they have the Varus. There's just gonna be so much benefit on this. And look at where Zeal is. He's trying to zone everyone away. It doesn't seem like Team Flash can do anything about this thing.
100 HP, not even doing a lot of damage there. That's why that's just pretty much a given, no? Na nakuha na agad ng Team Flash yun. Pero hinahabol nila dito sa Coyote. Nakita nila yung chance nila with the leap and the slow. So they have the slow on to Coyote. He doesn't have anything else for himself. Gargle Enchant is gonna be Pop. Pero he's not gonna be surviving the Elder Drake.
Yeah, he didn't go quietly into the night right there. It felt like he was about to get Zeki. Ziso might be checking out. Acrobat got kicked in.
Oh, that's Zizu. Have Acrobat in front of them. But Shy hindi pa na siya move forward dito kasi nga with the Chain of Corruption onto their side, no GA is onto this man, so they need to back away from this fight.
Yeah, but look at the top side. There's a huge wave right now barreling towards the inhibitor turret of Kwangdong FREECS. They need to take this wave down para mas secure ang kanilang Baron dito. But with the recalls right here from Kwangdong, they're relieving some pressure on the Baron side of the map. Team Flash trying to wrestle some control right now, and you can see right here how the tension between these two teams. Team Flash still wants to be very aggressive. They know they have a lot of damage that they can take down members of Kwangdong FREECS. But on the other hand, Kwangdong knows the position that they're in. They do have the Elder Drake. They have a lot of damage in their own hands as well. But if the fight goes into a front to back with how Team Flash would want it, with the Jax just having his buddies around him, along with the Zig just free throwing these bombs, mahihirapan ng Kwangdong. They're just gonna get whittled down. So again, Kwangdong, they want Team Flash to go in here one by one and try to pick them off with their team composition.
Zizu SGA, they're starting it up onto the backside. Shy is gonna be the target. Wala siya masyadong armor, so this is gonna be a hard fight. One Elder Drake. Binugahan na nga dito sa likod, and that's why the Hero Center is not gonna help you out. This is gonna be it. KDF taking down. MT is gonna fall, and Coyote is the last one standing onto the bottom lane, trying his best to do something, but nothing is gonna help you out because KDF is 4-man strong in the mid lane. They're gonna be ending this game, and they're gonna be taking a 2-1 against Team Flash.
And Kwangdong FREECS still proving here that not only are they, you could say right here, the second best team in Korea, but at the same time that they know they have the read on Team Flash. Kahit tanggalin nyo ang Shyvana sa kamay ni Zeki, they can still convert, they can adjust and make it work for themselves. And Kwangdong FREECS at match point 2-1 in this best of 5 series.
What I like about this, no, is hindi sila nagsa-celebrate. Yung KDF, whenever they win, they don't really celebrate talaga. Ngayon, nagpapahinga lang sila eh. Parang, okay, meron pa tayong next game, so at least chill muna tayo. Hindi muna tayo pwede mag-celebrate. So, at least, na-expect ko at least mag-celebrate man lang sila kahit konti, di ba? Na parang after a win.
Hula.
Pero wala talaga. Talagang, ano lang sila. Talagang chill lang yung members ng KDF natin. Pero ang ganda ng ginawa ng KDF during this whole game. Pero I have a lot of knack to say sa members dito ng Team Flash kasi they didn't itemize against the strongest damage na meron ng KDF. They had a lot. Mag-stack lang sila ng armor eh. Could have been good sa members dito ng KDF. Right. Yes, there's a problem with Maru, pero mas malaking threat kasi yung armor talaga. And that's why even surprised ako kay Shy. He went in for the wins and first and not the usual like we see the Blade of the Ruined King to the Frozen Heart. Kasi nababurst down siya, hindi ni Maru ni Zeki at Zeal. Yun yung nagbaburst down sa kanya every time.
Yeah, and a bit of a misread from the members of Team Flash. And there's a lot of moments na nakikita mo doon na they were very much overextending themselves where I don't think they needed to. Kasi nga, their composition is strong at if they can just go in the 5v5, Zizo goes to the back and tries to get the kick. And then Shy just hammers them down one by one as they're right in front of it along with Coyote, and MP's just gonna be the one who's facilitating all that. That never happened. Kasi what Team Flash does is they go to the bot lane, dive the Zed, and they all die. Right?
Yeah.
The only moment that I felt that they did what the strength of the Jax and the Galio combo is in teamfight is when they were trying to steal the veteran. And you saw that there at 2v5 how effective that duo was in the teamfight. It just never happened again. So, Team Flash, I know these guys are good in skirmishes, but they should also recognize that in teamfights, they could have an advantage in certain situations, especially with the team competition they have, and they just didn't utilize it in this game.
That was super legendary talaga yung ginawa ni Shy pati ni MP nung last fight na yun. Pero they weren't able to translate it, but it's okay. The only thing that I see from KTF is that even though they have an early game composition, they know how to pivot it in a way na even sa late game, kaya namin lumaban. Right. And that's why right here, we have seen how they vibe check Shy every time. Pag nakikita nila si Shy na pumapasok, pinofocus nila si Shy para mawalan sila ng DPS. Kasi after naman talaga ni Shy, wala na talaga silang damage. Kasi even Taddy went in for the Leandry's Torment, and that's why hindi ko nakita talaga yung damage ng isang Ziggs.
Yeah, exactly. And yun yung kailangan kasi for Team Flash, they needed to be in a group. They needed to be together. And what does, in later the game goes, the way for Kongdo to win these fights is disjointed, separate fights, smaller scale against Team Flash, wherein Kha'Zix can just choose sino yung isolate yung target, sino yung assassinate the Zed, so that the small burst of damage coming from these AD assassins and also the poke coming from the Valus can hit on one target, immediately take them out. And yun yung naging kaguluhan doon. And yeah, you can say they have a Gragas. Gragas used the explosive cast to separate the members of Team Flash, and bakit nangyayari yun. But we've seen teams handle that. Handle a Gragas explosive cast and wherein you just dodge it or force it early. So again, Team Flash, I believe we are about to get into the game for soon. So this is such a short time for them to make these adjustments, but I'm hoping to see that with such an experienced team as Team Flash.
Yeah, I hope that they would know how to answer back on this one na. Kasi with what we're seeing from Team Flash, especially kanina pa, they've been picking the Renekton onto Coyote and Shy. Pero I haven't seen Shy pop off yet. Nakita ko pa lang siya during the first game, pero after the two consecutive games after, is that Maru is always getting the upper hand. Even, I can say, Zeki made that Kha'Zix work. And that is good.
Is that your new? Ito na yung bago nating confidence.
No. Si Chaz pa rin.
Chaz is the one. Si Chazix lang is the only confidence that we have on the Kha'Zix. But yeah, these are the rare few times that we've seen this kind of build on the Kha'Zix succeed, right? Especially in this tournament. And it goes back wherein ang main players talaga that we're looking at for Kwangdong is both Zeki and Zeal. And these two guys, when they're unleashed so far, has been showing good results for this squad.
Oh yes. I am very excited, honestly, to how they are gonna play this, especially with KDF. And what I like about the KDF so far is that sila na yung nasa second pick. And you know what happens pag Korean teams yung nasa second pick. Karma is open. TF could take that. And nakita ko na nakukunin nila yung Renekton sa side ng KDF.
Yeah.
And very, very much so.
Renekton Gragas, ang una nating take, could also be...
True.
Right now, I feel maybe a Renekton Senna also as well. Pero this is very different. This looks more like a confidence pick right now for the FREECS.
I have seen the Kha'Zix kanina and they want to double down dun sa ginawa nila kanina with the Kazakhs. And probably dahil binanda rin yung Zed ni Zeal, they don't have a lot of options anymore. So I like that they don't have a lot of priority. Maybe they're not as confident at Maru holding on to the Renekton. Kasi if ever Team Flash is gonna be the ones picking it again, it's okay. Kasi alam nila paano sagutin yung Renekton kanina eh.
Yun na, alam na nila sa ilang beses na nakita yung Renekton, there's always gonna be teams that would figure out the answer. And one of the best answers to Renekton is to not let him deal damage to your early game. Not let him kill you. And if you just put him at an even state, yung mga champs that skill later in the late game are able to deal with him. And especially if you don't let him have those team fights where his dominance would take full effect and Call of the Meek, mahirapan talaga yung champion na yun. But yeah, still Renekton is on the table here. No one has picked it yet and no one has banned it in this pick and ban phase.
Okay, Zissou, at least wala na sila ng option. With the Varus and the Karma in the bot lane, alam natin gano'ng ka-aggressive tong lane na to for Taddy and Empty. So they're just gonna use that. At least yung aggression nila sa bot lane would not be toned down compared to the Ziggs pick that they had a while ago. So KDF, they need to think about how they're gonna answer this, or at least how are they gonna stop this aggression from the bot lane.
Yeah, we'll see how they could stop that aggression. I was also thinking about this. It's gonna be the Jax takeaway right now for Kwangdong, and we saw Maru. Game 1 wasn't the best performance on Jax, but Game 2 was able to take it back. And now in Game 4, in match point for Kwangdong, will he be able to close this series out with another Jax performance on his side?
Yeah, if ever Maru again, Renekton, they're not even banning the Renekton. They want to ban the Fiora kasi at least mas madali naman to saguting Fiora. Ay, mas mahirap sagutin yung Fiora kasi Shy plays the Fiora so well. So at least if ever magre-Renekton siya, nakita na naman natin how that turned out for Maru into the top side. So Baron lane is pretty much secured for them. They just need to find a way to get a champion onto the Dragon lane na pwede gamitin ni Acrobat. The only option that I can see is probably the Corki that they can go for here, or the Lux even. Pwede pa.
Yeah. I think Lux would be a good pick here because most probably you're gonna see two Renekton pick. Now opens up the opportunity for Kwangdong to also pivot to the Senna because Gragas could also be as a support in the hands of Not.
Yeah, they can go for the Senna last pick nga if ever for them. Ito yung Nautilus na hinahanap natin kanina pa and nakita natin siya on the hands of Empty. So this is gonna be an interesting kasi hindi naman nila tutuloy, so that's gonna be good. With this, that just gives them a lot of ways here. If ever they have the Renekton, they have the Senna as you said, they have a lot of sustain, that's a full engaged composition if ever ganun yung gagawin ng KDF.
And it's gonna be a full engage composition. But this last pick, pivot
that's
for
scary.
Team Flash, could be scary, right? The later the game goes, a Cassidy could just scale into the game and just kill these members one by one, and they do lock it in. One champion that's gonna be hard for any of the Kwangdong members to lock down. Kazakhs, meron kang taste the fear, but it's just gonna jump away in the late game before you can even chase him down. So right now, Team Flash, I love the pivot to this Cassidy.
Okay, I like that. Kasi kailangan nila ng way para i-shut down itong Kassadin. That Enchanted Crystal Arrow is something way better than the hold from Senna. So that's why they went for it. So with this, I can see the Karma and the set onto the mid lane. So with the way that this is gonna work is that Kassadin and also that Jax onto the top side, talagang magsusustain fight lang sila dito. Pero in the early game, Maru would have the advantage kasi Kassadin doesn't have a lot of damage potential, or at least combat stats as a Kassadin.
Wala talaga. As a Kassadin, ang dasal mo every time as a Kassadin is get to level 5 and then again get put into a solo lane and try to get to level 13. Like that's literally what you want to do as a Kassadin. Just rush towards the third rank of your ultimate so you have the shortest amount of time that it's on cooldown and get as much gold as you can to get to that point. But when you get to that point, it feels like you're such an unstoppable monster against most champions in the game right now. And as you mentioned, there is the Ashe, which gives a bit of that reprieve, right? Because long range engage with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow can be layered by the members right now of Kwangdong FREECS, but now it feels like it goes to a point where Kwangdong FREECS either need to get a huge enough lead in the early to mid game to nullify essentially the scaling potential of this Kassadin.
Okay, here's the thing. So nakita ko with their lineup there, the Kassadin I hope this Kassadin would be able to find that way onto the late game kasi there's not a lot of targets rin naman na pwedeng kunin ni Kassadin dito for the members of Team Flash, or rather for the members of KDF. The only target that he has would be the Ashe. Unless this Ashe goes for the full poke composition na meron silang HP would be good. But before we head into that, everybody, let's take a look at this first. Okay, and ito na nga tayo between KDF versus Team Flash. This might be the last game of the series or the match, or this might be, like what I said, a trailer to Game 5 natin dito sa series na to.
Kumbaga, doon na tayo makapanood. Team prequel bago tayo makarating sa Game 5. Or will Team Flash fall to another Korean team? Might just be their weakness here in the tournament so far. They have lost yesterday to ROLSTER for that grand finals bid, and right now they're looking to redeem themselves in this third place match against KWANGDONG FREECS. And KWANGDONG FREECS has their number so far with a 2-1 advantage here in this best of 5 series. So all eyes right now, all of the pressure is on Team Flash to extend this series to a Game 5.
With this, KDF, Zeki, again, back tayo dun sa same thing na sinasabi natin kanina. Pareho sila nag-start out to the bottom side of the map, so that just means that they want to invest a lot onto Maru and Shy. So this is really surprising rin. Mas classic talaga na pareho silang sa red side magsa-start, pero Zeki going to the bot side is a statement that they want Maru to dominate Shy onto the top lane, at ayaw nila paabutin dun sa point na yung ref walk ni Shy nakakatakot na.
Yeah, exactly. And yun na, a lot of the focus would really be on the top side. So do expect later on, pag nakita natin nag-recall tong si North, baka makita natin maglakad din siya, magpatcha kagad to the top side of the map. But Zeal with the flash. What a prediction.
What was that empty flash? And that's good. Kasi that's a good prediction nga kasi they wanted to go for a kill onto the mid lane, kaya nagsistay dun si Zexu. And that's why, with that stop, look at this, mid lane, they have the stun, they have the slow storm the volley, but they're not gonna continue.
Yeah, may I just remind everyone that Zeal is the newest addition here for the Freaks. He's a rookie in his own right. This is his first international stint and right now that was such a great read, right? Like, there's no pressure on this guy right now. He knows that he just needs to play the best Wild Rift he can at this point, and he gives his team a very good chance of closing out this tournament in third place.
Hindi siya nakampas sa muscles ni MT kanina kasi I was expecting nga yung face breaker na yon, was expecting the flash and even pop the ignite talaga kasi they wanted to commit a kill onto Zeal during that time kasi they have enough damage anyway. So this is interesting. KDF starting this up, wanting to gank onto the top side. Zeki is already in position if ever they want to go for it. Counter-Strike is here, pero hindi pa level 5 itong si Maru. So this is gonna be a big setup for both of their sides. They have the stun, they have the Sonic Wave. They are gonna go onto the backside. They're gonna flash in onto them, but Maru is now low on HP. Dragon's Rage not gonna be hitting onto Maru, and they're gonna back away.
That felt like Zeki just dared Zexu and tried to go in the bot lane.
Explosive cast onto North. Slow down itong si MT. Wala siyang flash, remember, kasi ginamit niya kanina during the fight. Chain of Corruption has been used by Taddy, and that's gonna be the Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming out to the bot side. Not a lot of damages yet, but still good play.
Yeah, good play right there. Now from KWANGDONG FREECS, we were able to punish the bot side of Team Flash, getting the first blood into the hands of Not. And also one thing I wanted to point out, I thought that the gold would be going on the Ashe kasi Ashe is the marksman, but no, actually the bot lane has been going to the hands of Not on this Gragas, this Ashe so far. And look at this replay, it's just a small catch right here from KWANGDONG, punishing the mistake from Team Flash, also recognizing that there was no flash on the side of MT. But yeah, going back, this Ashe right now is serving as basically a Senna in the bot lane. She's not the one getting the CS, it's Not who's getting this. And since Karma is already on the side of Team Flash, they had to go a different route. If yesterday we saw the Seraphine, KWANGDONG has answered it today with that Ashe.
Yeah. What's great about this now? What's great about the Ashe is that the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, hindi siya as helpful when it comes to sustain compared to Asena. Pero when it comes to CC, hindi kayo mauubusan ng slow. And that's what's great about this aspect from Acrobat. And for sure, makikita natin later on, yung Enchanted Crystal Arrow niya super spammable. And that is how they are gonna be taking a lot of kills in their favor. And pretty important to note din na with the amount of CC that they have here, pwede sila ma-take down. Baru would have free reign kung sino man yung tamaan ng CC nila.
Right, and that is some of the things that we are expecting to happen later on. As we know, Kwangdong FREECS has also great read on the macro side of the map now, and also just looking that maybe Mara was in trouble right there, but as I was talking about, they have good ways of looking at the macro. They have a good read, so immediately they recognize there's a lot of members of Team Flash not being shown on the map. Let's play it safe. Let's back off. Let's not put some damage on the turrets, and that gave some lease of life right now on Maro. But topside, a lot of focus.
Half
a lot of
HP
damage
against si Acrobat.
Oh nga.
That's just what? Ang lakas naman na sobra ng damage with just one Luden's Echo from Coyote, no? And na-force tuloy siya mag-back away. Na-off yung timing nila for this. They got vision out there, so they know that no one is going to be contesting this. Pero Zeki is still staying at this part of the map. Two members have backed away. Pero dahil they're taking a long time taking this down, nandito na ulit si Acrobat, and that's going to be good for the members of KDF to react to this. Remember, they have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow that they need to use.
Yeah, they have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. All sums up right now on Acrobat, so there could just be a fight right here.
Can reset. Go for a reset. Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto the backside. Explosive cast to get the damage. Coyote now low in HP. With that, the Interflamer is just going to be able to take them down. Send an Embrace. Not going to be able to help them out, but the Rift Herald has been taken by TF.
Team Flash had their eyes on the prize right there. Kumbaga, tutok lang sila doon sa goal nila, and the goal was that Herald. It cost them the life of Coyote, but at the end, they were able to get the objective. Now they have their hands on it, and dahil nga hindi pumwesto ang Kwangdong FREECS on the Dragon can be contested right here. But Team Flash, hindi pa nga sinisimulan ng KDF ngayon. So, we might see another fight for that Mountain Drake.
Mountain Drake fight. Pretty important na makuha rin to ng KTF kasi nga sinasabi nga natin, Zeki should go and try to take a kill onto the backside of things. But with the way things are going, 4v4 lang talaga magiging laban natin kasi hindi natin makikita si Shai at si Mara sa mga laban na yun.
Makakalimutan natin sila for the next maybe another 5 to 10 minutes in this game, no? Hindi nila alam, may CCTV, kitang-kita sila doon sa Blush na yon. But since the top laners or the Baron laners won't be joining the fight, a lot of the mental that's gonna happen here in the Dragon fight is the shoving of the lanes. If who has the better shove on the mid lane and the bot lane, sila yung papasok dito sa pit and trying to aggro it, might be trying to get that damage until a huge fight or a pick off ang mangyari dito for either of these teams. No one's gonna fully commit on this Dragon.
You have the Inspire. Last talaga ng damage nila against Acrobat, and that's why it's really unfortunate that Zigzu is now super low in HP. Starting out, what is that damage from Maru? Dalawang hampas lang yung ginawa sa kanya ni Maru, and Shai is just low in HP right now. They're starting the Mountain Drake. Pero looking at the top side, I think they might be a kill here. They have the Rip Walk that they can use later on, but here comes the jump. They have no flash, and that's why Shai is just gonna take that down. Take a long time. Showstopper gonna get used right here. El Seal is just in front of everybody. Zeki, they can go for the steal if ever they want. There's a breaks coming in, but they still were able to get it in the end. KDF take it, and that is why Zizou is now low in HP. Gonna be falling down. Empty is gonna be next on the chopping block right here. Acrobat and Not is gonna be a 3v2. Not a fight that you want to go for, but here comes the Haymaker. Not taking a lot of damage, but they're not gonna be continuing with this fight. A 2-for-1, but still taking KDF. No, low HP, but they got the tower down. Coyote is 1 HP down, but they can't even take the kill still. What
was that? What at the end though? Even though hindi naman napatay doon si Acrobat, KDF was able to get third to the top side.
Oh, that flash!
Maru!
Oh no,
no,
that is too aggressive for Maru. I think Maru is just a very dead Maru right here. Too aggressive to go for it. He tries to go, but he gets one! Okay, I was a doubter, but now I'm a believer. I'm so sorry about that.
What's happening here? Maru, we haven't really seen this player go for as deep of a dive as that. But going back to the replay right here, it's just a simple, clean kill from Maru. Nilakad niya muna si Shy. Sinabihan niya bago niya sinigurol yung kill with the jump and going into this dragon. Ang ganda doon ng steal ng KDF. What a great timing for them. They were able to get that, and then Kwangdong stayed a bit, but they weren't exactly punished, and Maru was just able to get one more kill, even though it was a 1v4 there in the mid lane. But here, top side, Herald has been...
Tama to kay Zizu. Oh, okay. Kala ko na tama. Buti na lang that Herald was able to take down the tower at the top side. But back to your point a while ago, Crazy Alpha.
Yeah, honestly, just saw Caesar right there with a bit of fancy beat. But going back, Guangdong Freaks, they're being very aggressive this game, and I don't understand if it's just an adaptation at this point, or they just had this hidden aggression. But still, games 1, game 2, we were talking about how Guangdong has been matching Team Flash tit for tat in every step, and this is just the evolution of that. Now Team Flash is has a lot of pressure. They have their backs against the wall. If they lose this,
These
arrows, man. But if they lose this, they're out of the tournament. They're gonna end at 4th place. So a lot of pressure on them, and you can feel it in their gameplay so far, not taking as many risks as they used to.
Remember, they don't have a lot of wave clear except for Daddy's aside on Team Flash. That's why they're being a bit careful on giving these towers to the members of KDF. That's why right now, you need to be aware of how they are going to go with this. Coyote can try to take a kill here if ever he has the damage here with the Guardian Fire. He's going to go in, counter strike up again, going to be able to get the stun. Acrobat, Enchanted Crystal Arrow in just a bit for this Coyote. I really feel na may inspire na siya. And that's going to be the damage. Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming in, the barrier and Flash burned, and that's a kill.
Yeah, that's a kill right there. And Maru 3-1-1 on this Jax. When he goes back to base, I believe ang mabubuo niya dito ay ang Blade of the Ruined King. And that's just gonna be so much damage.
Monster?
Diretso pa pala si Maru. Hindi niya tinalipikol niya. What's happening? Okay,
What
mid
is
lane.
that monster? Pero still, as we are saying, ito nga yung the Maru special, we can say. Kasi every time that he's holding this Jax, he's always gonna be, right, kanina hindi pa siya ganun ka-confident. Pero during the past 2 games, he built that confidence like a brick. And that's why right now, kahit hindi niya alam na makukuha niya yung kill, he's flashing in. And that's why it's scary. It's scary, this Jax is.
Ang laki ng difference for Maru, just to build on your point right there, when Shy doesn't have a champion that can contest him in lane. Diba? Yun yung naging problema doon na right now Shy is on this castle and he's scaling. Hindi niya kayang itulak si Maru, hindi niya kaya i-pressure, hindi siya nasa ulo ngayon ni Maru. Shy has been matching him for most of this series, but now given a different kind of matchup in their respective lanes, Maru is just doing his thing. He's just forcing the pressure, forcing the issue on Team Flash, and Team Flash needs to look for an answer. And it seems like the answer for Team Flash is trying to buy some time for the Kasdin to really scale up in this game.
We do have members here of KDF just looking at this differently right now, with them just going in for Zaisu if ever they need to. So the way that they're starting this is that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, if ever tumama to, could have been good. But because in there, KDF is just gonna back away again.
Back up. Hindi naman tayo nakakita na yung mga big fight, even though there was the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. But right now, mo-forma sila dito sa mid lane. Shelly, will he be able? Yeah, it looks like Shelly will be able to get that bonk in the mid lane.
Power, pero still, as he said, that's a big win kasi pwede nila i-take down, maybe take out, withdraw yung investment nila dun sa mid lane kanina. So this is gonna be a fight in where a lot of them are injured. So Shy needs to be careful about how he uses this rip-off. Remember, Zeal is waiting for them to just jump around, go in, try to get the stun onto the Ruthless Predator right here. They get the KDF down onto the backside. Look at Zeal. Zizu falls down. They want to go onto the backside. They're trying to run in, but they still got 2 kills in the end anyway.
Yeah. Guangdong Freaks able to get the dig, able to get 2 kills. If that went a little bit more south for Team Flash, we could have seen Guangdong again going for that Baron, but no, because it's only 2 members down. Right now, they're trying to do a bit of that maintenance work on the side lanes. You can see Maru going immediately to the bot side of the map, while just Guangdong. This is such a good. So far, This is such a commanding game for Guangdong. They're just reading Team Flash like a book. Zissou nearly being taken out of the fight. Hindi niya man na-try na i-steal yung dragon na yun. It just went to the side of Zeki, and Team Flash feels a bit lost in this game.
They really don't know what to do at this game. Kasi kita mo yung positioning ni Zeal during the whole time, nakahug lang siya dun sa wall kasi he knows that Zissou would come from there. And that's why he's just hugging the wall, waiting for Zissou to come in. And doon pumasok si Zissou, naka-ready yung Ruthless Predator niya. And sobrang unfortunate nun for Zissou kasi he was trying to steal, but nobody is giving him space kasi wala sila sa position to get that space that they wanted to. Kasi even Empty can't even go forward. And that's why KDF just knows how to answer TF right now.
Yeah. And Team Flash, they are the top team from Southeast Asia coming into this tournament. We as casters were looking at them as the main representative, one of the teams that we thought were heading to the Grand Finals. And unfortunately, yesterday, hindi sila nakalating sa Grand Finals. They did lose 3-2 against ROLSTER Y, which is yun yung makakalaban later ng RRQ. And if they fall here, for me, that is a question mark moving into international competition later on. There's still a whole, probably, if we do get there, probably another whole season, and probably Team Flash could rectify some of those mistakes. They're seeing it right now here. Red buff was
That is
actually
what's
secured.
scary, you know? That is what's scary about this. Like what we were saying, we're starting the fight round with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto Zissou. Gargoyle Enchant has been used, but they don't have enough damage to finish up Zissou onto the back lines. But they have the showstopper right here though. 3 members lang to. Pero still, they did some damage against Team Flash.
Yeah, good answer right there from Team Flash. They were able to take away the red buff that's being stolen by Zeki. But top side, Malu just doing Maru things. Trabaho lang.
Oh,
Jesus half HP. Hindi niya dapat gagawin. Oh, Habarts lang. Sa top side, tatakot ako dun para kay Zissou. If he went there, that was still a full health jack that would just immediately kill him. But yeah, going back to what I was talking about earlier, no, na it puts question marks on Team Flash. But at the same time, it does put question marks on Team Flash, but let's look at it from a different way. This is a good sign for the Korean region as a whole, and Zeki might be getting empty here.
Oh my, that's a lot of damage from Zeki. Even just upgrading the Taste of Fear just lets them get the cooldowns pretty fast. If ever i-start nila to, kasi remember, it's a Kha'Zix. Pwede na i-start yung Baron whenever they want to, pero what they want to go for is just get the Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto Zissou, and if hindi tumama kay Zissou, it's okay. They have the GA anyway. Stasis has been popped. Walang GA si Zeki. This is gonna be bad. Tumama yung kanina showstopper onto the backline, pero nakikita pa rin natin yung explosive gas. Tumama rin sa kanila, and that's a kill on the both of our junglers, and that's why trabaho nga lang si Maru sa bote. That's another tower down.
Sira lang ng tole. Sira lang ng tole. Let's go, Maru. This is what we saw for what was Shy doing, right? Earlier this series, si Shy naman yung ganun. Pero dahil nga yung champion niya doesn't really allow him to do that, si Maru ngayon naman, sabi niya, itabi mo na Shy, ako na muna gagawa ng trabaho mo. At yun na nga, sinira na niya 2 outer turret, 1 to the top lane, and now another in the bot side. And this feels eerily the playstyle that Team Flash has been doing the past 3 games, where they fight a 4v4 or a 4v5, and a different their Baron laner just shoves the lane. And it almost feels like Kwangdong FREECS are telling Team Flash, we can play your composition as well, we can play it as good as you. And again, this is a testament to the growth of the Korean region as a whole. We can talk all about how Team Flash, it's something that I brought up how Team Flash is maybe signs to, diba, that they're not really getting as far, but in a minute though, Zissou
again, tinamaan na naman with the Gargoyle Enchant, nakapag-back away with the plan, pero hindi pa rin sapat, and this is why KDF just took down the jungle, and they can start the Baron now.
Yeah, they can start the Baron. Kailangan na i-force to ng Team Flash. Ocean Drake is a vision. They're baiting it. They're baiting it out. Shy's going in.
Vision got the bait right there, and that's very smart for TF. Just vibe checking if ever nandun nga ba sila.
Yeah, and also at the same time, that's also some of the calls that Kwangdong is now adapting to. Because game 3, they gave out a Baron. Is this a top lane arrow? Buti ka na.
Uy!
Flash.
Nag-flash pa rin. Ito si Maru.
Yes,
Kasi gusto niya
that's
makapaglaban. He doesn't have any more flashes. So Coyote is gonna be here to go for a fight. But if ever nilabanan nila ito on a 3v1, that's not gonna be good unless they use the showstopper. Kasi Maru deals a lot of damage. Remember, they are just kiting him out. But look at this, the counter-strike. If ever tumama ito kay Shy, that's gonna be the kill onto their side. But still, he's surviving for so long. And that's why they bought some time. That's okay. It's a 4v, or rather, a 1v4 anyway.
Yeah, it almost became a 1v5. Maru, the beast on this Jax. Naintindihan na natin.
What?
Oh, kind of force lahat on the side of Team Flash. And again, unfortunately nga lang dahil namatay si Maru, that's still along that timer. At 19, almost 20 minutes into the game, that's 30 seconds that he's out. He's not gonna be alive when this Elder Drake spawns. And alam din to ng Team Flash na ito yung paboritong kunin ng mga Korean teams because they love the pressure that's coming out from this Elder Drake. Zeki, you're in full vision of calling. This is a bad time right there for Kwangdong.
Pero they can take this pretty fast. Remember, it is them. They don't have a lot of DPS kaya hindi nila kayang-kaya tapos ito na mabilis. Dito na agad si Zeki, nagtimaan na nga ng Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Dito na tayo sa likod si MTP, natay na agad si Zizu. And that's why they don't have any more jungler already onto the side of KDF. They want to follow this up. Pero are they gonna be able to? Because they look at the zoning just from Acrobat right here. They want to go in. Not is dealing a lot of damage with the stun as dice and dice to the Ruthless Predator. Transcendent Embrace is not gonna be doing anything much because that's gonna be the kill on the Shy. 3 people
Zeki
are down.
looking for the kill.
Zeki wants to get 4 and that is an isolated target but Zeki would kill for the Stasis. Enchanted Crystal Arrow tumbaba na naman doon sa likod and 1 HP. Itong dalawang members natin and they fall
it's
down.
over.
An ace for the members of KDF and they are looking for the win. Si Elder Drake tinatapos pa nga ni Maru kahit hindi na kailangan pero still, that's a win for KDF. Just one fight won them that game.
Yeah, and Kwangdong Freaks, they've done it. They've taken down Team Flash in this best of 5 series.
But hindi sila masaya.
Hindi sila masaya. They're not celebrating.
Bakit
The guy right there. Who's that guy? He's sleeping right now. It's just another day in the office for them. But anyway, congratulations to Kwangdong Freaks. They were able to take down, which was at the start of the tournament, the best team from Southeast Asia.
Team Flash just lost against KDF. We didn't have a lot of things to say about KDF, to be honest, at the first parts of this tournament. Pero nung huli, pinakita nila sa atin na right now, it's the evolution of the Korean teams and Team Flash are losing. They're losing the facings of the evolutions ng mga Korean teams natin. And right now, nasa top na. Right now, on third place match natin, nakita natin, Kwangdong Freaks are here at the top.
Yeah, and yeah, it's just a testament. We are right in front of, we're in the front seat, Dash, of seeing the growth of these Korean teams now overpowering Team Flash in this best of 5 series, winning the game 4. You can see in the post game right here, it was a team effort for Kwangdong, but Maru on that Jax for most of the game, he was unleashed kasi nga he was matched up against a Kassadin, and as we were talking about, Kassadin is almost not a champion for the first 4 levels. He's just a glorified minion, and for a Jax that has a bit more pressure than him, he's just gonna take that over.
Can we just say that Team Flash, feel ko, one of the things that very disadvantageous in Team Flash so far is Korean teams have always been up against them. Kasi remember, ROLSTER Y won against them. And also Kwangdong Freaks. So that means the strats that Kwangdong Freaks, or rather Korean teams have in general, Team Flash don't have a read on it right now.
Maybe na ito yung kryptonite ng Team Flash. Their kryptonite is the Korean squads, especially in this tournament, and something that I'll definitely look out for the next international competitions that will be having in the future for Wild Rift. And again, congratulations to Kwangdong, and I guess something na tayo ngayon kaya nila, gusto din nilang manalo ang ROLSTER Y. So we have to give extra energy now for our RRQ kasi sila ang nag-iisang nahuhuli dito na WCS representative.
True. And gusto natin makita na manalo nga yung RRQ. So sa lahat ng mga viewers natin, tawagin nyo na yung friends nyo. Kasi ang susunod na laban natin would be between RRQ versus Roster Y. Yun yung susunod na laban natin. Everybody excited, support RRQ. At kailangan natin talunin ang WCK teams. Kasi right now, WCS is at the backseat. But RRQ won't let that happen.
Yeah, hindi naman natin nakahayaan nun. That's still our region's pride on the line. We are, well, WCS right now is one of the best, and Korea is really trying to get that, take that away from us. And RRQ, lahat ng mga viewers na nakikinig pa sa amin ngayon, make sure to not leave your chairs. Just keep watching kasi RRQ na susunod
Get your
namin
snacks
match.
Lang,
Siguro kuha lang kayo ng snacks. Kung maghapunan na kayo sa harap ng computer nyo, doesn't matter. Magdila na kayo dyan. Yun nga, no? But yeah, as we are talking about the next match and how it's also Roster Y wanted to prove that it's not only their fellow Korean peers who are improving, na pati sila to really close the tournament out with the Korean team at the top. But let's go back to Kwangdong FREECS and their growth so far. With just it really, we at the start then as casters we after the huddle sinabi natin it's just only be Roster Y ang threat from Korea because they're the last hope, they're the best team, and everyone else is only playing second fiddle to them. But feeling ko ngayon na with what the FREECS have shown here, it's something more than that. They're really growing. Roster Y is not only the team that's the best, everyone else in Korea is also growing alongside with them.
Yeah, and yung face pa nila, ang bilis ng facing nila no when it comes to growing up sa evolution ng meta natin right now for the games. We haven't seen the Silent Samira. Honestly, ina-expect ko yung Silent Samira lumabas talaga during our games. Pero hindi natin nakita during the last games Pero yung mga lalabas pa na champions natin especially, yun yung mga for LCK and even for LPL. Gwen, the Vex, the Yone, pag lumabas yun, that is when they defined the meta nung lumabas yung mga champions na yun. And I am afraid of how that would shape out for WCK dito kasi pag lumabas yung Gwen lalo na mag-iiba yung meta sa top lane and sa Baron lane rather, and that is what I'm looking forward to sa next matches natin.
I'm looking forward to the Gwen, not as much as the Yone. I don't like dealing with the Yone. He's like, honestly, he feels like a more an easier and a more unfair Yasuo at times when you're going against it. But yeah, that is the next patch, and hopefully we do have more. We'll see more competition soon, showcasing those champions. Kasi for especially for our viewers right now who have transitioned or are picking up Wild Rift, not having any experience in PC, baka itong mga naibilig nyo sa amin just feels like a lot of expectations and just going over your head. But when you get to experience these champions, you know, and especially not only how unfair they are, but honestly, I find these champions fun to use, especially like Vex and Gwen, right? But yeah, going back to how the tournament has panned out so far, it's been we thought RRQ, Team Flash, and maybe another WCS team like Flash Wolves or Buriram would be joining them, right? And now it's the two Korean teams are very strong here.
And that's why I'm really excited to what's gonna happen between our games for today kasi excited pa rin ako with this kasi we have this one, the next games na coming in. RRQ versus Roster Y, sinasabi na nga rin namin kanina. And that's why everybody, this is gonna be a really, really exciting matchup for both of our teams right now, everybody. And now, what we can say is that we can go for a break kasi right now, everybody, get your dinner, get your snacks, sit tight, relax kasi it's gonna be RRQ versus Roster Y yung susunod nating laban. We have been your casters for today dito sa ating third place match. I was Dash and I was here with Crazy Apple. See you guys later on sa laban ng RRQ versus Roster Y.
gabi na mga kaibigan and welcome back sa Wild Circuit Asia Invitational 2022. I am GGsphere, syempre kasama ko si Autolose para sa mainit na Grand Finals match natin ngayong gabing ito between RRQ versus ROLSTER.
Mainit pero bumabagyo dito sa Pilipinas, Kuya Sphere. Sabay ng hangin na malakas ay ang suporta para sa Filipino team na una nating ipapakita. Para sa Pilipinas, ang maglalaro ay ang Rex Regumcon, Hyde sa top lane, Chaz para sa jungle, Helios sa mid lane, and then we have Marky na napunta kagad sa starting 5. Seryosong-seryoso kagad ang RQ dito. And syempre ang kanilang kapitan at support na si Exozen.
Yes, kumbaga simula pa lang, makikita natin kaagad yung main 5 dito ng RRQ. Compare sa mga previous matches nila during our group stage, na nakikita natin madalas na ginagamit nga nila or yung player nila na naglalaro is walang iba kundi si Viper. We saw that yesterday, Marky showing really good improvement. Kahit natagal siya nagtago, kumbaga nagtago nga siya sa at kaluluban at panahon na asilid natin.
Oo nga tapos napaka-relax. Gusto ko lang purihin yung hairstyle ngayon ni Kuya Helios. Jordan Clarkson. Parang ito yata yung import ng Pilipinas. No?
Liga yata ang laro.
Totoo. On the other side naman, nandito ang representatives ng WCK or Korea. At sila, wala pa silang talo. Sobrang lakas ng pinapakita nila so far dito sa tournament. You have Ratel in the Baron lane, Doh in the jungle, Haku sa mid lane, Luna and Nomel naman ang tatao sa baba.
Yes, kumbaga may lemon tayong prutas dito na pwedeng kainin. But, mga kaibigan, sabi nga ni Autolose, wala pang talo ang team dito ng ROLSTER. So, this is going to be really hard for RRQ na patunayan na sila talaga ang makakatalo sa mga Korean region teams natin dito. Pero, again, Autolose, excited ako dito. Ano pa sa tingin mo yung mas mainit na matchup pagdating sa mga laning phase natin? Ano yung pinaka-tingin mong mas mainit na matchup sa mga teams natin?
Lagi nating papanoorin at lagi tayong kailangan natin laging tignan syempre yung jungler ng RRQ at kung sino yung kanyang mga katapat. Syempre on the side of RRQ, we actually have the Baron laner na i-highlight sa ngayon. Nandito si Ratel. And we also have Hyde, one of the prodigal sons ng RRQ. Sa mga hindi nakakaalam, si Hyde ay yung starting Baron laner nila during the fall split ng WCSPH last year. Tapos nagkaroon lang ng konting shake-up. Pero ngayon, sa kanyang pagbabalik, ito na yung kanyang stats. 2.96 sa 3.58 KDA ni Kuya Ratel.
Medyo malaki, no? Konti lang naman yan. Pero I would say that is still a difference between these two players with regards to the Baron lane. Pagdating sa Baron lane natin, kahapon nakita natin si Hyde with regards to his picks dito. Nakita natin na isang beses gumamit siya ng Garen with the demolish. Talaga nagbigay ng pressure going against KD. Talagang gusto ko rin makita ito pwedeng gamitin dito ng RRQ. Pero eto na mga kaibigan, ang ating drafting phase. First ban, wala ba kundi karma kaagad?
Okay na, tanggalin na kaagad yung karma na masakit sa ulo dahil pwedeng nga i-pair up din sa Nasus sa pantanggal ng Senna Nasus. Pwedeng maiban dito ng RRQ ang Senna. Pero isa sa mga play na talagang gustong kong makita sa side ng RRQ ay ang Z ni Helios na kahit papano or so far in this tournament talaga nagbibigay ng sakit ng ulo sa kabilang team.
Yes, indeed. But, of course, we have Senna and Lucian. So, wala tayong mga jowables na pwedeng pagsamahin dito. At alam naman natin yan. Nakahapon, ginamit ni Helios si Lucian na naalala ko pa rin hanggang ngayon na naka-item ng mura mana kung saan talagang nakita natin kung gaano siya ka-effective dito with the usage of yung kanyang calling, just giving the pressure at konting bawas lang sa kanilang mga armor. Third ban, mukhang meron tayong Camille ban dito for RQ.
Yeah, Camille is going to be very safe ban para sa side ng RRQ pero madami pa tayong power picks na pwedeng simulan dito. Para sa side ng RY, sinabi nga natin over and over again para sa tournament na to, ang isa sa mga pinakamalaking improvement na meron sila ay yung mga playmaking supports nila tulad ng Set, tulad ng Nautilus. So kailangan din natin mag-ingat dyan. Remember, a couple of days ago, just Wednesday, 0-2 ang naging score natin sa RY. Pero pwede na natin kalimutan yun, Kuya Sphere, kasi 0-0 na eh.
Oo, reset na tayo dito. Kumbaga back to 0 na. Kumbaga hindi ko na naalala yung naging talo ng RRQ doon sa ating huling araw ng group stage. Ito din yung nangyari din kahapon. Mabot tayo ng game 5. Unang pick kagad. Gragas para yata ito kay EXO or kay Chas. Hindi ko pa alam. Malalaman natin yan. Pero ang respondent dito ng ROLSTER Y ay si Renektoy.
Oy, 5 wins and 1 loss para dito sa Renekton ni Ratela. Talagang ito yung focal point ng RY no? Ever since Horizon Cup talagang nagpapakitang gilas itong si Ratel. At dahil dyan, talagang ini-invest sa kanya ng RY yung resources nga na kailangan niya para makapag-perform. Naku po, ito na nga ba yung sinasabi nga natin, pairing pa ng playmaking support ng Korea. And I think that's going to be set going to the support role.
Alam mo naman, pag pinagsama lagi yung Renekton at saka Set, remember, nakita natin
Ayun
yan
na.
before, we witnessed it. But in response to that, you're
Ayan
gonna
na.
be saying, what's up sa'yo mga kaibigan? Z and Ziggs, dalawang Z. Ilista mo na, double Z.
Naku, Kuya Spear, Z ng Pilipinas tong si... Naku, naaalala nga natin kahapon lang, Kwangdong Freaks, walang naging sagot sa Z split push ni Helios. Marami ng teams na pinahirapan itong Z ni Helios, and I think this is actually a very good start para sa RQ. In 3 picks na meron sila, lahat staple, Gragas para kay Exosen, or kay Chaz, tapos Ziggs papunta kay Marky.
Pwedeng pure AP na Gragas na naman ito as usual for Exosen, or maybe a tank build para sa kanya. We've seen it before, nakita natin kung gaano ka-effective yung kanyang mga explosive cast dito to set up a team fight para sa kanilang team. ROLSTER, we're gonna be seeing a Varus para sa kanilang AD carry in the bot side dito. Nasasabayan yung poke ng AP natin with AD.
True. Ito yung, I should say, medyo redefined na Varus. Nagkaroon to ng matinding adjustments over the course ng off-season na meron tayo. Dati talagang pwede mo siyang i-full lethality or full armor penetration build para talagang poke is the name of the game. Pero nga dahil nga sa mga adjustments na kanyang na-receive, nakakakita na tayo ng iteration of a Triforce Varus. So pwedeng makita natin yan mula dito kay Luna. Kasi kahapon din si Luna, napakainit niyan on that 4K. Nagulat na nga lang din ako na Varus yung priority over that 4K.
Baka nga meron silang ibang plano dito, no? Alam mo naman ng mga teams, lagi natin nakikita na meron silang tinatago pagdating pa ng Grand Finals, tsaka lang nila nilalabas. And having a Varus, I would say this is going to be very lethal for RQ. They have to be very careful sa mga poke na potential na pwede niya magawa dito. And at the same time, since you mentioned, yung Trinity Force build, pwede rin yan pag close gap, diba? Close fight. Kung kahit lalaban din sila dito with the attack speed and damage that he has. Garen will be removed. Olaf, medyo may konting trauma ka. Ramdam nila yan. At alam nila kung pwede yung gamitin ni Kuya Chaz and Helios yung dalawang champion na yan. Rather, hide also with that Garen. You can see Cassidy is going to be last one dito for RQ para ma-deny potentially the mid laner of ROLSTER Y.
Nabasa ng RY yung performance ng RQ recently where kapag ka Garen itong si Hyde, mataas talaga yung kanilang chance na manalo. Ganun talaga sa laro ng Wild Rift, kailangan talaga merong isang lane na magsasakripisyo, yung tinatawag nga natin na weaker lane, di ba? Or less dominant lane, samantala magpo-focus ka naman sa baba o sa gitna. Pero that being said, this is also a deny pick para sa side ng RY. Kukunin nila si Riven na paborito rin ng RRQ.
Kuya Otto, Lee Sin open, Kha'Zix open, ang daming pwedeng kunin dito na jungle coming in from RQ. Kung hindi man nila gagawin jungle dito si Gragas, but syempre with regards to the playstyle of Chaz, I don't think nakukunin nila ito as a jungle player or a jungle champion. So again, as I mentioned, may Lee Sin tayo, may Kha'Zix tayo, so marami pa pwede makuha dito. Ang RQ, fourth pick muna itong sirakan. Ako po, jungle Gragas.
Jungle Gragas. Pwede pa mag-Z Baron lane. Marami pa talagang option dito. Pinapakita na kagad ni Coach Kyle.
Ayan!
Na pagdating ng drafting phase.
Teka lang, hide Gragas, pre.
Hide Gragas, okay. So, ayun na nga, nagkaroon na nga ng flex picks dito. Kahit tayo naguguluhan dito, and this is a welcome sight para sa Filipino fans. Again, guys, this is a best of 5. Makauna dito, syempre, malaking bagay na yan. And speaking of Lee Sin, ang Lee Sin ay mapupunta sa ROY. So, Kha'Zix versus Dosin.
Dosin na pick. Kumbaga, Lemon will be securing the last pick para sa kanila. At kaya na sinabi natin dito, we're gonna be seeing a set in the bot side together with Varus. Habang kalaban nila dito, syempre, Rakan, yung Kuya Exo. Wait lang. Teka lang wala naman. Akala ko hindi naman pwedeng mag-remid Rakan sabay support dyan tayo dito, di ba? But wow, this is going to be very interesting, kaibigang Otto, no? Having Hyde with that grass, especially in the top side. Again, we normally see it with the full AP build. And also, we've seen that with Kwangdong Freaks kung saan sobrang sakit. Isang explosive cast lang, hilong-hilo ka na talaga.
Ako kung ako ang papipiliin mo rito, pwede ko na talagang i-off tank itong Gragas Dahil sapat na yung damage na meron sila. They have Kha'Zix, they have Zed. even the Ziggs can actually deal a lot of damage. And ang pinakapapansinin natin dito, Sphere, is kung paano yung laning phase ng Gragas versus the Renekton. Gragas can actually outpoke itong Renekton to a point that Renekton will have to think twice to go for those engages. And remember, Gragas is actually very tanky as well. So yun yung mga kailangan talaga ng mga Baron laner natin, the sustainability, the ability to not die on dives. So I'm actually liking this pick coming from that Baron lane ng RRQ.
Yes, pwede, no? Gas of Undying topside against Renekton. Alam mo yung pwede nilang gawin dito. It also will matter kung gaano din kaganda yung magiging rotation ng ating mga support. They have said, they also have Rakan together with yung mga mid laners natin na talagang madalas tumilipat ng mga lanes dito. Most specifically the top side to make sure that they can go for the shutdown. At the same time, mapigilan talaga nila na makapag-sustain at makapag-farm yung kanilang mga top laners dito, especially going for that first tier turret kagad sa ating game. Pero, mga kaibigan, excited na ba kayo? Kasi excited na kami. Panoorin muna natin ang ating intro video. Here we go mga kaibigan para sa ating Game 1 sa ating Grand Finals RRQ versus ROLSTER Y. Mainit pa kahit medyo maulan. Simula ng laban natin dito. Starting with, of course, Helios sa ating mid-side going against Haku sa kanyang Riven.
Ang mga Lodi laban sa mga Opa. Kuya Sphere.
Kuya
Diba?
Oo, tama.
Sabi, nakabasa ako ng comment ng mga kuya nga, laban nga sa mga Opa. Pero looking at, of course, our laning matchups, syempre, unang-una na titignan natin dyan is going to be Helios going against ito kay Haku. Si Haku, hindi natin siya madalas nakikita kasi si Zero, yung kanilang starting mid laner. When his number is called upon, talagang nagpapakitang gilas nga itong bagong mid laner ng ROLSTER Y.
Yes. Kakakita niyo yan. Early pressure kagad. Speaking of pressure, bot side, gamitin na kagad ng Blood Enders dito para kay Exosen. Pero tamang pang-amba lang kasi level 1 pa lang naman. So wala pa mangyayari bakbakan. Tamang chill start tayo dito. Laning phase pa lang naman. Also with the mid side, we're seeing that Haku is going to against dito sa kaibigan natin si Helios. Pero yung top side, nagkahampasan. May surfboard. Meron siyang barrel dito. Naku po! First blood! Body slam! Tinampas ng kahit anong pwedeng i-pass. And that's going to be the first blood.
Kailangan niya mag-ingat dito. Nagmamadali si manager to. Okay, spotted ng ward. Si Lee Sin. Solo bolo. Hide. Very clutch on that top lane. Engage niya yung sinasabi nga natin. Makunat ang isang Gragas. Hindi mo talaga pwedeng ismulin yan kapag ka nag-greedy ka sa kanyang health bar. Mahihirapan ka talagang patayin yan. Pero itong si manager to, kinukuha na yung blue buff.
Oo nga, RP, medyo early aggression din coming in from ROLSTER Y in response to what happened in the top side dito. Alam nila na nag-recall si Kuya Hyde. They have the information, so Dot took the opportunity to go for the blue buff dito sa kanyang champion. Also, with that first blood, meron siya kagad catalyst. Medyo makunat na kanina, mas kumunat pa lalo.
Totoo, sustain is the name of the game and most likely going for a very early Rod of Ages. Alam naman natin na ang Rod of Ages, mas maaga mong mabuo mas mabilis mong mapapa-full stack. Sa may bot lane tayo, we have Exosen and Marky. Pumipilit dito si Nomel
Aray, masakit Masakit ang poke dito ng dalawang champion na ito. Alam natin lahat kasi Seth, compare kay Rakan, hindi ka magamit ng mana. Kumbaga, pwede talaga maging aggressive yan. Pwede niyang patuloy na hampas-hampasin, iuntog sa kanyang muscle, yung kanyang kalaban dito. And that is going to be a disadvantage for RQ. Right now, kailangan nilang mahuntay pa. Si Kuya Chas na makatulong. Phage, umuwi si Ratel after may clear yung wave sa top side. Pero that's 500 gold difference or 600. Around that numbers, kagad namang dito si Kuya Hyde. Top side, suntukan pa lang, hampasan lang. And namang si Hyde dito because of the Grass of Undying.
Si Kuya Chaz nasa top lane Pwede pa tayo makakita ng another kill. Pinapanood natin yung mid lane. Inaabangan ng ating mga spectator ang paggamit ng dalawang mid laner natin ng kanilang mga ultimate. Pero kita mo yung mga amuyan ng ating mga players dito. They are now sending 2 supports on the top side. Okay, ito na yata yun.
Ito na yung sinasabi natin kanina Before this game started, this is how the players playing right now. This is the meta, di ba? Early aggression towards the Baron lane. That's more of the focus right now ng mga teams dito. 3-minute mark, wala man mangyayari. Nagkaroon sila ng konting kaluguyan doon because of the stay. Yung tinagal nila na pag-stay sa top side natin. Pero nagkakaroon ng bagbakan na sa ating mid side. Mukhang mahuhulog dito sa Exos. Ginamit ang kanyang grand entrance pero grand exit muna ngayon. Kasi hindi naman tumama. Tamang disengage lang mga tropa natin. Nakuha yung kanilang red buff.
Ang init ng rotations ng magkabilang team dito, talaga nagkakaamuyan sila. At hindi nila hinahayaan na magkaroon ng easy access yung magkabilang jungler for a gank path. Wala pang ang gank na nangyayari so far in this game number 1. GGsphere, pakiramdaman pa lang talaga.
Oo, there was an attempt in the top side pero hindi nila pinuli commit. Medyo delikado naman. Tsaka wala silang bush na pwedeng taguan, especially top side yan. Remember, sa bottom lane for the blue side. Na-stand dito with the Root Spiritor coming from Ratel. Or side, pero kuha ng ating Scuttle Crab sa bot side naman. Alam mo, parang mukhang amoy long game to Mukhang matagal tong laban na to kasi 4 minutes mark, may isang first shot tayo, solo kill pa. At again, as you mentioned, wala pang rotation na nagaganap tungkol sa mga attempt na ginawa nila. Pero topside, nagkaampasan, dinamit ang Dominos, explosive kasi
ingat lang muna, ingat.
Sakto! Hindi niya nahipan! Pre, pag yung ignite, hindi mo nahipan, mamamatay ka talaga.
Ay, loko po! Sorry! Topside! Itong si Hyde nagpakita na. Nako so far dito sa tournament, kanina nga pinakita sa stats, lumalamang sa KDA si Kuya Ratel Nako po, hindi mo yata kilala itong si Kuya Hyde na kapag ini-small mo, mas lalong umiinit. Itong si pinipilitin niya na maabot itong si Hyde, pero wala na, magre-recall na yan! Bye-bye, Betchin!
Bye-bye ka muna, Kuya Oso. Now, disengaging siya dito. Nakarating naman si Kuya Arthur sa top side natin, pero that's a big chunk of wave na nawala sa kanya against kay Hyde. Again, as you mentioned, 2 solo kill. With now, he has yung kanyang Glacial Shroud, potentially going for a Frozen Heart or an Iceborne Gauntlet for the... Uy, grabe naman, look at the move! Ang ganda naman ang paggamit yun ng Death Mark. Pero si Haku, tamang disengage lang din. May shield siya doon with the Valor and he will survive that.
Pwede na. Trading lang ng mga ultimates, pero si Chaz itong kunin, itong Rift Herald. 4 members ng ROI nandito, pwede tayong makakita ng isang matinding clash dito. Pero poke game ang paparanas dito ng ROI. Waiting for the timing, half health.
Kalahati na ang buhay ng ating referral dito. Pero nakapwes na lang members of RQ para magkaroon sila ng skill potential. Going in! Exclusive ka! Saluin mo! Mga kaibigan na Mega Fair dito. And there's going to be Ratel disengaging. Pero naglaho! Nawala yung Crocodile! Si Nomel! Naging Lemon! Hinahabol nila dito. Nag-throw dito. Hinabouncing bomb! And the 80 chasing him down. Buhay yung ating Dragon. Nakuha ng RQ ang referral. And that's going to be 5-0 para sa kanila.
5 kamote Rift Herald summon sa itaas. More tower plating para sa side ng RRQ, and in 6 minutes, this early game is in the hands of RRQ.
Ako po, they are the driver's seat indeed, kaibigang Otto. Napakagandang simula para sa kanila. Look at that team fight. That is what RRQ want, yung choke point. They have the AUE. They also have the damage. That is the strong point of having a 6 sa kanilang lineup dito. We have the Dragon up. Lamang dito sa pwesto ang RRQ. We're seeing that Ratel is gonna try to trade the top side na lang dito instead of responding towards the Dragon. And nabasa yan ni Hyde. Hyde going there as well with the flash being burnt kanina sa ating team fight, pero may ignite siya dito Exhausted also starting the Dragon. The rest of the members of ROLSTER Y will just let this one go. Uncontested Dragon.
Pero kailangan mag-ingat ni Kuya Hyde sa may bandang itaas kasi nandun si Kuya Nomel. Pero madedefend niya yung tower. Good defense. Yun yung mga pinaka-importanting bagay. Remember, meron pang Mega Inferno Bomb na pwedeng gamitin dito si Marky just to support etong ang Fed member na nga ng RQ 5-0. Kill participation 100%, yung sinasabi na nga natin.
Dinamit niya yung kanyang explosive cast para maklear kagad yung wave doon. Pero Lotus Predator will be securing that first tier top side dito. 1-1 yung ating turret. Pero naging 2-1 na after RQ destroying that first tier turret bot side dito. Mag-isa sa kaibigang Haku sa bot side. Pero Hyde just making sure that he has the vision dito. Exo is coming in. Safeguard out para itong si Doy makatakas doon. Gun entrance not connecting for now. And still, lamang pa rin ang RQ. Lamang talaga dito Spear. And on the top side, nakita nga natin Mega Inferno Bomb plus Explosive Cask wasn't actually enough. Hindi naman natin pwedeng smallin etong ROI kasi alam naman nila na kailangan nila talagang gawin yung mga trades na yan kapag sila ay lugi. And so far, kitang-kita naman natin sa scoreboard and sa gold lead na meron dito ang RRQ na malaki talaga ang kalamangan ng RRQ, and going for that 5v5 will automatically or 70%, 80% of the time would favor nga yung winning team, which is RRQ. So sa ngayon, stalemate lang din muna tayo. Let's look into the itemizations, and wala namang special itemizations tayong nakikita sa ngayon. Except for this new Kindle Jet para dito kay Hyde. Yeah,
this could be IBG. Iceborne Gauntlet.
IBG. Indeed, RP. Parang hybrid tank bruiser AP yung gusto niya maging build dito, having that Kindle Gem. And surprisingly, di ba, normally, pag aggressive ka, you're gonna go for the Shin first. But having these items, just to make sure lang, no, playing it really safe lang. Tanky, hindi gaanong masakit, pero medyo masakit na medyo makunat. Parang gano'n. Gusto niya gawin dito. 8-minute mark, 9 minutes ang ating sunod na laban dito for sure. Or 10 minutes when the referral respawn. But wait, inuhuli si Exosen. Doon medyo malalim ka, manager to. Delikado yan, Exosen yan. Madulas yan, dati sa Rakan. Also has being multi, pero wait lang. Helios on both sides as well. 3 members dito ng ROLSTER ay nakaipit sa loob. Mega further bump to the minion wave.
4v3 to, ha?
Successfully clearing yung ating mga minor minions dito. Pero may cannon pa sa loob. Explosive cast. Rather, yung kanyang showstopper, Death Mark, para dito kay Kuya Do. Nakuha ka agad na buhay na Explosive. Masyado siya malalim doon. And that's gonna be a kill for them and a turret for ROLSTER.
Yeah, it was a 4v3 kaya nag-hesitate yung RRQ to really fully defend that tower dahil nga itong ang si Hyde at si Chaz yun nag-body-body dun sa may bandang itaas and they tried to take down the second tower. Overall yung trade na yun, actually hindi nga trade yun eh. That's a very good comeback from ROI dahil hindi lang isang kill yung nakuha nila. They were able to get down the tower on the top side but Rift Herald is already alive here.
Rift Herald indeed. 10-minute mga kaibigan sa ating game dito. Damang sa pwesto ng RQ. We're seeing that Haku is just returning back towards sa ating Rift Herald. Damang pa rin ng RQ it comes to the position. But we're seeing that the poke being there. Binabato lang yung kanilang bouncing bombs dito together with the barrel roll coming from Hyde. Makikita mo naman paikot-ikot si Kuya Luna. Medyo nakakahilo kung yung Baros dito. Pero si Do, nakita na mga kaibigan na Exhausted. Ginamit tayo kanya. Execute the bet. Ginamit tayo kanya fitness. Pero di naabot. Ang next target. Dalawa! Yung tinama doon sa taas. Si Kuya Lemon tsaka si Kuya Haku. Delikado ka nilang buhay dito. Nakuha ka nga si Kuya Luna. Now they're chasing down si Haku. But Haku, ang laki na kanyang espada. Medyo delikado ka nilang sitwasyon pag pinilit nila dito. Pero up ng ultimate dito. I mean, all of the ultimates of Varg has been used already. Securing the referral for themselves. And that's going to be a successful team fight para sa kanila.
Yun ang kagandahan na meron kayo isang Gragas kapag ka naalangan kayo sa isang laban, pwede mong gamitin yung explosive cast for a disengage. Even has that option para maging engage tool yung explosive cast ngayon. And Helios getting that kill. They're not stopping here, Kuya Sphere.
Oh no! Pumasok si Jazz dito, ginamit ang kanyang leap, ginamit ang Void Spike as well. Pero mukhang makakatulak pa si Kuya Shelly hanggang second tier turret. Remember, masakit yan, mahirap yan pag nagkataon. Babaga nga ba? Boom! Prickly trap!
Shoot na shoot! Alright. And then Chaz, buwan na lang din ng blue buff dito sa may bandang ibaba. This is actually, I would say, ripple effect. Pero on the top side, yeah, okay lang. Hindi maghaharutan itong ang dalawang mid laners na meron tayo. Again, just going back, ripple effect yan cause and effect. Kapag ka nakuha mo yung Torre, naibangga pa nga yung Rift Herald onto the second tower, easier access para sa jungle. So kanina pa nga nagkakaroon tayo ng invasion from Do dun sa blue buff dito ni Kuya Chaz. Pero gumanti na ngayon si Kuya Chaz and that's actually good. Now, going back dun nga sa sinabi nga nating itemization, meron na ako nakikitang medyo interesting. And that's going to be Luna, Muramana, plus a Nashor's Tooth. This is actually yung on-hit talaga na build ng isang Varus. Mamaya explain natin in detail kung ano yung meron sa AP Varus.
Baga wala pa kasing Rage Blade, kaya ito muna, ginamit ang kanyang Dragon's Blade para exhausted, pero Melky Firebomb, na naman ito damage is going to be there para sa RQ. Makuha nila ang buhay ni Kuya Nomel, naging lemon siya, and wasok niya tamang flash out lang, sabay leap out, walang mahuhuli si Haku, too late, not to apologize. Dragon is up, luwang HP ng mga RQ dito, ginamit ang kanyang ulti para magkaroon ng initial damage against RQ. Again, as I mentioned, low yung din ng mga HP dito, so Dutik they can try to steal this one, but buhay pa rin si Jazz, mga kaibigan. With that low HP, he can do anything, he can still attempt for the Dragon, but I don't think ipilit pa ng ROLSTER. Why? Kasi wala silang jungler.
That's true. And ang kagandahan din para sa side ng ROI doon ay nirespeto nila yung potential nito nga ni Marky at ni Hyde. Kung bumabad sila doon, this is a Mountain Dragon, one of the healthier dragons that we have in the game. So talagang tatagal sila doon to a point na makakabalik si Chaz at si Helios. And so far talagang hindi pinapahinga ng RRQ ang ROI. Forman, dito ang ROI. Tingnan natin kung magkakaroon ng engage dito si Nomel.
Pinilit mga kaibigan, ginamit ang kanyang flash doon. Pero ginamit ang Dragon Slash. Taba muna ni Helios. Deathmark, Vince. Paano na kaibigan, Luna nilang bot. Nawala na kanyang kanyang HP dito. Saan ka pupunta? Pauuli ka muna. Bilangan muna ng kamote. Si Leon ang next target natin para si Haku. Sinusubukan maging pulis na makakapag-clean up sana pero
Ratel!
si Kuya Ratel, isa pang palo. Nakuha nila ang buhay. Haku will be there chasing down Exosen. Si Marky, tulungan nyo. Nakawang disengage with the rubber ducky duck. Tumalon over the wall.
Ang ganda nung satchel out. Sabi ni Kuya Marky. Ay, what a usage of that ultimate of that second skill dito ni Marky just to make sure na mag-survive siya doon. Natatakot na ako para sa buhay ni Kuya Marky. Katabi niya na nga yung dalawang members dito ng ROI, but you know, lost in all those limelight yung ability dito ng RRQ to really survive those heavy engages, and ang nangunguna talaga sa lahat ay itong ang si Hyde on this Gragas. Napakakunat na niyan. And kung ikaw yung RRQ, talagang gugustuhin mo na sa kanya talaga ibuhus lahat dahil yung itemization na meron siya, naku, napakakunat. Nakita mo naman, binuhusa agad sa kanya lahat. Napakakunat niya. Although the stasis was actually there to prevent the inevitable para dito kay Luna, you could see, you know, the cause and effect of what happens kapag nag-focus down ka ng tanks.
This is the trend that Helios is giving to the rest of the members of ROLSTER. Why? All of them being forced to go for a stasis instead of a gargoyle stone plate. Kasi alam nila na pwede silang ma-burst down, pwede silang makatanggap ng sobrang sakit na damage dito with that death mark itong si Helios. Pero always the priority, Luna. Nakita natin na hindi siya nagkaroon ng pagkakataon na makapag-free hit kanina kasi the moment that they try to go for hide, tinaguan lang siya. Sinaro lahat ng damage dito at sabi mo nga kaibigang Otto, napakakunat niya.
Napakakunat na talaga. Actually, isa sa mga pinamagandang shredder ng mga tanks ay ang EP Varus dahil percent health. Yung tinatanggal kasi or tinatapyas ng Blighted Cleavers or pag-active yung Blighted Cleavers. So, yung paggamit dito ng Varus ng ROI is actually very, I would say, very understandable. Pero hindi kasi talaga siya pinaglalaro ng Wild Rift dito ni Helios and Company.
Kaya na, napakaganda naman. Exhausted baiting the enemy team using yung kanyang fitness dito. Pero tumalon!
Uy, yun na naman,
oh! Chas para kay Luna. Hay, nagtatago, kinabang explosive cast. Pero nakapag-flash out siya.
Ay, naku!
Nakupo, naipit. Tinabahan siya ng ulti dito ni Kuya Varus. Naroot siya doon. Ito na si Kuya Lemon. Lemonade, makahabol nga ba? Si Exhausted, na-joke na niya. Tinamit tayo kanyang gantetas. Pero gantex-hit. So stop para doon sa kalaban niya. Pero hindi na pinanggang.
Ang ganda ng front
to delay damage dito. Napakakulat ang members of RQ. And si Chat, chasing down si Haku. Mamatay nga ba si Chat? Pero dyan agent yan. Kumbaga meron niyang kaduo na nakatago sa liblib na lugar. And that's going to be 3 champions falling down into the hands of RRQ. Baron is open.
Mainit na mainit ang RRQ dito. Halos lahat ng galaw nila ay pinaparusahan nila ang RY. Diretso sila sa Baron. Medyo risky to, Kuya Sphere.
Oo, super low yung kanilang mga HP dito. Pero okay lang yan. High going in. Dinagin naman ang ulti. Pero reto na. Luna! Nasa si Luna. Nawala bigla. Nadali nila doon ang isa. Nadali ba ang dalawa? It's going to be an ace for them. And straight to the Baron. And they could potentially end this game sa susunod pa na team fight.
Hindi na pinaglalaro ng Wild Rift dito si Luna. Nung on-hit Varus, hindi ka nga makapana from a distance just because of the gap closing skills na meron dito ang RRQ. Hindi talaga nila pinapahinga dito ang RY. Ang kanilang award doon is going to be the Baron buff. 16 minutes, 17 minutes pa lang tayo, Kuya Sphere, pero nangangamoy 1 sorry na para sa RRQ.
Parang ang ganito na ERP 16-3 score. Diba? Kumbaga, isang miraculous team fight na lang ang magdiligtas dito sa ROLSTER. Why? Hindi magiging bias ha. Obviously, kita-kita naman sa ating stats ngayon, no? Kung gaano kalaki yung lamang.
Sinong bias turo nyo?
Wala. Ituro nyo mga kaibigan. Ituro nyo ngayon sa comment section. But eto nga, slowly but surely, nakikita natin nag-group sila ngayon. Bot side dito with the barba pa sila. Pero sino pa palayo? Si Kuya Exos, napakulat naman yan. Si Hyde, dalawa na sila! How are you guys still alive? Napakulat nyo naman. Pero si Exos na nakuha. Isang sakripisyo. Kasama niya si Hyde dito. Pero ito na si Helios. Ang isang ninja. Taijutsu, ginamit niya dito. At nahuli nila ang summoning technique mga kaibigan. Sabi ko sa'yo, huling team fight na yun. At ito na, nakapis na nilalaban.
Matagal man kaming nawala pag binigyan nyo kami ng Grand Finals. Ito ang mapapalaan nyo. RRQ gets game number 1.
Amin na. Amin muna ang Blackpink sa game 1.
Amin na rin si Jungkook.
Amin muna sila Jungkook mga kaibigan. That game 1. What a huge game, RP, para sa ating RRQ. And imagine, with all that happened yesterday sa ating KWANGDONG FREECS matchup, pinakita nila ngayon how dominant they can be sa mga susunod pa na laban.
Mainit na mainit ang RRQ actually from the get-go execution nila at the back, syempre ng MVP na talagang i-highlight natin ngayon. Sambahin natin, purihin, magbigay-pugay kay Kuya Hyde in the Baron lane on this Gragas. Kinontrol niya si Ratel na talagang siyang star player ng RY. Star player ka pala sabi ni Kuya Hyde. Now looking at the scoreboard right now, 6-2-13, 19 kills out of 21. Si Hyde yung may pakala.
Nako, RP. Alam mo, maraming doubters Maraming doubters si Kuya Hyde. Nakikita natin yan sa mga comment section. Pero ito yung patunay na ako to. Na ako si Hyde. Kaya ko talagang balagbagin yung kahit na sinong top laner. And it shows, diba? Pinakita niya talaga. Look at the graph. Gold natin dito. Went straight to RRQ. Nagkaroon na ng konti simula. Of course, coming in from our roster Y. But 28% damage. You could have imagined that is a Gragas na medyo tanky. Na medyo damage, pero siya pa rin ang highest damage.
Naku po, all in one, Kuya highest damage death na tangke, no? Looking at the replays, ito yung simula ng lahat Ruby Crystal kasi, si Kuya Hyde. Naku po, si Kuya Ratel, hindi talaga niya nire-respeto yung prowess na meron ng isang Gragas top lane. He's actually one of the tankier top laners na meron pang kasamang damage, and yung fade away kill doon ni Hyde, talagang adding insult onto the injury of RY.
Talagang sinugatan nila ng bahagya dito. Ang laki ng tulong, ang laki na actually early lead na nakuha dito ni Kuya Hyde sa top side. Ang laking pag-shutdown sa overall na performance dito ng roster Y. I've seen though, attempting to go for the top side with the shutdown, pero those, I think 3 times na nakita natin, na sinubukan niya yung top side na yun, wala siyang naging successful attempt na nangyari. And there are some mistakes coming in from ROLSTER Y as well. In which nakita lang natin dito yung showstopper na ginagamit nila kay Hyde na sobrang kunag. I think they didn't expect that. Remember, yung second skill dito ni Gragas, pag ginamit niya, pag uminom siya ng kanyang barrel dito, will give him the tankiness that he need. Also, some regeneration, not that much, but still, yung tankiness niya.
And di dala ka rin kasi sa tabi ni Luna. Tapos si Luna hindi na nga nagamit yung kanyang summer spells doon. Ito yung isa sa mga pinaka-exciting na team fight na ginawa ng RQs dito sa larong to. Yung front to back na meron sila. Yung, alam mo yung pag-take ng turns? O, ikaw naman engage. O, atras ka muna. Pa-hold down ka ng skills. O, atras kami naman. Ganun talaga yung ginagawa dito ng RQ. And again, so far, dito sa game number 1 natin, magandang panimula to para sa Filipino team.
Kumbaga, palitan tayo no? Juggling talaga. And this is a really good start, mga kaibigan. Remember, this is just a best of 5. Diba? This is the best of 5. And this game 1, we keep on mentioning this kanina sa ating simula pa lang ng ating grand finals na it will really matter. It will also give the momentum para sa RQ. And syempre, medyo masusugatan ng bahagya yung puso dito ng ROLSTER Y. Pero, uy! Eto na yata.
Substitution!
Ops, foul! Stop. Palit muna. Stop.
Tabingin, ito ang si Zero na ito talaga yung naging starting mid laner na meron sila. Even during the Icons Global, itong si Haku pinapasok nila to really change the tempo of the game. Pero sabi ng coach ng RY dito, let's stick with what we have with what we have working para sa atin for the longest time, and that is Zero going in the mid lane.
Siyempre, kailangan na nila ipasok yun, Herb. Kasi pag, alam mo naman, hanggang ngayon, 0 pa din yung kanilang win dito sa ating Grand Finals. Pag kailangan na ipasok para magkaroon nila siguro ng 1. No? But, again, eto nga sinasabi natin dito. Hindi naman, ako personally, looking at the match mismo natin, I don't think Haku underperformed in this game.
No.
It's just a matter of overall, diba, na ginawa ng RQ sa kanila, na kahit siguro pumasok si Zero, tignan natin kung maging 0 pa din yung kanilang win sa game.
Actually, napakaganda nung point na sinabi mo dyan, Sphere. Kasi yung mga trading na ginagawa niya against kay Helios, very calculated at hindi naman nagkaroon ng solo kill si Helios doon. Remember, Helios is actually very famous in getting that solo kill sa mga duels na meron yung Riven versus Zed, and yung mga Assassins versus Assassins na meron tayo. So, I think this goes beyond what we see, and it has something to do with the comfort. Maybe it has something to do with the shot call, with the priority ng resources nga na meron tayo. A lot happens in the Wild Rift game, pero isa lang naman yung talagang naging problema nila kanina yun ay si Kuya Ratel in the top lane. Pero wala kasi silang sub-baron laner Ngayon, medyo kumpiyansa na si Kuya Hyde. Tingnan natin kung ano mangyayari. hit us sa game number 2.
Tama ka dyan, kaibigan Otto, no? Parang malaking boost din dito kay Hyde, no? Knowing that they also banned out si Garen, some of the champions that he will most likely be using sa game natin. Parang with that drafting phase pa lang, nakita na natin kung gaano dito katindi yung labanan ng mga coaches natin ng mga players as well. Sabi nila, sige, let's go for the first pick Gragas, tapos tignan natin kung anong responde ng kalaban din. Taka natin pag-isipan kung gagawin ba natin siyang support, jungler, or top laner. And it worked perfectly well sa RRQ, no? Especially, Marky, hindi natin karoon na mention, but with yung kanyang mga kiting skills with that champion na si Ziggs, really effective overall sa RRQ.
Pero game number 1 pa lang yan, napakainit na nga kagad ng ating laban at napakaganda ng performance na pinakita ng Filipino team, RRQ. Konti na lang at papasok na tayo sa pick and ban phase. So sa mga viewers natin dyan, especially sa mga Filipino viewers, kung hindi nyo pa na-share ang ating live stream, ano pang hinihintay nyo?
I-share nyo na dahil this could be a 3-0 nga ba? Kasi pinasok na si Zero. Tignan natin yan. Eto na, ang drafting phase natin once again. Uy! First one ulit.
Same
First
side!
Same side.
Hindi pa kayo nadala, mga Lodi Moms! Ay, mga OPA pala, right? Anyway, tignan natin kung magkakaroon ng adjustment sa first rotation ng bans dito. Again, if you are RY, isa sa mga nagpasakit ng ulo mo ay yung Gragas. Hindi lang sa performance ni Hyde, kundi pati na rin sa drafting phase, diba? Kasi nga yung flexibility na pwede siyang mailagay nga sa baron lane, sa mid lane, sa support, and even sa jungle. Pwede nga siya maging carry kung may Senna ka eh. So, on all angles talaga pwede gamitin yung Gragas eh. So, tignan natin kung ibaba ng RY.
Ako deja vu, pare-pareho tayo ng ating mga binaban na champion dito. Pareho ng side. Pero lang dito sa kay Zero na naka-hover itong si Timo. Ayan, nakikita natin ngayon. What? Tignan natin third ban going to be Camille, iba? Ang kanila naging third ban dito. Chase kanina, yung third ban ng ROLSTER White. Sino magiging kanilang third ban dito? Jace pa rin.
Jace pa din dahil isa rin yan sa mga flexible champions. Tingnan natin kung magkakaroon ng shake-up dito ng RRQ. No, not needed. Gragas, priority kagad para sa kanila. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ratel, lucky niya yung Renekton, still very confident in playing that champion in the Baron Lane.
Gragas pa rin sa kanila. Renekton naman dito sa ROLSTER Y. Difference is that they will be having Ziggs as their second pick. No? So medyo nagkaiba tayo na konting pagbabago sa ROLSTER Y.
Yep.
Z is still open na pwede ulit gamitin ng RQ. But Garen, ayan na nga ba? Kanina, ganun yata yung plano talaga nila. Pero ngayon, gagawin na nila.
Pero this is still a flexible pick ha. Pwede rin mapunta dito kay Helios. Although nanghihinayan tayo sa mechanical prowess na ito ni Helios. Pero kung mag-Z kasi sila dito, parang sinasara na kagad nila yung mga options na meron sila.
Nako. RP, may kutob ako dito. Lux Marky. Tapos Gragas para dito sa kaibigan natin si Exosen. Garen topside with 6. Sila pa magiging champions dito for the rest of the members of RQ. ROLSTER Y. Ito yung sinasabi natin na second pick nila kanina. Wala iba kundi si Kuya Seth. Ngayon, ito yung kanilang magiging third pick. So with Ziggs on their hands, meron na sila kahit na paanong pang-responde sa damage department dito ng RQ having Lux. No? So di nila ipipilit ngayon yung kanilang Varus. Z will be removed nga ba? Ayaw na nila yan para kay Helios.
Yes, medyo mahirap kasi talaga tapatan itong hindi lang sa pagiging laner ni Helios siya masakit sa ulo kasi yung split pushing prowess na meron siya. Kha'Zix will actually be targeted down here by RY. Hindi na ako magugulat kung yung last ban nila will be invested on that Z. RRQ ang nagban ng Z. Interesting.
Okay, ayaw nila niyan. Sige, wag na natin pakuha, wag natin papilit dito yung Z. Shyvana will be removed as well in the equation coming in from ROLSTER Y dito. But we still have a lot of option na open. We still have Kha'Zix. Pero wala na rather Lee Sin pala.
Lee Sin.
Kha'Zix was removed already. Kha'Zix sino maging last ban dito. Pwede silang mag-ban ng kasa din ulit. Pero ginawa nila nung ating game 1. Kasi still pwede pa rin niyang gamitin ni Zero.
On either side, nakakatakot kung makakakita tayo ng Olaf. Yan. So, there you go. Agad-agad. It's going to be bad kasi parehas na 3 picks na meron ng magkabilang side will actually be countered by the Olaf. So, Lee Sin, automatic priority kagad para sa RY. Pero pwede pa rin man tayo mag-Morgana eh. Marami pang options dito ng RQ. We'll have to wait and see kung ano yung priority dito ni Kuya Chaz.
medyo siguro mabibitin lang sila dito pag nagkataon kasi they will be lacking yung beauty overall ng kanilang champions kung magmomorgana sila. Pero we'll see sino maging jungler nila kasi maganda yung pagkuha dito ng ROLSTER Y sa Lee Sin. May kutob ako na itong ROLSTER Y, alam nila na may potential talaga dito ang RQ to go for the champion.
Yep.
But maybe, Morgana is right now yung nasa meta natin na pwede niyang piliin, Unless
makalimutan natin yan.
May Kuya Riven tayo na nag-aabang sa Geddy.
Nakakalimutan natin no? Sa lahat ng bans, hindi natin napansin na nakalusot na nga yung Riven na simula pa lang ang WCSPH has actually been one of the staple champions ng RRQ team as a whole. Kasi si Chaz gumagamit yan, si Helios gumagamit yan. Even yung Baron laner nila before, Devil J, is also very efficient on this champion. So this is a very well-balanced composition na meron ng RRQ. And it's actually a bit surprising that we will see Corki kasi pwedeng mapunta nga itong Corki kay Helios. When was the last time I saw him on this Corki? Ito matagal na rin.
I think parang di ko rin yata ganun na naaalala pa yung huling Corki na ginamit dito ni Helios, no? Probably one of the games nila siguro nung during the ESL matches nila, but I'm not quite sure. But yes, as you mentioned, kaibigan Otto, this is going to be very interesting. We have a Corki, kalaban nila dito, they have a very tanky champion, na nagtano top in the mid side, together with syempre si Kuya Lemon, na gamit si Seth. So it's really very, very, very crucial, I would say, yung kanyang damage dito na magkakaroon with the use of the Gatling gun, diba? Reduction of the armor. And overall lineup nila, ang sakit ang damage ng RQ dito, but we cannot deny the fact na ganoon din naman yung lineup ng ROLSTER Y.
Yes, and this is also the another flexibility being shown here by RRQ kasi itong Gragas napunta kay Exosen, which is what we expected during game number 1. Pinaka-importanteng role dito sa side ng RRQ pagdating ng clashes is going to be Exosen on that Gragas kasi nasa kanya yung disengage. So, yung 4 na melee champions na meron dito ang RY, para lang ma-sure na hindi makalapit dun sa mga primary targets, that explosive cast has to be very on point.
Yes, kailangan maprotektahan si Kuya Marky tsaka itong si Kuya Helios sa kanilang mga squishy champions na meron tayo dito. It's really important for them also to win this game kasi this is going to be one of the games na kailangan nilang i-maintain yung kanilang pagkapanalo dito. Mga kaibigan, manonood tayo ng ating mga interview videos between these two teams. Pero, mamaya na muna ng konti. Yan. Alam mo naman, syempre, excited tayo dyan
Tayo muna daw. Pero babalik lang tayo dito
sa
sa draft I really like yung ginawa dito ng ROI to shake things up and prioritizing yung Ziggs. Kasi nung prioritize nila yung Ziggs, nagbago na kagad yung templa ng draft ng RRQ, just showing that RY, when it comes to preparation, when it comes to the drafting phase, they are actually very respectable in that regard. Syempre, pwede nga din natin sabihin na during the Icons Global, RY had actually the same placement as RRQ. But we will head straight na, KWANGDONG, I believe, to the game.
Bigan na, dito na naman tayo sa ating Game 2. Laban pa rin sa pagitan ng RQ at ang ROLSTER Y. Nakita naman natin dito kanina yung ating Game 1. Talagang pinakita tayo ni Kuya Hyde ng kanyang Gragas Baron lane. This time, he will be using the Garen na hindi na naban ngayon against kay Kuya Ratel na gagamitin naman ay si Fiora.
Yeah, pagka tumagal to, medyo nangangamba ko para sa buhay ni Hyde dahil nga itong si Kuya Ratel, kahit ganun man yung pinakita niya ng game number 1, he's also one of the deadlier Baron laners that Korea has right now. So yung alam mo naman pagka-Korean Baron laner, favorite niya yung mga split pusher talaga Oh,
ayan nakuha niya kagad yung level 2, ginagamit niya yung kanyang launch dito against kay Hyde. At since alam nga niya na lamang siya sa level, he could just go for the over-aggression. Nakuha niya kagad yung prutas niya na topside dito and Hyde was forced to get that as well sa kanyang champion. Pero nakita natin dito, at least kahit paano, pantay pa rin naman yung kanilang gold because of yung mga minions na nakuha niya. But still, early aggression coming from Martel is working para sa kanya.
That's true. And this Ziggs as well by Helios is, I would say, uncharacteristic para sa kanya. Kasi normally, ang gusto talaga ng mga champion nito ni Helios ay yung mga nakakapag-split push no? Hindi talaga yung mga, well, may isa siyang marksman, that's actually the Lucian. Pero yung Lucian kasi pwedeng may pag-duel pa rin no? Pagdating sa side lanes.
Tsaka ano yun makulit. Diba? Magalaw. Yun yung mga champion natin ni Helios na madalas 1 minute mark mga kaibigan, slowly moving towards 2 minutes. Nakikita natin ngayon ang rest of the members
Uy,
of
ang ganda!
going in. Pero pasok nila ngayon, yung kaibigan natin, Viewers nila, alam nila kasi na pwedeng may threat dito from Rolster Y, from the both sides. So they just forced Ratel to back away.
Ang ganda nung ginawa dito ng RQ, Chance and Hyde knows what's up. At hindi na nila hinintay yung dive na yun. Talagang clear kagad nila yung wave. Ratel dong!
Uy,
Silence!
naku po! Sobrang lalim mo. Ginamit niya yung decisive strike. Ignited na si Kuya Ratel. And that's going to be the first blood for RRQ. Haymaker, not gonna be enough to finish the job para sa topside natin to make that trade.
That control ward coming from RRQ made that gang very unexpected. And Zero, wait lang, walang mana si Helios dito.
Ginamit na Renektoy, merong Root Spiritor, pero tama ka doon, ginamit na kanyang barrier as well. Ignite was used as well by Zero sa ating mid side, pero wala muna patayan na magaganap. Kuya Marky na bot side, nagbabadya si Kuya do. Meron siya dito Oracle Lens para masiguradong wala silang vision and he will be backing off muna for now. Pero Zero, malalim ka ha! Ito na si Kuya Exos and hindi umabot yung chan.
Okay, nawala yung tangke. Plus 90 gold, di ba? Yung pinakamasarap doon. Plus the experience as well. Medyo masakit kaya sa ulo kapag yung mga canon minion na yan ay hindi nakakuha or yung XP ay nade-deny. So far, again, 3 minutes into the game, yung mga early game movements ng RY, sinabi nga natin na si Do kanina, ilang beses nag-attempt ng gank sa top side pero nasasagot agad ng RRQ. Talagang pinaghandaan na notebook yata ito, Kuya Sphere.
Oo, parang this time may notebook din ng mga Pilipino. Pinapakita nila dito yung pag-control nila Yung alam nila na may ganitong klaseng threat and because of that, they are responding quickly. Imagine, dalawa lang doon kanina. Exhaustion also coming into the top side. Pero ito na naman, another one bite. Dadas nga ba ito? Matakas na si Kuya Ratel. Ginamit na kanya smite para mababagal siya. Oh, kaya natin Motion Justice! Espada de Calibre. Hinampas sa ulo ni Ratel.
Grabe ang patience ng duo ng RRQ doon para hintayin yung repost at may bigay yung killing blow. Helios, kailangan niya mag-ingat.
Oh my gulay, Dominus ginamit na ni Kuya Zero,
Wala
pero tamang ball carry out lang. Yun lang ang gagamitin ko, nag-ulti ka pa. Pero si Kuya Hyde, this time wala siyang demolish. Looking at his toward the top side, walang demolish.
Yep. Baka kanyang gamit ay yung yung prutas, yung honey fruits, 'di ba? Para more sustainability para sa ating Garen in the top lane. Pero hindi naman niya kailangan yung demolish na 'yan. Dahil hindi naman yata split pusher Garen yung kanilang nais dito yung Garen na talagang humaharap yung kailangan nila, especially with the 4 melee champions na meron dito ang RY. It does actually make sense.
Yes, kumbaga iikutan niya lang talaga yung mga kalaban niya dito sa laban natin dito. 20 seconds mga kaibigan. We're about to see the Dragon and Rift Herald na mag-up na sa ating game. Just focusing on getting this Scuttle Crab para sa kanya. Now that we're seeing also the rest of the members of Roster Y rotating towards the Dragon, pero mukhang mas papriority yata nila dito yung pagkuha ng referral, no? At hayaan na lang si Kuya Chas na kumuha ng Dragon.
Pwedeng either way, pwede rin na lang i-challenge to kasi sa ngayon meron silang kalamangan and the skills that they have. Challenge worthy talaga itong Rift Herald na to, Kuya Sphere.
Ayan na nga, nabasa na nila dito na mukhang kukunin nila yung referral. Tara, bumalik tayo doon. Ang sakit na rin ng damage Kuya Excelsen with that barrel roll. I think Max yung kanyang first kill dito.
Yes.
For sure to give that damage. Kahit na wala pa siyang 80 item, dala niya yung package siya. Lala move tayo mga kaibigan. Gagamitin niya yan dito para mag-deliver. Iniwasan ng Rolster Y, no? Hindi nakakalito pala ito, RR ko na ba sa RY? Kumbaga, kulang na lang isa pang R para RRY.
Totoo. Battle of the R's. Laban ng mga OPA. Pero Kuya Helios
Nakakalaman.
Ba't naman yung damage si Kuya Helios kay Luna kanina? Nakalawati yung buhay, isang big one lang. The big one?
Oo, bumakat ng bagya. Talaga dito. Eto na! Marky, mahuli! Uy! Sakto naman! Pero naging target yung walay pa. Kundi si Kuya Marky nga hindi. Namatay si Kuya Marky dito. Pero explosive cast with Peter. Normally namatay. Kapalit ang buhay dito ni Kuya Marky. And Referral who just dished out so much damage sa ating mid turret. At wala na mangyayari afterwards.
1-for-1 pero si Marky na alanganin doon. Ginamit niya naman yung kanyang lahat ng kanyang summoner spell. So pwede na nating sabihin talaga na ginawa ni Marky lahat para mabuhay in that action, in that engage. However, Yeah, RY was still able to get that kill. And more importantly, para sa side ng RY, hindi nabasag yung Torre dito sa gitna. Kasi importante yan, especially if you have the Ziggs. Pero ang pwedeng kasi gawin dito ng RRQ is to prioritize the Rift Herald once more, yung pangalawa. Tapos focus na lang talaga sa goal dito sa may bandang gitna.
Probably, no? Kasi yun ang madalas na main target ng mga players or mga teams na pumupunta kaagad sa referral so they can just get referral kaagad as soon as possible. Tapos may oras pa naman may oras pa to go for the next dragon after that first referral. So kumbaga mas nauna talaga nagre-respond yung mga RH natin dito. But right now, 6 minutes going sa ating 7-minute mark mga kaibigan. Seems like RRQ really wanted to get that first tier turret sa ating mid lane. They're pinging down the bot side. On my way daw, sabi ng isang member dito ng RRQ. Pupunta nga ba sila? Habang si Hyde, delikado ang kanyang buhay. Meron siyang BF sword ang best friend sword ng mga AD carries. Tignan natin kung papasok pa siya dito si Kuya Do. Hindi, wala muna. Kinabahan.
Kuya Sphere talagang pinipilit ng RY itong si Kuya Hyde, no? Pero time and time again, parang may radar, parang may Dragon Ball radar itong si Kuya Hyde na detect niya na may papuntang jungler ng kalaban. I actually just would like to also highlight na itong si Helios. Full scaling yung kanyang build. Going for that mana mune. Or yung old build ng Corki na papuntang 380 force pa nga yata.
Tama ka dyan kabilang Auto. Iyan din yung build niya kahapon, no? With Illusion. Mana mune, yun nga lang. Instead of a Trinity Force, ang kanyang ginawang second item is Black Cleaver. So more on the damage department. Sir, napakaganda explosive cast! Pero si Kuya Luna, tamang flash out lang. Wala siyang nagamit na satchel. Kasi hindi yun epat yung oras niya kung nagkataon.
Pero worth na rin yun, Kuya Sphere. Remember, that's a flash. Matagal talaga ang cooldown. Pero sa ngayon, itong si Kuya Hyde, just doing his job. Talagang hinaharapan niya lang itong Renekton nga natin. Pero chance, backdoor!
Sabi ko sa'yo, RP, talagang gusto nilang kunin yung ating first tier sa mid lane. It's just Ziggs defending that one. But again, ito sa ating top side, RP, yung Hyde versus Ratel. 2-0 na si Hyde. It happened once again. Not as hard as yung nangyari ng ating game 1, pero it just shows that Hyde is really doing it perfectly well sa top side dito with the help of Jazz. And remember, that's a Black Cleaver. The more na tumatagal siya sa team fight dito, mas nagiging malakas yung damage niya against dito kay Kuya Garen. Kuya Fiora.
Ito, against the Fiora, against the Renekton, and yung impact niyan sa clashes, the silence, di ba? Siyempre, kapag pumasok ang isang Lee Sin, kailangan niya lahat ng kanyang abilities to be there. Pero pag na-silence down mo, even this Fiora, if you are able to silence them down at least 1 second, di ba? Pwede na yun, sapat na yun. Especially with the caliber of players that we do have here, pare. Yung 1 segundo, parang 10 segundo yan sa mga normal na player, eh.
Tama ka dyan. Medyo tumatagal talaga dito. And now, Hyde actually did go for a hull breaker aside from that Black Cleaver. So, hindi naman problema kung wala siyang demolish dito, but that will still give him a lot of potential for the speed push. Naku po, delivery package ka ba, Kuya Helios? Tinamaan ng Sonic Wave, sabay gamit ang kanyang Dragon Stage. Luwa kanyang HP dito, pero wala problema para sa kanya. Pwede niya matipensahan ito. Ginagamit ang kanyang missile barrage para magkaroon ng damage. Nakuha po yung ng turret. Eto na, explosive cast. Delivery mga kaibigan para sa kanya. Nag-proc tayo kanya. Pumutok si Kuya Lee Sin. Calbonation. Wala siya magawa doon. And that referral will be surely secured by RRQ.
Eto na yung Rift Herald na pwede nilang isamon sa gitna. Actually, may option sila eh. Pwedeng sa taas, pwedeng sa gitna. And so far, yung tower count na kay RY, walang explosive cast dito sa Exocen, pero napakaangas niya!
Ang kunat niya dito, pero wala makunat sa marami siya kamay kasama pang second tier turret. Pero that's a worth sacrifice coming from RRQ just so they can get that first tier in the mid lane.
Yeah. Angas eh, no? Dinaan sa angas si Kuya, ni Daddy Exo. Sa ngayon, dito sa baba, samo na kagad ng Rift Herald. The 2-for-1 special, 2 tore, ang makukuha ng RRQ 10 minutes into the game.
Kumbaga, sulit. 3-in-1+1. Nakuha nila dito yung kinakailangan nila makuha after getting that first tier in the mid lane together with the bot lane as well. With that referral na up pa rin up until now. Response to that, trade data ang gagawin ng ROLSTER Y. Nasa top lane sila dito. Na-clear yung minion. With the final spark, sumigaw si ating Lux dito ng kanyang Dimasha. At mukhang makukuha rin nila dito yung ating Dragon. I-trade lang nila, ROLSTER Y. Just wanna get that first tier sa top side and not go for the trade sa ating Dragon dito.
Yes. And again, RY with a good read. Pero kasi yung final spark dito ni Marky, Mega Inferno Bomb, final spark, parehas na skill na pwedeng mag-clear ng minion wave from a mile away. Ito talaga yung plano ng RRQ eh, no? Kahit wala kami dyan, madedepensa namin yan. And yun na nga yung nangyari doon, Kuya Sphere. RRQ was able to defend the tower on the top lane.
Hindi na kailangan pumunta, walang kailangan pumunta, rumisponde. Kahit si Hyde lang ang nandyan, swapat na. Now with the Heartbreaker on the hands of Hyde, he's just also giving the pressure sa ating mga top laners dito. At nakikita natin si Kuya Ratel. Nakraratel na siya RP 0-2-0 siya dito. Medyo nakakabawi naman siya ng bagya with the Trinity Force and Blade of the Ruined King. But still, paramangan ni Hyde dito, that's a big pressure para sa kanya.
Yeah, that's true. But this is still a Fiora that we're talking about. Pagdating na late game yan, medyo mahirap talagang tapatan. Ay isang Fiora, and one way to deal with her is yun nga, Bramble Fest no, to get that regent off. Top side, RRQ.
Grievous wound para sa kanya. RRQ, rest of the members of the gangs going in as well sa ating top side dito. Mukhang 5v4 ang magiging laban. Pero si Do, pinapiprit na pakuha ang ating mid lane turret. Pero alam nila yan, namoy nila yan. Si Sat, naku po, Kuya Lemon, masyado ka malalim ha. Alam mo naman na si Hyde, medyo makunat yan. Si Exo, tingnan mo naman, wax in, wax out. Inabangan niya lang si Kuya Luna na mahuli niya na kanyang explosive cast. Pero Dragon Strange, para kay Kuya Chas, tinulak sa mga kaibigan niya. Napakasalamat daw kasi tinulungan niya para makapag-disengage. At dahil doon, -2 ulti na tayo ha. That's Dominus and Dragon Strange going down na. Exosen, napakakunat. Hindi tumama yung kanyang body slam. Siyempre yung tagpot niya, nakulangan. Dragon Strange, Sonic Wave, kumunek para sa kanya. Make it fair about to finish the job. But wait, meron tayong Scuttle buff dito so they have the movement speed. The first tier turret is on the verge of being destroyed, in which they were able to get that one.
Sinatchel na lang dito ni Luna yung Torres may bandang itaas. Pero very good movement coming from Do. First time felt, etong Lee Sin. Topside Do.
Pagbabalik ng mga P, may wards dyan ha, may CCTV, akala mo siguro wala. Ginamit na kanya so stopper! Hinabol ng daming espada, dalawa, coming from Karen and Kuya Riven. And moving towards the mid side na, clearing lang yung mga
naman,
wave ng minion with the final spark. At nakuha niya ng madepensa na ito. Kuya Zero, easy ka lang, Bobby D ha, disengaging siya dito. At out muna siya kasi nakuha naman yung mga minions.
Again, yung pacing lang laro natin na so far, commendable pa rin talaga yung ginagawa dito ng RY. Hindi nila hinahayaan na lumaki yung kalamangan na meron dito ang RRQ. Even pa rin naman tayo sa Dragon Count. So this is still anyone's Wild Rift game.
Yes,
Sphere. Pwede pa talaga magkaroon ng magandang clash ang RY para sa team nila. Pero kasi itong Garen, sinabi mo nga kanina, sumasakay na sa ulo. Bahalak pa mag-Frozen Heart. So maximum value talaga yun kasi pag nag-Frozen Heart ka against 4 melee champions, lahat talaga aurado.
Oo, naalala ko pa dati na kapag nag-Frozen Heart ang mga champion na walang mana, meme eh. Pero ngayon hindi kasi hindi naman mana yung problema natin. Kailangan natin dito yung pang slow. Yung kanilang attack speed dito sa lineup ng ROLSTER Y. And that is a Fiora, di ba? Really crucial for a Fiora to utilize that attack speed so she can yung ginagawa niya dito na pagbigay ng pressure. Ngayon, nakita natin si Hyde moving towards the mid side pero tamang disengage lang, wala mo na mangyayari dito bakbakan. 14 minutes on the clock, tig-set tayo ng Dragon pero yung turret natin lamang ng isa ang RRQ.
Yon characteristic para sa RRQ pero ito talaga yung dala na bigat ng pressure ng isang grand final series no? Sphere. Hindi ka basta-basta pwedeng mag-pull ng trigger and this is also the commendable trait na meron ng RY na hindi nila hinahayaan magwala ang RRQ kasi kadalasan ang RRQ talagang kilala para sa mga kanilang aggression. Diba kanan talaga makakita ka ng team fight. Sa ngayon kasi nilalaro ng RRQ ng tama yung mapa.
Naku Kuya Zero, mali yata ng ilang mapa na tinitignan. Nakala niya siguro sa kabila siya. Bukod ko naman super lalim, super ingo. Ba't ganun?
Kuya Sphere, alam mo yung sa party, yung paagaw? Nagpaagaw eh. Hindi yung nakabitin.
Oo, yun nga.
Ayun na nga, nasa gitna ng lahat. Talagang pinagtatalunan ng RRQ dito. Itong si Kuya Zero. Unang death niya pa lang din naman yan, pero that's actually a good momentum breaker para sa side ng RY. Kasi sa ngayon nag-aaral na tayo ng stalemate no? Pero ginigising ng RRQ yung dugo nila by getting executions dun sa mga pick-offs na yun.
Actually, pero bakit nga ba? No? Bakit nga ba siya nandun sa malalim na yun? He was aiming for the first tier toward the mid side, but to think that wala siya kasama na kahit na isang champion or na isang player sa kanilang team. Medyo questionable decision making coming from kaibigang Zero. Because of that, free dragon na naman sa kamay ng RQ.
Yes.
We are on the 16-minute mark.
Ingat.
And that dragon will give a lot of hits na naman para kay Hyde. Napanood ko na ito. Makakatakas nga ba siya? Napakakunat ito ng Gargoyle Stone Plate. Tatakbo. May Scuttle Crab. Nakunat siya. Buhay pa siya pero he will fall down na. Walang makunat sa marami. Naglabot siya dito.
Naku.
Nakuha si Marky. Naku. Mapiti. Iwas na may baro niya. Delikado.
Yep. Naisahan na rin si Kuya Hyde. Shutdown gold para sa side ng RY. Pero that is still a dragon na nakuha ng RRQ, so space created. Ang importante dito ay hindi makuha ng RY yung Baron. And I don't think they will attempt to do so dahil wala na rin sila mga ultimates. Binuhos na alas lahat dito kay Kuya Hyde.
Yes. Tama ka dyan, kaibigang Otto, no? So medyo all the information being given right now, talagang kailangan mong ibuhos natin. That's agarin eh. And nakita mo naman kung gano'n siya kakunat. Kung nagkataon na medyo mas malapit si Kuya Exosin to respond towards the time na inahabol nila si Hyde dito, baka iba pa magiging istorya, mabubuhay pa siya. Kaya sabi ko kanina, napanood na niya yan. Pero naku po, si Exosin, delikado ang kanyang buhay, flashing out. Naku po, ito na rin sa members of RQ, nakuha nila ang isa. Pero magkakaroon ba ng trade dito? Nanlabot ng Sombra si Go. Look at the damage coming from Helios himself. Basic attack, final spark, butik ng tumama. Tamang matrix lang at dahil doon, one champion will fall down into the hands of ROLSTER.
Nakadalawang picks dito ang RY. Naku, yun lang. Nakabasag na Nori sa gitna ang RY at all of a sudden sila na ngayon na may kalamangan sa gold. Kuya Sphere, kita mo naman. Iba pa rin talaga yung kalidad netong RY eh. No, malingat ka lang na nagkakaroon talaga sila ng advantageous movements. Pero all is well, di ba? Positive lang. Parehas pa rin naman ang laban. It will all come down to the teamfight executions na meron nga tayo. Sinabi nga natin, Baron side. Lamang talaga sa scaling ang isang Fiora. So isa yan sa mga threat na kailangan nating bantayan. Pero pagdating naman sa jungle, lamang tayo sa scaling kasi meron tayong Riven.
Yes, tama ka dyan, kaibigan ko to. Tsaka yung si Hyden, no? Kumbaga, paano yan, habang tumatagal, mas lalong sumasarap at sumasakit. Si Kuya dito with regards to the damage output na meron siya as a Garen. Diba? Kahit na sinasabi nila na madaling gamitin si Garen, first skill lang, paikot-ikot lang, hindi, mahirap din yan. Kailangan talaga yan ng magandang positioning. Kuya Exosin clearing out the wards na meron dito, ang ROLSTER Y, pero eto na RP, sinasabi mo kanina, the stalemate is happening once again.
Yes. Pagka nagkaroon na lang tayo ng Elder Dragon and then magkaroon tayo ng moment na bumisita sa Chinatown at magkaroon ng Dragon Dance.
Nako
na lang talaga tayo magkakaroon ng pag-break ng stalemate. Kasi sa ngayon, ang pwedeng gawin ng RRQ at ng RY is to plant yung vision tapos to catch yung mga rotations off guard. Tulad ng nagawa nga nila kanina dito kay Exosin, alam nila na nanggaling sa isang angulo na hindi maganda. Etong si Exosin, kung kaya naman siya ay napitas. Hindi natin napapansin pa sa ngayon itong si Helios. Wala pa talaga siyang breakout moment dito sa game na to. Hinihintay pa eh, diba? Kung baga pinapahinog pa. Mamaya mararamdaman nila 4 items na yung Corky, Kuya Sphere eh.
4 items na. Kumbaga, yan na yung mga kailangan niya dito. Pero tama ka dyan, RP, no? Medyo nabibitin pa nga ako sa mga highlights ni Helios sa laban na ito. But it's reflecting naman pa din yung damage niya overall. Right natin yung naginawa niya kay Do. Pero yun nga lang, what will happen kung ang kalaban niya sila Kuya Zero tsaka si Kuya Lemon, di ba? Those champions right now, Seth and Renekton. Ako, tumamay, nakuha pa yung kanyang, nasayang naman yung kanyang scuttle buff sana. Pero Elder Drake about to go up slowly, approaching towards 20-minute mark of the game. Yep. At yung ROLSTER Y is positioning themselves. Medyo may kalamangan sila na bagya dito. Tingnan natin kung mas papasok sila at mas kakalamangan nila dito mga kaibigan. Ito lang mainit. Ito lang mainit na dance floor. They have the package. Tama ka dyan, kaibigan. And also pag ginamit niya yan, 5-star nga ba? Malalaman natin. O talagang bobokya sila dito. Now, they also have the vision towards the dragon. Elder Drake, sinisimula na ng RQ. Yarten, nakita niyan, meron siyang wang-wang. Pwede na magamit yung kanilang Scryer's Bloom information. Alam nila, tinamaan. Light binding si Lemon, pero easy lang ha. Masakit dito yung Dragon. We have 6,000 HP left. Dominus tayo ginamit ni Kuya. Zero sa gilid. Pero inabangan nila mabuti. Talagang nire-reset ko nila dito. Hindi ko nila alam kung talagang kukunin nila itong Dragon. Timawan na naman ng light binding para sa isa. Kuya Lemon, ginamit ng showstopper dito kay Hyde. Makunat yan. Napilit na gumamit na kanya. Pero mega inferno pump. Walang tinamaan ng Hyde na isa. Hyde disengaging. Buhay pa rin si Jazz. Nakuha buhay si Lemon. Si Lemon, naging kalamansi. Ang next target ay walang iba. Kundi itong sito. Nag-stasis to buy some time.
Silence!
Disengaging.
Naku!
damage. Pero buhay pa rin. Ako po si Kuya Ratel. And this is the showtime na hinahanap nitong si Ratel. And that is a Fiora in the late game. Kailangan mag-recall ni Hyde and Marky joking out itong si Zero. They will recall back home.
Kita.
Nahuli magdedepensa ng ating base. Nahuli si Kuya Marky. Napabagal siya ng kanyang lucid singularity. Aabot nga pa dito sa mag-push ng ating third tier turret. Inhibitor. Dinedepensa ni Hyde. Lahat na magagawa niya para lang mapigilan dito mga kaibigan. Pero si Zero, hinahabol pa rin si Kuya Marky. Si Kuya Marky yan, kaibigan. Tumamang light biting. The final spark. Nag-dominus na. Nagalit. Ginamit yung heal. Pero si Hyde, depensang Marino. All in.
Okay.
Cash out na siya. Depensang Marino.
Uy, namatay 6!
Pinipigilan pa niya. Nabubuhay pa. 3 seconds. Just talian mo. Kailangan natin ng Nexus. But no indeed. Nanalo ang ROLSTER sa ating game 2.
Talagang pinapatunayan ng RY na hindi sila basta-basta. Grabe. Yung laban na yun, it all came down to just one clash. Where nakita nga natin na natabihan ni Kuya Ratel, etong si Kuya Helios. And alam mo na yung mangyayari kapag nagwala ang isang Fiora in the late game, tapos enough pa yung kanyang buhay with the Guardian Angel still being there. Nagtutusok yung mga champions na meron tayo. Pero all is well, positive lang, 1-1. Kumbaga, ito talaga yung ina-expect natin sa Grand Finals. Hindi naman tayo aabot ng 3-0. I don't think so. Yes, fair na ba?
Malabo. Lalo na itong dalawang teams na ito ay high caliber teams talaga.
Yep.
Pagdating sa kanilang mga sarili-sariling playstyle. And nakita natin, Ratel, really did have a hard time on the top side dito. Pero what's important is how he's gonna be able to perform during the team fight, in which he's able to shut down yung mga squishy champion. That is a Fiora. Land shear in there, gamit ang repose pag kinakailangan. Hindi siya napapansin. Marami silang priority dito. And I think there's one situation na mas pinarioritize sila si Lemon at nagkaroon ng pagkakataon na magkaroon ng highlight si Ratel.
That's true. Simula yung laban na yun, napansin ko na itong si Kuya Helios binabaril yung blue buff. So nagkaroon din tayo ng surprise moment coming from RY kasi nung nakita nila na parang hindi pa ready. At yung focus dito ng RRQ ay magkabilang side. Tignan natin yung highlights. Hopefully makita natin yung huling laban na yun. So again, so far, di naman nagdi-disappoint itong RRQ pagdating sa early game. So kailangan lang ng konting linis pagdating sa execution ng mga late game team fights kasi ang alam mo naman ng mga Korean teams pagdating sa late game team fights parang alam mo yun yung napapanaginipan nila gabi-gabi.
Oo. Parang at this point nakita natin na medyo pagdating sa late game yung mga pick-off na nakuha ng ROLSTER gave them really the advantage that they need, or at least kahit paano yung panghabol nila sa laban natin. Kasi nga as you mentioned, I think around before the 20-minute mark na makita natin is that they're actually catching up na. They are the ones in the lead. Sila yung nakakuha ng gold lead natin dito at hindi naging problema ng RRQ. Slowly but surely nakakabawi yung members of ROLSTER in which they were able to win yung ating last team fight dun sa ating Dragon Pick.
Yeah, that's true. Ito yung catch nila kay Hyde on the top side. Tapos ang follow through niyan is yung catch kay Kuya Exoset. Ito yata yung final clash Ayun, nakuha naman ni Kuya Helios. Panoorin natin si Kuya Helios. Isa sa mga bagay na napansin ko rin in this particular clash is nag-time out na yung package, and in patch 3.3c, that's actually one of the things na ginawa nila dun sa package ng isang 40. Talagang pinabilis nila yung pagkawala nung package na yun, which is actually fair. I think kasi kailangan talaga pag meron kang package, gamitin mo na agad. So sa ngayon, ito na nga yung last stand ni Kuya Hyde na hindi naging sapat dito kay Kuya to at kay Kuya Ratel na tinapos na nga ang game number 2. All even pa rin naman, Kuya Spear. Sakto sa malamig na gabi.
Oo, kumbaga back to square one na naman tayo dito. What happened doon is napakaganda rin ang ginawa ni Ratel stopping itong si Market sa pag-recall niya. Kasi kung nagkataon na nakauwi siya doon, baka nasigurado pa niya na natapos yun at nadepensahan yung ating Nexus. Pero it is what it is mga kaibigan. Dahil dyan sa game 2, I'm the Esports Autolose. Tayo tuloy. Pagbalik natin mga kaibigan, game 3 na tayo. Wait, right back. And we are back na naman mga kaibigan para sa ating Game 3. Nangyari na ang nangyayari. Kasi 1-1 ang ating score dito sa ating Wild Circuit Asia Invitational 2022 sa ating finals match between RRQ and ROLSTER Y. GGsphere pa rin, syempre kasama pa rin si Autolose. Ano kaibigan Otto, ano kaya nangyari sa ating Game 1? At ano kaya sa tingin mo, medyo konting insight lang sa ating mangyayaring Game 3.
Yeah, kumbaga, napunta tayo sa best of 3, di ba? Kumbaga kanina, best of 5 tayo. Ngayon, best of 3. Mamaya, baka makakita tayo ng best of 1 between these two teams. Pero kitang-kita naman natin that evenly matched up yung dalawang teams na to.
Yes.
At itong kinakas natin ay Grand Finals. So pag sinabi nga natin Grand Finals, parehas na team na to, deserving eh. Di ba, Kuya Spear? So tingnan natin kung ano mangyayari dito sa game number 3. This sa mga adjustments na nakikita na nga natin dito is going to be a switch of side. RY will be on the blue side this time, and RQ will be on the red side.
Yes, kumbaga ngayon, palitan na tayo ng pesto. Kanina, nakadalawang blue side na kayo, RQ, sabi ng ROLSTER Y. So, ngayon, first two pans, of course, we still have Jace and Lucian, tapos Karma and Yumi. Ang ating bans pa rin dito from RRQ. So, almost the same. Camille ay hindi pa nababan. Compare sa kanina, Garagas is still open. Out of Chapter is actually open pa rin na pwede magamit ang dalawang team dito. Tsaka nakikita ko dito sa, may labanan din ng mga buhok or pay, mga hairstyle kasi. Pag ROLSTER Y, medyo may pagkano yung buhok nila, di ba? Korean style. Bao style. Tapos sa mga,
ano yung hairstyle favorite mo?
Sa RRQ daw, pre, may araw daw eh, sabi ni Irene eh.
Sabi na may mapapansin mo yan eh. Ito na nga, tingnan natin kung ano yung magiging first pick ng RY dito. And, borrowing a play from RQ. Sila naman ang magpa-prioritize ngayon ng Gragas. I think it's time for them to bring out the Z once more. Kasi nga, sila naman magre-renekton. Ginapandiin na. Okay, diin na, Kuya Spear, Z. Again, for RRQ.
Parang nagkapalitan, no? Sa amin yung Gragas, sa inyo naman yung Renekton. At saka itong si Zed. So in terms of prioritization, Gragas pa rin talaga isa sa mga lagi pinipili ng mga players dito. Now that they have Zed, Helios ulit, katulad ng game 1 natin, could this be it? Another 1 win na naman ba para sa RQ? Let's see about that. Second pick going to be Garen. Naku po makunat-kunachi ang ating mga miyembro dito ng ROLSTER Y.
Yep.
Alongside with probably a damage or AP na Gragas dito na pwede nilang gamitin.
Yeah, that's true. Pwede rin gawin dito ng RQs to target down yung Fiora dito ni Ratel. Dahil kung nakita nga natin na itong si Zero ay nag-Renekton kanina, hindi mo pwedeng tanggalin sa picture na itong si Zero yung mapupunta sa Garen duty. Alright, another pick up para sa RY sa Ziggs. And kanina nung game number 2, yan yung nagbago ng timpla ng buong draft ng RRQ.
Kumbaga highlights ni Luna yung nangyari sa ating game 2 eh. We still have a lock, so pwede nilang ipang-responde dito. But remember, nakita natin kung gaano rin ka-effective si Luna with that 6. So this time, you have to get a champion, pwedeng set, that could shut them down. But instead, priority tayo. Unahin natin si Kha'Zix, mas kailangan natin yan. Mas kailangan natin yung assassination against a Ziggs. Kung hindi man mahuli ni Helios, meron naman tayong Kha'Zix.
And ito yung trademark ng RRQ, going for that double assassin combination in the mid lane and in the jungle allows them to play their style. Diba? Kanina nung game number 2, nakita nga natin na si Kuya Helios on the Corki, although meron siyang marksman Lucian, the marksman Corki dito ni Kuya Helios isn't as felt nung mga split pushers nga na meron siya. They're now going to target down itong jungler ng RY, and that's going to be Lee Sin, focused down and banned out by RRQ. But what will be the response here by RY? I'm actually interested and eager to see kung ano yung play nila sa susunod.
Pwede pa nga silang mag-ban pa dito ng Shyvana din eh. Speaking of RRQ knowing that they're trying to shut down the jungle of ROLSTER Y para kay Do. I'm not sure, we still have Riven na pwede niya magamit din naman sa kanyang jungle. So I'm not sure if that's going to be an option para sa ROLSTER Y. At the same time, RQ, ayan na, Shyvana na nga. Diba? Isa na talaga sa mga top talaga na kailangan nilang mabawasan dito to reduce yung potential dito ni Do sa kanyang jungle role. But we're still missing AP carry, no? Or Dragon Lane na lineup dito ng RRQ. So set, wise choice coming from ROLSTER Y, tanggalin natin yan.
Yes, and may Olaf pa, Kuya Sphere, so pwede mag-Olaf dito ang RY. Or pwede pa rin sila mag-jungle, Gragas, kasi yesterday, against Team Flash, ginamit din ng RY itong ang Gragas in the jungle. Tapos ang pairing nila nun was actually Corki. So Gragas and Corki tandem na nagpahirap sa Team Flash. Pero this is going to be Rakan. Okay, so may kasamang papasok dito si Kuya Helios. That's going to be Rakan going to the hands of Exozen. So, 3 picks na nakita natin ng game number 1 para sa side ng RRQ na secure na nila.
Parang gusto nilang gawin ulit yung ginawa nila ng game 1. Pero Camille, open! Oo nga pala, RP. Camille is
okay
open. Kahit na medyo na nerf yan ng bagya sa kanyang hook shot or tsaka kanyang tactical sweep din. With regards to tactical sweep, medyo decaying slow na yan, di ba? Before, na slow. Solid! Rengar? Oh, ulala.
So what this means is Gragas will go to the hands of Nomel. Pero this is actually very interesting kasi etong Rengar ginamit ng RY against RRQ nung group stages. Naging panalo nga yan. So this will be a Kha'Zix versus the Rengar. Rengar is actually very good in detecting out and sniffing out yung potential ganks and yung mga low health members. This is going to be Corki, and I think this is going to be the Corki naman for Marky. So, hindi na to Corki for Helios.
Yes, Dragon Lane Corki naman ito para sa kanila. Pero Orianna is a better option actually.
Orianna,
kung sakali man. Kasi right now, in terms of being in a Dragon Lane, lalo na sa competitive scene natin, tournament, still a better option to go for an Orianna rather than a Corki. So, aside from that, kanina ni-mention dito that we will be having a Rengar for ROLSTER Y. So, this is again, a Nemesis duel. Kha'Zix and Rengar, pwede natin makita yan, of course, during the game, lalo na ngayon, madalas pinapaabot ng 20 minutes for the Elder Drake, so magdalabasan yung mga quest natin dito. It's going to be very interesting, though. They have the damage here and the lockdown coming from ROLSTER Y. So, kailangan maging maingat ni Kuya Marky and Helios, alongside with Exhausted, kung sakali man, with regards to their squishy champions that is going for Chaz as well.
Kung magiging slow pace ulit itong game number 3 natin, Kuya Sphere, it will actually favor itong RQ dahil nga ang isang Rengar kahit pa paano kailangan niya yung mga bone tooth necklace stacks para talaga mas maging effective siya. So Rengar kasi pagdating ng late game na hindi siya nakapag-snowball, mangyayari na lang talaga sa kanya is para siyang wards. Alam mo yun, yung pag ginagamit na lang yung thrill of the hunt, pan-check ng position ng kalaban. But we will have to wait and see kung anong magiging overall plan dito ng ROI. So far, pagdating sa draft, wala akong papanigan dito. It's all about comfort. Comfort ng ROI yung draft nila. Comfort ng RRQ yung draft nila.
Yes, parang magiging kuting na lang, no? Kung wala ganong bone necklace, kasi kailangan nyo yun eh. Para lang again, makapag-secure siya ng mga damage dito. And with regards to the playstyle of the teams right now, medyo madalang yung mga early bakbakan unless, yun nga lang, maging successful siya. In which we are not seeing it. Dito kay kaibigan to, for the past 2 games, na naging successful lahat ng mga attempts niya towards the Baron lane. Maybe this time, we will prioritize the bot side dito. Pero even with the bot side, nakita natin na may mga attempt siya. Pero di pa rin gumana. But again, in this game, I'm really excited to see kung anong gagawin. Pero, we'll be right. Go straight into the game na. Oh, hoy! Game 3 mga kaibigan. 1-1 ang score natin. Could this be it? Na 2-1 goal dito ng RRQ para sila ang maging champion sa ating Wild Circuit Asia Invitational 2022. This is Pansit, Game 3.
Yes, and si Helios, balik sa kanyang trademark na Z. And there's this player na talagang kabisado na itong champion to regardless of the matchup. Si Helios yun no, Kuya Spear?
Parang walang Helios, walang Z kung walang Helios. Yun na makikita natin dito. Pero early aggression towards the bot side, nakita natin din yan sa ating top lane. Pero Exosen was forced to use that Ignite kagad in that 2v2 matchup. Pero wala namang mangyayaring trade dito. Luna was able to survive as well. At tumasok na naman si Kuya Exosen. Just poke lang, level 1 target dito. So wag munang mainit.
Uy! Kailangan mag-ingat ni Kuya Helios at kailangan niyang i-invest yung kanyang flash. So Ignite for a flash is actually an overall win para dito kay Zero.
Kamuntikan yun, ha?
Oo nga
Nagkataon.
Okay lang. Okay lang. At least, I mean, as long as hindi namatay, di ba? Hindi tayo magiging sad face. Pero again, so far, para dito sa ating mid lane matchup, ilang teams nang napanood natin na ginamit ang Garen against the Z. Hindi man siya maging overall dominating pagdating sa lane. As long as nakokontrol mo yung lane na yan, hindi nagiging super impactful ng Z sa early game. Jobs done na rin no? Para sa Garen.
Jobs din lang talaga. Tsaka yun lang din naman talaga din. Feeling ko yung pag-pressure lang talaga so he could just, stop Helios from doing yung Z things, Yung kailangan niya dito, yun talaga yung pinakatrabaho ng Garen. And that is, was probably one of the reason why kung bakit Garen talaga ang counter nila against a Z. And it's working naman sometimes, pero with regards to the team fight, alam mo naman, priority na yan ni Helios, and Helios yan, that's a Z player. So we'll see about that. 1 minute mga kaibigan, 2 minutes mga kaibigan sa ating game dito. Nakikita natin may movements here and there, but again, balik pa rin tayo sa ating laning phase. Wala pa rin mga aggression coming from these two teams. But yung mga laning natin, pare-pareho nagiging aggressive. Even Ratel right now is actually winning the lane against Skyhide with a Renekton.
Yeah, that's true. Well, yung tactical sweep. And malaki tong wave na to. Pwede siyang ma-dive dito, Kuya Spear.
Level 5 yan ha. Ginamit ang tinutuhan para dito. Kaibigan natin si Hyde. Sakto
Uy, Dominus!
Nag-level 5! Sumakto yung Dominus niya. Pero disengaging, inahabol dito mga kaibigan ni Kuya Helios. Wala pa siya dito ulti. Hindi niya magagamit yung kanyang deathmark. Pero si Zero, sakto naman ang kanyang pagdating. Muntik na sana na magkaroon ng trade doon. Pero hindi umabot. Namatay si Kuya Hyde.
Yeah, Hyde played it as well as he could no? Talagang kinuha niya yung mga minions sa backside para siya yung mag-level 5. Proccing yung barrier, proccing that Dominus as well. Pero first time in this best of 5 series na nakita natin yung proactiveness ng RY nagresulta ng first blood para sa kanila.
Tama ka dyan, kaibigan Otto. Medyo nakakagulat yung nangyaring yun, ha? Chaz going into both side dito. Luna, nako! Nakapag-satchel out, hindi umabot, sabay flash out as well. Luna surviving that one is really huge for ROLSTER. Why? Kasi they burned a summoner spell and an ulti para kay Chaz and Dexo.
That's true. Tinaming nga ni Exosen no? Yung satchel dito ni Luna. Pero yun nga, with the flash being available para dito kay Luna, wala talagang lockdown. Plus, hindi level 5 doon sa Exosen. So that quickness into the grand entrance wasn't actually available. So far, again, 3 minutes and 30. Ang nakauna dito ay ang RY. Pero all is good pa rin. All is well.
all is well indeed. Unti na naman yung kalamangan dito ng roster with regards to ating gold. Medyo may lamang pa rin dito, syempre ang RRQ kahit paano, pero looking at the gold naman ang roster Y. Top side, nakita natin si Hyde going very aggressive dito para kay Ratel. Ratel meron siyang gamit para execute para konti si Gage. Pero Chas with the flash in sa bailip at inumpas ng kanyang first kill, Void Assault as well. At tinahabol niya ngayon sa kaya Chas dito, wala siya magagamit doon. Ignite will burn down itong si Chas for that trade. Pero ginamit na yung kanyang tinadohan dito, hindi pa niya naamoy. Hindi pa alam ni Hyde na meron pa parang pusa. At tinalunan, sinakmal si Kuya Hyde dito, Lou! Hyde, wala siyang dominos and he will fall down. No summoner spell as well available for him.
Yeah, grabe yung counterplay dito ng ROI. And kita mo yung paggamit ni Don ng Thrill of the Hunt. Alam niya yung tamang espasyo para hindi lumabas yung marka sa ulo. Diba ni Kuya Hyde? Very well played ni Kuya Rengar on the top side. Pero we'll see, Nomel.
Easy lang, Bobby D. Delikado ko siya pag nagkataon na mahuli siya doon. And exhausted disengaging with the grand entrance over the wall. Up na yung ating Dragon in 15 seconds time. Pero blowing at the replay, grabe yung ginawa dito ng RRQ. Pero yung counterplay talaga yung mas nagpasolid.
That's true. Again, isa sa mga bagay na kailangan mong respetuhin against the Renekton is kapag ka-pushing siya ng wave, talagang free reach stacks yung kanya makukuha. Pero yeah, the counterplay dito ng ROI, the Bolas traffic connecting onto Hyde, no chance na para sa kanya. Wala pa rin kasi siyang summoners na available during that fight di ba? And alam mo naman natin kapag pagdating sa pagbilang ng mga summoner spell cooldowns, ROI has what it takes to really jot down and to lock down yung mga targets na walang summoners.
Yes, kumbaga calculated dito, pero Zero forced to back away, low yung kanyang HP doon.
Yep.
Walang ignite dito si Kuya Hyde. So hindi niya nagamit yung kanyang ignite doon. Barrier lang, pwede niya mag-guide for the defensive mode. But RH, referral goes to the hands of ROLSTER Y. Dragon naman para sa RQ.
So it's even. And ito yung matchup na pwede nating bantayan din talaga, Helios going against Ratel. Parehas na split posters. Ito kasi yung nakakatakot yung pag-lane shadow dito ni Do at ni Nomel. Nakakailan na to si Kuya Do, Kuya Spear. Sinabi nga natin yung bone tooth necklace, kailangan niya kanina. Uy, lumabas na yung marka.
Nako, nawala na yung kanyang tinadohan as well. And tama ka dyan, Kuya Otto, no? Yun din talaga ang sinasabi natin, yung early aggression in which Do is doing right now. Nag-iba yung playstyle niya now that he's actually using a Rengar. Pero Dragon is down, sabi nga namin kanina, 6 minutes mga kaibigan, nagamit niya na kanyang tinadohan dito. So wala siyang attempt, wala siyang pwedeng magawa dito. So go for the aggression. We're seeing that the rest of the members of ROLSTER is going in as well. Meron tayong Hextech Ultimatum. Naku po! Delikado yun, exhausted na pag nagkataon. Shockwave! Pero wala. Hindi pa ganoon nararamdaman. Hindi pa masakit.
Pinilit ng RQ na hindi napabanggain nga doon yung Rift Herald. On the top side though, tingnan natin kung ipipilit ni Hyde to. Okay. Wisely backs away yung magkabilang miyembro. R-White ng RRQ. Pero sa gitna, napansin nga natin na nakabunggo itong Rift Herald natin. Na malaking bagay yan para sa ROI dahil nasa kanila yung Ziggs So maya-maya nasa satchel territory na yung Tori sa mid lane. Baka yun na nga yung mag-break open ng larong ito.
Pero actually, ngayon ko lang napansin medyo malaki yung gap kay Helios at kay Zero right now with the 2-0-1 na nakuha niya. Coming from the Baron lane, actually. Pero maganda naman ito para sa kanya kasi si Ratel na mga kalaban niya ngayon sa bot side is medyo kapantay nila pagdating sa gold dito. So walang malaking difference between these two champions. But again, this is a Garen getting the snowball, the power spike that he wants to get sa game natin. So very risky para sa RQ right now. But tignan natin, di ba? Dalawa yung ating plated steel caps for those items. Diba? Kailangan nila ng armor dito. Alam nila yan, mas medyo threatening yung kalaban na Rengar and itong si Garen.
Darating din naman yung punto na magkakaroon na... wait lang mapipilitan mag-dominus dito si Kuya Hyde.
Pero wala, hindi niya talaga pwedeng ipasok at ipilit kasi dalawang champion yan. Dalawang chunky boys yan, RP. At alam mo naman na itong dalawang champion na ito could be very lethal again for RQ pag nagkataon. Kahit na itong si Exhaustion medyo negative din.
Kailangan makakita ng RRQ ng tamang angulo for team fight para mag-break open itong larong ito. Gusto nilang tanggalin itong stalemate na meron tayo kasi sa ngayon, tempo advantage is on the side of RY. Hindi man halata sa gold lead na meron tayo, nararamdaman ng RRQ na kahit paano may konting kalamangan itong RY pagdating sa tempo. Pero pwede kasi natin hintayin talaga yung moment na maging... wait lang Trail of the Hunt gagamitin.
Ayun na, hunting, looking for enemy. Kumbaga nag-post na siya ngayon sa ating shout chat. Looking for enemy to kill. Tatalon ka Exhausted. Next ultimate para sa isa. Helios, pero Deathmark to buy some time. Ratel, walang nadamage ito. So, di siya mamamatay doon. Bodies ng flash in na huli ang buhay ni Kuya Helios. Ignite with the flash na ginamit niya. But still, not enough.
Ang daming ultimates na ginamit at kinumit doon ng RY sa may bandang ibaba. They were able to get ahead itong ni Kuya Helios and lahat ng summoners. Ibuhos na nga rin talaga ng RRQ. Ito naman talaga yung pag-commit dito ng RY. Kanilang mission para tulungan nga itong split push ni Ratel. Kasi kung hahayaan mo na stalemate yung split push ni Ratel at split push ni Helios, pwedeng makakita ng angulo itong si Helios na masolo kill itong si Kuya Ratel. Ito yung rason kung bakit nila kinuha itong ang Rengar no? Yung pag lane shadow at yung pagtulong sa side lane, doon talaga kilala ang isang Rengar.
As soon as possible din, kailangan nila kagad ma-shutdown itong mga kalaban dito mga kaibigan. Pero bago sa loob ng Gators, Mega Inferno Bomb, high disengage with Dominus, Demonstration Justice, point pa rin siya, Ignite, not gonna be able to finish the job, but they finally stayed there. Remember, nang putik nang masira ito sa ating mid lane dito, so kailangan nilang sirain yan. Chance with the shockwave coming in, pero na-silence ang isa, Exhausted, super low, and he will fall down. If Herald will not survive right now, but still, nakikita natin, dinadamage pa nila yan. Lamang sila dito, RRQ, 4 men still here in the referral pit, but hindi nila mapipilit. At dahil doon, mukhang secure na ang first tier sa mid lane.
Yeah, hindi kasing linis ng execution ng RRQ as they hope for during that team fight. Naman nagkawatak-watak sila. At at one point nakita natin na si Exosen nahiwan sa gitna at that's going to be Rift Herald going to the side of RY. Slowly but surely, nakikita na natin yung tempo advantage na meron dito ang RY. Mas pinapalaki pa nila. Mukhang makakakuha sila ng double objective 10 minutes dahil yung Infernal Dragon is already up. Nabosog na rin yung Toro sa GGsphere.
Ano pa, Ocean Drake pa yata itong ating Elemental Rift. Bago pumasok sa loob, ginamit tayo kanyang Grand Entrance. Pero Deathmark para kay Zero, napangunan, sinapatay. Shockwave VP there. Pero look at the damage coming from RQ. They're chasing down si Do. The one more hit, isang palo na lang. Surfboard ko. Iampas mo na yung surfboard, please lang. Pero di niya nahabol. Ang next target ay walang bagong si Kuya. Oh, Nobel. Si Lemon na naman ang naging kalamansi. Nakabawi ang RQ. Dalawa na pa rin nila plus a dragon.
Yes!
Into the hands of RQ.
Totoo yan, at yung pinaka-importante doon ay nakuha nila yung Dragon doon, Kuya Sphere. Ito, nakatakas pa, pero jobs done na rin para sa side ng RQ. Kailangan nila yan. Kasi kung nagtuloy-tuloy yung momentum dito ng RY, baka mag-snowball na nga itong larong ito para sa side ng ROLSTER Y, the RQ. And so far, kahit nakuha nila yung mga objectives na yun, yung kills na yun, hindi naman sapat yun para mapunta yung kalamangan sa kanila eh. Talagang more on, just evening it out. Tingnan natin yung laban na yan. Pasok dito sa Exosen. Pero it's all about that front to back. Si Kuya Helios, binabantayan ko dito kung sino talaga yung shred down niya eh. Yung naging target niya were actually the tanks. Na itong ang si Zero. Nanlambot si Kuya Zero, and that's actually all she wrote para sa clash na yun.
Actually, ang ganda ng ginawa na Exhausted dun eh. Prioritizing Luna talaga. And what happened is that after nun, Luna was forced to back away, use yung kanyang satchel over the wall sa ating Dragon Pit. And because of that, hindi na siya nakapag-poke, hindi na siya nakapag-damage sa teamfight na yun. And which is why, nanalo yung RRQ that particular team fight. After that, actually, medyo bumabawi na sila. 12 gold na lang ang difference sa team. Pero ito na yung Stasis sa sinasabi ko na kailangan talaga nila. Deathmark, buy time, flash out, sabay disengage, takbong Marino. Ito na si Kuya Chas with the Envy, ulti, Void Assault, hinampas, Void Spike, nakupo, nakapansin, skill back, kinagat ng 7 Dragons, natapang disengage ang members of Roster Y. But, wait lang, hindi pa tapos ang laban, there's more! Nahuli si Exhausted! Ang ganda naman ng flash na yon! Hipan mo, Exhausted! And he will survive that one! Grand Entrance, flash out, ankle breaker!
Yeah, pero walang ultimate dito ang side ng RY, so mas mahirapan silang pitasin. Ito nga si Kuya Hyde, so no casualty for both sides, pero ano yung ginawa ng ni Helios na outlay dun sa may bandang ibaba, hindi siya nagawang pitasin dito ng RY with the proper usage ng kanyang skill set. Yung Deathmark niya nakapag-avoid ng ibang skills dito ng RY. Pero ang pinaka-importante kasi dun talaga na take away ko, Kuya Sphere, yung kunat ni Rengar. Kuya Do with this Divine Thunder Cleaver, and maya-maya Death's Dance na hindi siya mapitas nung kanyang arch nemesis na Kha'Zix. And then, speaking of Kha'Zix, 3-1-0 pa yun, Kuya Sphere. Normally, pag ganun, lista ko na para kay Kuya Kha'Zix, pero ang kunat ni Kuya Do.
Yes, kumbaga kinalmot niya eh. Pero di pa rin enough. That battle roll really give him the edge in that particular team fight. Pero Hyde, delikado kanya boy dito ginamit ni Dominus. Pero no, hesic activator pero low na. Yung kanyang HP pero Marky tamang shield lang sa Genty. Mega Inferno bomb, buhay pa rin sila. Hyde, tamang gamit yung kanyang explosive gas. But wait lang, mahuli nila. Nag-stasis para mag-find time si Marky dito. Pero low na ito nila mga HP. Wala nang turret, so no one's going to defend them doon sa ating backline. Exhausted. Ito na si Chaz. Para mag-clean up job. Hahabulin niya, walang redemption dito. Nagamit na kanyang Boyos on. Pero exhausted, low! Nakuha siya. And Helios win with an asper para mag-clean up job. But wait, naku mali. Paisa Gaming. Ang barangay ng RRQ ay nahuli. Double kill. Unofficial ace para kay Do.
Oh! Medyo masakit yun para sa side ng RRQ pero very well played para sa side ng RY. Kita naman natin yung unang nangyari doon. They actually went down. Ito ang end collapse dito kay Kuya Hyde. Pero sa Marky being there, nagpay pa ng enough time. Kita mo yung paggamit ng explosive cast dito. Talagang bumalik sa nakaraan yung dalawang members ng RRQ. And that's what they needed to really break open that game. At the fact na yung Rift Herald nabasag na nga yung Dory sa may bandang ibaba. So kahit nakapag-flash. Wait lang, may baron tayo dito live.
Baron light ka ito mga kaibigan, pero makuha mga kaibigan dito ng ROLSTER Y. At habang pinapanood natin yung replay na yon, indeed that was a pretty smooth move coming from ROLSTER Y, especially with Lemon, Nomel with that explosive cast. Talagang napabalik niya sa nakaraan itong si Hyde doon sa team fight natin. And medyo malayo kasi Earp eh. Malalayo yung members of RQ dito. ROLSTER Y, naka-prepare sila doon talaga sa bakbakan na yon, and that's their plan. To go for the referral, summon it for the second tier turret, and get those kills.
And that was made possible again by that side lane pressure, side lane assistance ni manager to. 7-0 in 2 on this Rengar. My God.
Puno na yata yung kanyang bontot necklace, no?
Kompleto na yan.
Oh,
5 man na, engage!
Engage indeed. There's going to be the death mark para dito kay Kuya mo. Uy, nahuli ang isa. Lemon ang lambot. Hinabol ngayon si Kuya Zero. Pero Chastity is engaging. Uy, Mega Inferno bomb. Walang tinaman na kahit na isa. Tamang easy lang. Easy, Bobby, di mo muna tayo dito.
Yep.
Pero time 4 seconds para gumag-up yung ating Dragon. Kailangan kagad mag-reset. Mag-reset itong si Chas. Wala siyang flash. I don't think they can get in the Dragon pit in time.
Yep.
So still this one, no one's going to contest it.
Meron characteristic para sa side ng RY na hindi nila nagamit yung Baron to its full extent. Pero okay lang. Okay lang, good job. Pero yeah, it's all about RRQ's ability to defend yung mga towers na meron sila. To a point that yung Baron buff dito ng RY is technically pwede na nating sabihin na nasayang. Although na-convert pa rin naman nila ng isang dragon. That's going to be the Mountain Dragon. If you are RRQ, you will be happy with that. Na yung Baron only equated into one dragon. Goods na yun.
Yeah, specifically para dito sana kay EXO and Hyde, no? The shield that they could get from the Mountain Drake. And also surprisingly, we're seeing that yung ating mga Baron laners, pareho silang walang kills, no problem, but they have the assist. But Ratel is still getting this lead that he needs sa game natin. The redemption for is enchanted boosts. At the same time, yung kanyang Hullbreaker to go for the pressure, just go for the split push. Parang Fiora din yung gamit niya ngayon. Same lang din sa ating game 2. 17 minutes, again. Pag nagkaroon tayo ng time na umabot tayo sa Elder Drake, it's going to be lethal para sa RRQ because of, again, the effectiveness of Do.
5 yan ha.
That's a Rengar plus Camille. Alam mo naman, malista mo na yan, pag may tinamaan ng Hextech Ultimatum, mas kailangan nila talaga mag-stack up ng maraming stasis kasi yun ang importante para masayang yung Hextech Ultimatum. Turret will fall down to the hands of ROLSTER. Why? Because of the satchel securing that second tier to the top side.
Yup. Pagkatapos i-satchel yung sa gitna, sinatchel sa taas. Yung mga tore dito ng RRQ. Pero that's kind of expected. Yun yung reward na meron ng RY with that Baron na nakuha nga nila kani-kanina lang. Pero yeah, nag-break open na yung laro dito, GGsphere. We now are in the midst of a 5K hole para sa side ng RRQ. Doable pa naman, winnable pa rin naman itong laban na ito para sa RRQ. Medyo mahihirapan lang talaga sila i-take down ng mga members ng RY kasi ultimo itong Rengar nga natin ay napakakunat na. Look at the items. Oh my God, let's dance. Spirit Visage, meron pang stasis pag naalanganin, GGsphere. Pero it's still very doable.
Ang trabaho dito ni kaibigang Do, pumasok, sabay maghanap ng target. Kung hindi man ma-secure, at least disengage ng properly because that is Do. With those items, that is a Rengar na merong ganyang klase ng item. Battle Roar lang with the max stack of kanyang Battle Roar dito. Sigurado malaki mareregen na HP sa kanya. That's also going to be really bad for RQ. We'll see if they can make some counterplay dito. Buhay pa rin naman mga kaibigan na members of RQ. Also, tumataba naman si Marky. Meron na siyang Rabadon's Death Cap.
Yep.
And medyo makati na yung kanyang Shockwave kung sakali man. But they still needs the help of the rest of the members of RQ dito. Kailangan niya ng tulong. Kailangan niya ng damage pa. Kami for the rest of the members of RQ. Also for the prioritization. If they really want to win this one, baka hindi na dapat si Doyo kanilang gamitan ng Deathmark dito kasi other champions are better option because of item choice niya.
True. At sino ang pinaka-juicy target talaga dito ng Deathmark or ng combo ng RRQ will be Ratel or Luna. Yung dalawa na lang na yun. Pero si Luna kasi may Stasis Enchant that is available para sa kanya. Other members ng RY dito napakakunat. Okay. So, we'll see. RY still playing the map, waiting for that Elder Dragon win condition para sa kanila. And then kanina, naalala nga natin ng game number 2. Nung pantay yung dalawang team na ito, yung execution ng team fight ng RY was actually just a little bit better than RRQ. So RRQ needs to step it up. Yan, needs to go plus ultra, Kuya Spear. Medyo malaking kalamangan dito ng RY.
Kailangan nilang ipanalo talaga yung mga susunod team fight dito. They really have to get that comeback. But 10 seconds, pop na yung ating Elder Drake. Remember, also because of that first hit turret na nakuha kagad dito ng ROLSTER, why? Yung talaga nagko-control sa kanila sa mapa eh. Hindi na makabawi dito ang RQ. They don't have that kind of lead pagdating sa ating Dragon. Rather yung ating mid lane control sa mapa.
May
teleport siya na up dito. May Inferno ba for the initial damage? Sakit na kagad to. Medyo low na yung kanyang HP dito ha. Eto na si Do. Si Marky, andyan naman, nahuli si Marky, delikado siya, napatay, nahuli, sinakbal ng espada, si Luna, down, Deathmark, next stages na, mamamatay siya, pero nasa loob na mga water members dito ng ROLSTER Y, RRQ, si Justice engaging, Elder Drake, kailangan nila yung target dito, si Lemon nasa loob, load dito kanyang HP, execute dito, high dito, at inuntog sa kanyang chan, na Dadbog, nandong si Gragas, si Jazz, takbo na, delikado kayo dyan mga kaibigan, kasama niya si Exosen, at mukhang hindi nila masisecure yung ating Dragon, however, ROLSTER Y will be pushing this third tier turret sa ating mid side. Kaya ba nila ito? Kaya ba nilang matapos ito?
Grabe yung
member
wins.
nila ng RQ ang buhay para magdepensa at pag-push dito. Kakayanin ba nila na magdepensa rin itong base natin? But wait, Chas still secure the third tier turret to the bot side. Ginamit tayo kanya explosive pass. Nahuli si Chas, Guardian Angel, Exhaustion at Carabinab. Hinapas ng espada, tinaga sa ulo. At mukhang nagsisit pansit. We're moving towards the game 4. And ROLSTER Y getting the one with it.
Yeah, just would love to comment din yung ginawa ng RY na prepping ng waves. Top, mid, and bottom pushing nung pinilit ng RQ yung Hail Mary na yun on going for that Elder Dragon. Everything was already in the favor of RY. Pero commendable pa rin naman talaga ang ginawa ng RQ doon. It's just that RY getting that early lead, again that Rengar, yung X factor ng Rengar na yan, parang hindi talaga tayo handa dun sa surprise pick na yung GGsphere.
Yes, napaka-unexpected yung naging turn of events doon. But overall, I would say that as you mentioned, RP, etong ginawang lineup ng ROLSTER Y is really surprising for RRQ. They didn't expect that Camille Rengar, diba? Sino ba naman mag-expect ng ganyang pick? Normally, we are seeing that in the previous seasons of Wild Rift, but now, it is here once again. It just shows the dominance dito overall sa RRQ. Yeah. Diba? Marami tayong mga prediction na mga pwede nilang piliin, even na Lee Sin sana, pero hindi. Nakuha nila yan. Itong dalawang champion na ito ang naging isa sa mga susi. Even itong si Do with that Rengar, a really surprising performance para sa kanya.
Yeah, in dalawang beses na natin nakikita na yung Ziggs dito ni Kuya Luna. It's been very effective. So I think it's time for us to really take that out of the equation. Hindi man siya yung talagang nagpanalo dito ng game number 3, but the stability na binibigay ni Luna dun sa kanyang team, yung the amount of damage, the amount of defenses na hindi nga mapasok dito ng RRQ. I think that has to be taken into consideration heading into game number 4. This is a best of 5. Lumamang na dito ang ROI, pero hindi pa naman tapos para sa RRQ.
Yes, indeed. Hindi pa tapos. Hindi pa uli ang lahat. Diba? Pwede pa tayong umabot sa game 5. Sabi ko naman sa mga dito magiging grand finals. Hindi tayo aabot ng game 5. Diba? Pwede ba yan ang lahat ng mga kaibigan natin dito, especially yung mga players natin sa laban na ito. This is once again for 12,000 USD na grand na championship na pool natin or yung price natin dito sa ating champions. But again, ito yung highlight natin, nakakita natin dito here and there. Yung mga ginawang pagkapanalo dito ng Rollster Y. I would say, isa sa mga pinaka-highlight dito that gave them a lot of lead is that referral na nakuha dito ng Rollster Y, focusing in the mid lane, and then go for the second referral as well to get securely yung ating first tier sa mid lane. Habang yung RRQ, hindi nakakuha yung ating first tier.
Ito talaga yung ito yung pinaka-game breaking clash ano? And we are nakakita ng nakakuha ang RY ng 5-0 lead, and this was the very desperate play na meron ng RRQ. Every wave has been prepped, teleport lang, and although napitas nila dito si Kuya Luna, the question was what was in exchange, diba? And what did it ano yung kay Thanos,
what did it cost?
Yung what did it cost yung gano'n, diba?
Tama ka dyan.
Medyo maganda talaga execution, commendable talaga ang RY dito all throughout the game. We have to wait and see. Syempre, trust in Coach Kaigu, trust in RRQ, nadalihin tayo sa game number 5.
Kumbaga, what else could you think na pwedeng mangyari dito, di ba? With regards to what happened sa ating Dragon Elder Drake fight, this was, you know, them catching out yung ating mga AP carries. Pero after mahuli si Luna, ano nang gagawin nila? Ang kunat ni Camille, ang kunat ni Renekton, rather ni Gragas dito, tapos ang kunat din ng rest of the Rengar, di ba? So, anong gagawin mo? Wala talaga. Pero moving on na. Move on na tayo.
Move on na.
Nangyari na yung nangyari. Kung it is what it is, we're going to the next what it is.
GGsphere, itong RRQ, punong-puno na to ng mga veteran players eh. Wala nang daga to sa dibdib. So, itong game number 4 natin, it's all about, you know, making sure na yung kung ano man yung ilabas nilang plano dito, they will be able to execute it well. So far, nung game number 1 and game number 2, si Kuya Hyde has been very consistent. Pero on game number 3, nakitaan na siya ng butas ni manager to. Nakakita ng, trail of the hand ba naman GGsphere, di ba? Pagka may trail of the hand ka, mabilis ka rin naman talaga yung move speed na meron ng isang Rengar. Kahit pa paano, nandoon na talaga.
Yes.
So we're looking into the bans here, and interestingly, it's going to be the Riven that will be banned out here by RY.
Also, RRQ shutting down topside. Karma has been left open.
Uy,
This could be a bait pick para sa kanila, or maybe a bait pick for RRQ. We'll see about that. Kung anong i-respond dito ng mga tropa natin sa RRQ. Sena naman.
Pwede naman
Sige,
Sena.
kunin nyo si Karma. Amin si Sena. Nasus! Hello
There you go.
sa'yo. Wow. Asusena. Tignan natin ang next target dito, mga kaibigan ng Rollster Y. Second pick.
Yeah, ito yung inaasahan natin for the side of RRQ. Hindi nila hahayaan na maulit yung drafting na meron dito ang RY. And so, they mixed it up. Pinan nila yung Fiora dito ni Kuya Ratel, although hindi naman niya nagamit ng game number 3. That ban alone did open up itong ang Sena. And kadalasan nakikita natin Sena will be prioritize RP1 tapos RP3 or Red Pick 3 yung tandem dito ng Sena. Pero kasi pagdating sa Korean teams, kapag hindi mo pinik yung Nasus ng RP2 o GGsphere, kinukuha nila di ba? Karma Nasus yung ginagawa nila rito, kaya naman natuto na ang RRQ and they went straight for that Sena Nasus.
Yes, ayaw na lang ipilit, ayaw na lang i-risk kung sakali man na pwede bang makuha si Nasus dito kasi yun lang naman talaga ang madalas na ginagawa ng mga kalaban nila. Yes. Now that we are seeing the 3 champions of Rollster Y, diba? Karma, Renekton, ayan na, may Dragon. Kumbaga makakompleto tayo dito, may Dragon, may Aso, marami tayo ditong members of RQ, mga champions sila. Go to Animal Planet. But Ken, so keep on mentioning, medyo maganda yung lineup ng dalawang teams dito. Medyo first 3 picks pa lang nagpapakitaan na sila. And the bans of RQ, first 3 bans, or rather 2, is actually the shutdown Ratel.
Yeah, that's true. It's yung hindi lang yung Fiore, pati na rin yung Camille talaga. So the respect being given here by RQ is very much warranted kasi syempre even during our review sessions, going back to the Horizon Cup, there is this one player talaga na nakakuha ng attention natin, that's Ratel in the Baron lane. So sa ngayon, RRQ after targeting itong si Kuya Ratel, banning out the Z is actually very interesting as well.
Jax band, okay. Interestingly enough, nakikita natin na medyo with regards to Jax pick, parang ito isa sa mga respect depende nila makita natin kasi that will go pretty well with the Shyvana, diba? With the counter strike tapos slip in, pero open si Garen pa. Pwedeng binibait ito ng Rollster Y na kunin nyo si Garen. Sige, kunin nyo si Garen ngayon.
pabor nga sa atin na binan yung Jax eh.
Oo
Sa
nga
totoo
eh.
lang. Kasi yung Jax, yun ni Kuya Ratel, isa rin yun sa mga nakakatakot na Baron laners na meron sila. And
Pati siya
although
din,
kinuha
eh,
na nila yung Renekton, remember, Zero pwede mag-Renekton eh. So, bungang si Ratel na ang gagamit ng Renekton ngayon. Yes.
Mukha nga. But since, yun nga, syempre, Fiora and Camilo's ban, so probably gano'n naman pa yung option
Uy,
nila. But
Darius
Darius pa?
Return of the
Pwede rin,
combo.
no? Kaya pala, okay, for the reason why they banned out Shen and Jax. So they cannot counter out kung Garen man or Darius pipiliin nila. Morgana, nako, hinover ha. Pinakita yung Morgana ha. Wait a minute, kapag mainit. Medyo delikado yan. Pero knowing do, kinig sa kanyang playstyle. Pero pagdating sa overall lineup, parang mas okay yung Morgana. But we'll see. It's going to be a Kha'Zix.
They need some damage threat and yung clean up potential din kasi of having that Kha'Zix in your team. Will always be there. Yung burst kasi din ng set ng Renekton and Darius is actually enough. And now to mix things up, this is what we love talaga with RRQ. They are going to pull off something na hindi ine-expect ng kabilang side, and that's going to be a Kali going to the hands of Helios himself. So, another ninja mid laner, assassin mid laner para sa kanya.
Ito yung mga champion, di ba? Helios talaga. Zed, Kali. Ito yung mga, alam mo yun, mga flashy plays. Na pwede pakita ni Helios dito being one of the players talaga na magaling mechanically.
Yes.
Overall, as a mid laner ng mga teams natin. So, I'm really looking forward how Helios will play. This Kali in the mid side going against, syempre, a Renekton. Di ba? So, it will matter if ano yung maging build ni Renekton dito. Pure HP lang ba? Black Cleaver? O kailangan niya magic resist? Going against na Kali. Exhaustion as well with that Nasu Sena going against sa Karma set. Interesting, di ba? Medyo magandang laban ito. We have Demacian versus Noxus. We have Ipis laban si Dragon. Di ba? Para sobrang init ng laban na ito.
Same pa din, Kuya Sphere. Again, I cannot fault the coach of each side for going for their guns. Talagang kita naman natin dito na parehas na comfort yung pinapakita dito na magkabilang side. And now, RRQ is saying na hindi yata maganda na maglabas ng double assassin composition against the very disciplined Makoro ng RY. So they went for a more standard team fighting jungler in the Shyvana. On the other side though, we have to still be worried kasi ang ganda pa rin talaga ng 5v5 nila. The tanks is going to be there. And syempre, yung pag-target down nila dito kay Hyde will always be there. They want Ratel to really have the advantages on the side lane en route to a win.
Yes, and bago yan, eto na, mga kaibigan, nagkakita tayo sa ating Game 4. Going sa ating game. Game 4 mga kaibigan. Sabi ko naman sa inyo anong mga giging masaya sa Grand Finals kundi abot ang Game 5. Isit pansit. Nasa Wild Circuit Asia pa rin tayo. Invitational 2022. ROLSTER Y versus RRQ. ROLSTER Y leading that one win against RRQ.
Listan, ano ba natin to, Kuya Sphere? But this is the first time that we will be seeing Darius. Actually, ni-review natin itong Darius pick ng Korea in general. Pero si Maru, yung ina-expect natin kasi nagagamit niya. No, actually, this is interesting.
Aray!
Uy!
Ano?
Uy!
Ano
Uy!
yun?
Sa polo! Uy!
Wala ka!
Uy!
Teka lang! Ang sakit naman! Bakit yun naman? Ang laki kasi ng espada ng skin na to!
God King Karin.
Iniiwan ko.
30 seconds. There's blood. So far, itong si Kuya Hyde talaga nagpapakitang gilas dito. And now RRQ is mixing things up. Si Hyde yung napunta sa gitna. And
Yes!
itong si Kuya Helios yung nasa top lane. Talagang hindi pinapahinga ng RRQ sa mind games itong RY.
Grabe naman talaga yon. Habang nag-explain ka, pinapanood ko yun, nakikita ko yung damage. Sabi ko parang, okay. That's the Glass of Undying. Maybe he has the Kraken Slayer as well, di ba? Sa kanyang runes dito, and that explains the damage overall. But that first blood giving the edge, mga kaibigan, para sa RRQ. And as Autolose mentioned as well sa ating mid side, ito na ang focus nila. Hyde is parang si Chas ang babysitter ngayon ni Kuya Hyde.
Yes, and ipupush out lang nila talaga itong wave na ito para hindi rin ma-freeze ng maganda ni Kuya Zero. And with priority in the mid lane comes Scuttle Crab priority next. Yun naman talaga yung katambal niyan eh. Basta makuha mo yung priority sa mid, most likely ang kasunod niyan is going to be the Scuttle Vision, especially ito 1 minute and 30 mark. Dagdag na lang din natin sa nangyaring exchange na yon kanina ng Garen plus the Renekton, yung minion damage na sinalon ni Kuya Zero. So I'm actually assuming na yung minion yung good chunk ng damage na yun kanina, kaya tayo nakakita ng solo kill eh.
To think, wala pang tanke nun ha. Talagang it's just the number
Caster
of
minions yung Makate. Talaga Kuya Spear sa early stages.
Kumbaga, number of minions talaga na nag-stack up, nag-pile up. And in terms of clearing naman talaga, medyo may kalawangan si Hyde at sa Garen, di ba? Even when she reaches level 2. But, we're seeing that Facebreaker coming from Lemon or sa bot side dito against kay Exosen. Pero makunat yan, that's an Asus. Naka-Sapphire Crystal siya dito, wala pang Ruby Crystal. But still, makunat yan kasi that's a base stats of being an Asus. Pero yun ang pass, inutog sa Maset, tamang Spirit Fire lang. Luna ng bahagya itong si Luna. I don't think they will risk this one. Medyo delikado talaga para sa kanila pag nagkaroon na pumasok pa sila. Kasi pwedeng may threat of Chas going there.
Yes, pero kita mo yung pasensya ng veteran player na meron tayo in the bot lane. Exosen did not invest the flash.
Nako po, walang paligoy-ligoy pa. Si Hyde, ginamit lahat, in-ignite, ginamit ito ng Dimension Justice at nabuhay pa rin ang laruan natin na si Renekton.
Okay lang. Ang kagandahan pa rin naman dito is yung tempo, priority is on the side of our queue actually. Itong si Kuya Chaz, parang nagkaroon ng malaking playground eh. Nakuha niya yung dalawang Scuttle Crab, tapos continuously lang yung kanyang pag-power farm dito. And again, this is Shyvana that we're talking about. Pagdating sa Shyvana, you don't really expect her to be very present when it comes to ganking. But when it comes to farming, isa siya sa pinakamabilis sa jungle role.
Tama ka dyan. Tier ng jungle camp, no? Napakabilis talaga. That's a Shyvana for you. And that's reflecting in the gold. Looking at this gold, 3,000 kaagad sa kanyang kamay, habang 2,700 naman para kay Kuya Do. Manager Do. Pero topside nakakamay tayo dito ng konting pagkasangsang kasi nakikita natin na Lemon will be there together with Exosen or rather Marky. So these two champions, mga kaibigan, ay threat. Pero di na. Nag-recall na. Nag-reset si Kuya Helios. Now, he has yung kanyang Morellonomicon. Wow.
Morello, actually, pagdating naman sa Akali, depende pa rin talaga sa player kung ano yung talagang gusto nilang i-prioritize. Pero this Morellonomicon, pagdating sa value, maganda kasi talaga yung value niyan, especially looking at the champions na meron yung kabilang side. Darius, unang-una na dyan, di ba? Pagdating
dalawang
talaga
heal yan eh, Renekton tsaka Darius, di ba? Bibus wounds talaga.
Maganda talaga. Pero, syempre, may mga ibang magsasabi na sapat na yung orb. Ngayon, etong si Kuya Ratel ay nahabol si Kuya Hyde. Level 7 sa level 6 to,
May kalamangan ng bagya ang ating Noxus. Pero ang ating Noxian dito sa bot side. But again, that's Hyde. Kaka-level 7 lang naman niya ngayon. Tiningat namin yung wave lang. So ngayon, naging normal na yung match-up. Bumalik na sa totoo. Sa totoong magkaka-lane dito, no? Hindi na pumunta ulit. Hindi na nag-stay sa mid lane itong si kaibigang Hyde. Referral, pinapwestuhan kaagad ng mga members of ROLSTER Y. Medyo may kalamangan sila dito pero parating naman si Kuya Hyde na may lamang din naman sa kanyang lane kanina. Pero first to Black Maze, masa sa loob. Uy, napakaganda Facebreaker para nakapin na nanlambot si Kuya Exosen. Ginamit ang kanyang Exhaust and Flash but he will not survive that one. Hindi na siya nagkaroon ng pagkakataon para magamit ang kanyang Fury of the Suns. At dahil doon, sobrang lambot niya. We are still seeing right now ROLSTER Y positioning themselves towards the referral. But Chaz waiting sa get B. Meron siya dito blasting ko na pwede niya magamit. Hinahabol niya na ngayon ang isang member dito. And the damage will be there. Ang sakit ni Hyde! Look at the damage coming from them. And nakukuha pa rin dito ng ROLSTER Y ang ating referral. Pero kukunin namin ang mga buhay ninyo isa-isa. Dalawa para sa kanila. And because of that, medyo may kalamangan ng ROLSTER Y but RRQ aiming to get the first here sa top side.
Yeah, and this is to negate yung value ng Rift Herald. Remember, Rift Herald, kinukuha talaga yan para makabasag ng unang tore. I don't think they will be able to successfully. Yung pero okay lang. Tower plating to the side of RRQ. Definitely tempo advantage ng RY. I don't think they will be able to contest this dragon.
Oh my, hindi maganda ang sitwasyon daw dito kasi medyo maluwang kanyang HP doon. Pero ikutin dito, iikot-ikutan na nitong si Hyde. Hapasin niyang Dimension Justice. Rather, wala siyang Dimension Justice but he has a decisive strike. But I think this Dragon will be secured by ROLSTER Y kasi wala nang iba. Pero Showstopper, pumasok sa loob with a Shuriken Toss. Tamang gamit ng Twilight Shroud. Pero namatay, inikutan ng laruan. Hinahabol niya si Lemon. Hindi na aabot, hindi na niya mapipilit. Very big summon na bot lane right now. Ako dinidepensa naman dito ni Charles at ni Hyde. Yung ating first tier turret. And I think they will be able to defend this one. At wala pa rin makakuha ng first tier sa laban na to.
Pero nakakakuha talaga ng tempo advantage. Kung mapapansin mo rito kay Sphere, halos lahat ng mga nangyari doon ay pumabor sa RY. Although nakakuha tayo ng 2 kills. Etong playmaking ni Nomel, parang nagpainit lang nung games 1, 2, 3. Ngayon na nakikita na natin at nararamdaman na natin talaga na isa sa mga bagay talaga na nag-improve sa Korea Wild Rift is yung playmaking set support nila wherein priority talaga yung proto build at ginagawa, alam mo yung insect kick? Diba? Yung insect kick in where pababalikin yung sa mga primary target, yun na yung ginagawa talaga nila on this side. Kanina si EXO, ngayon naman si Marky. That's 2 heads down para sa side ng RRQ.
Parang cancel animation no? Pwede mo kasing gawin din dito yun Mabilis siyang paggamit ng face breaker sabay flashing o kaya hextech protobot. Pero sigurado na nasisecure niya yung kanyang mga kalaban dito. And that is one thing na kailangan iwasan ng RRQ, especially Exosen. At that point, as I mentioned, hindi niya nagamit yung kanyang Fury of the Suns. But imagine if he was able to use it, maybe meron siyang enough time pa para mas mapatagal at ma-survive. Though, going for the blue buff na meron siya dito, after the members of RQ is actually positioning themselves towards the top side. Tamang clear lang ng ward, nakita nila dito, so naging may ingat ang ating ROLSTER Y.
Yes, and bumalik tayo sa statement dito kay Sphere. Kalamangan pa rin ng RY dahil Rift Herald nakuha nila, na-chunk down nila yung Torre sa big band na ibaba, nangangaling si ID dito kay Sphere.
Delikado nga siya, inuhold niya yung minions
Galing.
Pinipilit niyang madepensahan pero maganda yung ginawa niya doon indeed. Pero ito na si Ratel, hindi niya nahatak itong ating Dimasian hero. Wala na pinilit sa loob. Because of that, tama ka dun, RP. Na-hold niya ng sulit yung ating mga minions. Pero Ratel, not gonna give it up! Never gonna give you up! At ikaw po tuloy ang nahuli! And Ratel at si Lomel ay nahuli! Naging kalamansi na naman si Kuya Lemon. Pero yung top side, makuha ng
Napiga. Kuya Sphere, nawala ng pasensya dito ang RY at hindi nila inaasahan na 3 members pala ng RRQ ang sasalubong sa kanila sa may bandang ibaba. Nagkaroon naman tayo ng trade sa towers. Pero it still is a good para sa side ng RRQ.
Lamang sila doon. That's 2 kill for them. Again, over-aggression coming from ROLSTER Y. Tama ka dito kaibigang Otto, nawalan sila ng pasensya. Kumbaga, pasukin na natin. Ang tagal So, di nila in-expect that Marky will be there alongside with Charles. Napakaganda paggamit ng Curse of the Black Mist. Remember guys, pag may Curse of the Black Mist kayo, may movement speed din kayo dyan. Kahit paano, giving you really the advantage na kailanganin ninyo pag mag-chase kayo ng mga kalaban. Marky defending the mid side right now, habang ito naman na sa members of ROLSTER. Medyo alangan itong mga pagkamalalim ni Kuya Marky,
Lalo na, dyan si Kuya Nomel. Itong kalamansi na to, maasim pa naman to.
Ito na naman, RP, ay perag na naman tayo dito, choke point na naman, si EXO ang malalim na tamaan siya ng, uy, last embrace, nahuli, si Lemon namatay, ginamit din ang kanyang showstopper, pero buhay pa rin ang isa, makuha si Helios, pagkakita ng go for the trade, kung nagkakapitat sila ng dragon, dito, ni Chad, pero isa-isa silang nababawasan ng HP nila doon, Spirit Fire Weapon as well, coming in from Exosen.
Uy, si Kuya Ratel!
Masyado ka malalim masyado ka massive!
Masyado ka na magaling
Pinagkakagat! Makuha nga ba nila? Naku po, nakatakas pa! Nahuli pa ang tempo ng RRQ! Pero si Go, tumalon, tinamaan siya ng last embrace! Pero turn around, Queen Peter Gaba! Tignan natin, si Lula, that's a karma! May shield siya, but Marky,
normalin mo!
Uy, tamang ankle break, damage
siya! Ay,
grabe! Pero grabe naman yung shield po dun! That is unreal shield na nabigay niya!
Breaks of the game, heading over to RY dito, pero kita natin na hindi pa sapat yung damage ng Sena to really clean out that team fight. Ratel, the middle of it all, yung 2-man apprehend niya dito, pero ang ginawa din kasi talaga dito ng RY is to play that patient game. Hintayin nila talaga na magkaroon ng mispositioning dito si Chaz on that Shyvana, and the cleanup was actually there. Close, but not quite yung nangyari dito kay Kuya Marky. Ang ganda na lang moments. Alam mo yung sa action movie, Kuya Sphere, na di mo alam kung sino talaga yung mamamatay sa bandang dulo.
Kumbaga, nakuha niya na yung baril niya sa action star, pero di Martial Justice para sa isa mo tingnan mo tayo. So Kuya Zero, nabuhay pa, showstopper, hi, delikado kanya buhay doon, hinabol si Diratel. Di Martial Justice, naku po, tinamaan siya doon, nung siya gulitin.
Uy, sayang!
Hinabol si Do, delikado buhay ni Do, ipis. Meron transcendent embrace sa tatlo, pero si Kuya Nomel. Nadali si Kuya Nomel. Dalawa para sa isa. This time, ang Dragon ang kakain sa sarili niyang Dragon.
Yeah, pero nakakuha ng advantage ang RY sa bandang gitna dahil nasama niya nila yung Red Herald. And that's the mid tower ng RRQ na bumagsak na. Ang dami nangyayari dito, Sphere. Parang
Grabe, puso ko
game number 4, yung puso natin. Ako, mamaya, check ko yung BP ko ha.
Oo, napupunta sa kanan eh.
Bawal.
Medyo gumagalaw. Nagkakaroon ng movement, kumbaga. Tingnan mo naman yung replay natin kasi. We were saying that actually at first, it was them getting that early lead para kay Zero. Pero Zero, hindi pa ninaga na just na makatakas eh.
Yeah, true. Kita na rin naman natin dito yung pagiging decisive din ng ating juggler na si Chaz. And at that moment, or in that clash, naging enough na yung damage ni Kuya Marky. At nakakuha siya ng isang exit kill doon. So, 8-8 tayo, Kuya Spear.
Okay.
Nabantayan natin dyan. Dahil din sa 10 seconds.
Kuya, si Bayani na. Pero nauli naman si Exhausted. Pero yung ginamit niya, hindi siya nakapag-flash out kasi wala siyang flash. Doon, sinikado ang buhay nila dito. Height going in. Kasama niya si Chaz. Pero nagamit niya, di ba, sa Justice? Nakapag-turn around po sila. 4v4 situation. Helios, nag-aabang sa Gendy. Pero siya pa siyang Twilight Shroud. Tignan mo ng isa. Gawin ka naman kung Shuriken Toss mo. Gawin mo mga ninja tactics. Ayaw niya. Tama na yun, tamang isa-isa lang.
Deo, pa isa-isa lang. Nagkabigayan dito si Exosen, the tank member ng RRQ. Wait lang ha, this is very sneaky and very aggressive. Malambot ang Baron at 13 minutes pero na-sniff out. Naamoy ni Kuya Luna. Grabe naman si Luna.
Wala eh. Siyempre isa pa lang Dragon na nasa katawan niya. Kung baga hindi niya pa kaya si Kuya Baron pag ganun. Kaya din, hindi niya pa naipilit. Puntik na. Actually, tama ka doon kaibigang Otto. No? Pag nagkataon, pwede niya isolo yun. Pwede nang bumalik. Pwede nang tumulong kagad yung mga tropa niya. Remisponde at that point. But good reading coming from Luna na naamoy niya na may nag-attempt for the Baron.
Yes. And ito yung damage build na Shyvana. Nakakita tayo ng Shyvana na Divine Sunder. But this build, the Trinity Force, Blade of the Ruin King plus Death's Dance, this is the more standard solo queue build na kadalasan natin nakikita. So, the threat of very fast objective takedowns is always there on the Shyvana pickup.
Tama. That's going to be the problem para sa ROLSTER Y dito. Charp! Napansin ko lang din, kailangan na rin talaga mga pag-farm ni Kuya Exo ng kanya pang tanky items. Though, looking at his items right, medyo tanky naman na siya. Pero the problem is yung burst eh. Yung burst ng ROLSTER Y dito, the moment na siya mahuli ni Kuya Nomel, malaki pa naman yung factor ng kanyang Spirit Fire dito. Kasi imagine, pa Spirit Fire lang siya. Pero the damage and the reduction of the armor overall is really important for RRQ. Kaya kailangan hindi siya madali kagad. They just have to make sure that they can save Exosen pag naulit-ulit yung mga ganong senaryo.
At fourth game na to, Kuya Spear, pero alam mo yung diktikan na laban, this is as close as it can get sa larong Wild Rift. Beautiful Wild Rift, ika nga, this series has not disappointed the fans that we have from Korea and the Philippines and whole world. Ladies and gentlemen, RY and RQ wants to net that advantage.
Alam mo to,
wala naman.
Ito yung ginagawa nila talaga pag clear ng mga wave. Ito na. Wang.
Pwede.
Sa blacklist, call an ambulance, but not for me. Wala naman. Nagkaroon lang ng pag-amba na naganap dito. Pero si Do si manager Do, medyo malalim ka dyan, kaibigang Oso.
Manager Do
Updated yung boy na soldier. Ako po, si Kuya Chaz yan, Dragon yan. Pag nagkataon, angat ka rin ganyan talaga. Pero wait lang, napaluyo ka niya HP doon kasi isolated siya. Dito si Kuya Do, lahat ng bush tinataguan eh. Mga delikado buhay dito ng RRQ, pero Zero, Rootless Predator, hindi niya mahahabol si Exhausted. Ako po, ikaw mahahabol. Ito na mga Dragon, ito na si Kuya Lemon. Naku po, buhay pa si Zero, hindi ka dyan, Zero ka muna ngayon. Hinahabol na rin sa members of RRQ, members of ROLSTER Y. 4v5 ang laban natin ngayon. They can actually opt for a Baron dahil sa Bruiser Champion attack na nawawala sa kanila. So pwede ito. Pero very risky play kung sakali man. But no threat. Wala silang katakot-takot doon. Dragon laban sa Baron. Hindi natin. Pipipirit nila. I think mas maganda kung magturat na lang sila, no?
Oo, pwede. Pero may wave clear pa rin naman talaga dito si Luna. Okay, so that's one kill. For RY, you will be happy with that. Hindi na i-convert yung pitas na yon on Zero onto something more relevant. Pero for RQ, those are the things na talagang tatanggapin mo time and time again. A couple of seconds away from the Infernal Dragon. Tingnan natin kung magkakaroon tayo ng full-blown clash because so far, Again, when it comes to clashes, kung sino yung manalo, yun na yung pagdating ng mga ganitong oras, parang sila na yung nananalo, Kuya Sphere, no?
Oo. Tsaka ang hirap nito, RP, Right now, naka-heartbreaker si Kuya Hyde. Pero Hyde cannot go for the
Cannot
split push.
no?
Oo, kasi
Hirap
alam niya eh. Alam niya na kailangan siya ng buong sambayan ng Pilipino. Eto na, Curse of the Black Mist coming in. Mga members of RQ, they're not gonna go in muna for now kasi nagiging maingat sila pag nagkataon. Meron pang Void Spike. With a slow and a damage, initial damage coming in.
Nahuli!
Meron na dalawa. Meron ang isa. Nahuli si Hyde. Ginamit ang diba si Justice medyo maaga. Pero uy, napakakunat. Meron tayong Donut Shadow. At ang Dragon! Flying Dragon! Kinalmot ang lahat.
Oy!
Super damage from RQ. Isa-isa na mamatay ang Rolster Y. Eto na, ang pagbawi ng mga api. Nakuha ang buhay ni Hyde. Pero sa'yo na yan. Tukunin namin kayo lahat. It's going to be
Boom!
so nakuha nila dito ang lahat ng members of Rolster Y. And now, they can potentially go for the inhibitor turret.
That's it! That's it! Magkakaroon tayo ng Game 5 dito! Puso ng Pilas pa din, Kuya Sphere, ang mananaig. And we are going the distance! Wow!
Tapos na mga kaibigan. Ilista nyo na, that ace will be the end of it. Kahit meron ka pang coated armor dyan, Nexus, wala kaming pake dahil pupunta kami sa Game 5. Magkakaroon lang kami ng pahinga ng konti, pero pagdating ng Game 5, talagang galit na galit ang RRQ.
Ay, grabe! Clutch moment mula sa superstars ng RRQ na si Helios at si Chaz. Chaz with a 3-man, 4-man Dragon's Descent, pinagkapit-kapit niya lahat at binigwasan niya ng isang matindi lahat ng members dito ng RY. And as we predicted and expected, we are going the distance. Game number 5 para sa Wild Circuit Asia Invitational 2022 Grand Finals.
How to train your dragon, Earp. Nakita, kaganda. Sobrang sulit nung dragon fight na yon. And the moment that he used yung kanyang dragon's descent, talagang kumbaga, literal na lumipad siya eh. Tapos, yung ano yun, yung sa GOT, alam mo ba, nung nagalit si Daenerys?
Ay, Dracarys!
Oo, Dracarys talaga. Grabe, iba. Iba yung laban na yon. That team fight was the end of it all. Pero tignan mo naman, yung ating graph dito, di ba? Still in favor of RRQ, but that one team fight really give them the lead. 32% para sa damage department dito for Luna. Hindi lang damage, kumbaga hindi lang pang pamilya, pang esports pa. May shield pa kasi na binibigay.
Grabe din eh, no? And I think as we look into the replay here, syempre itong performance ni Hyde that is very much welcome coming from the Baron laner.
Yes.
Now switching to the mid lane and getting that solo kill. It actually opened things up para sa ng RRQ, pero pansin mo pa rin dito, Kuya Sphere, it's a very evenly matched Grand Finals. Parehas na team na meron tayo dito, really high caliber. And this is what Asia Wild Rift is all about. Kaya nga ito yung Asia Invitational, di ba? I think two of the best teams that we do have here in Southeast Asia, in Korea, really duking it out. So far, it has not disappointed.
Yes, hindi lang, di ba? Hindi lang na-entertain talaga lahat ng mga viewers natin. But as casters, and for sure, a lot of pro players are actually watching them right now na trying to understand how their strategy is playing it off, paano nila ginagawa yung mga bagay-bagay. In this game, I really want to go back to sa ating last flash, di ba? Kasi
hintayin natin yung highlight na yun.
A lot of things happened eh. Iba-iba yung focus natin. Pero skip natin makikita. Pero no problem, di ba?
Kailangan natin kuminga pala po. Kaya Sphere, kailangan ko ng pineapple juice.
Batok. Alalayan ng batok.
Altamarasyon. Medyo intense talaga. And this is a very, very good series to cast. This is the Grand Finals that we have been really craving for. The Philippines really wants this, really needs this. And so is the other team, syempre Korean team. Parehas na team kasi, talaga na region talaga yung gusto talaga makauna dito at magkaroon ng kampyonato. International Championship yung nakalaan dito, Kuya Sphere. And that's the prestige na kahit anong sabihin mo, hindi matatawaran.
Yes, kumbaga, this might be a feeder tournament, but we are seeing it all, meta and overall gameplay. Mga kaibigan, magkakaroon na tayo ng short break at pagbalik namin, eto na, back to square one tayo, back to zero, game 5, RRQ versus ROLSTER Y. We'll be right back. Hello guys and welcome back! Munti ka tayo tamaan pero ito na tayo mga kaibigan para sa ating Game 5 at winawagayway na natin ang bandera ng RRQ. This is going to be the Game 5. I'm GGsphere, kasama pa rin si Autolose para sa ating kahuli-huli-huli-huli-hulihang laban between RRQ and ROLSTER Y. This is Pansit, banning face kagad tayo at wala nang paligoy-ligoy pa. Excited pa kayo sa mas excited? Eto na, RP, Camille, first ban.
Totoo, nagsimula ng Lunes. Magtatapos ngayon, wala nang Game 6. Dahil best of 5 lang to, GGsphere. Do or die. Championship ba to? O second place para sa RRQ o sa RY? Tignan natin. Uy, target down si Ratel. Pero this is another mix-up kasi nung games 1 and 2, nakita natin na blue side ang RRQ. Games 3 and 4, RY naman ang nasa blue side. And in this ultimate final game, RRQ is on the blue side.
It is what it is, RP. Ang daming nangyari kanina. Nakita natin na sa ating Game 1, Game 2, Game 3 at Game 4 na parang, alam mo yun, back and forth ang ating situation. Pero, again, this time, we'll be seeing, ang karma ban na. Medyo nagkaroon na sila ng konting takot dito. At saka, nasa blue side na tayo ulit.
Yun nga eh. This is going to be a first pick para sa side natin. Kanina ng games number 1 and 2, Gragas yung naging priority pick natin eh, no? Pero kasi sa ngayon, na-open ang Senna. Okay, Senna is going to be banned away. So now you have an option to really go for that Gragas priority. Tapos ibibigay mo yung Renekton on the other side. Tingnan natin kung ano yung final decision dito. Ooh! Ziggs priority, GGsphere!
It's going to be very exciting, no? Having a Ziggs as the first pick. Because we normally see a playmaker coming from the first pick. Normally, Gragas, yan, Garen, Fiora, Camille, kung sino pa man, but Fiora was been removed alongside with Camille. Pero yun nga, you get the point, diba? Ziggs being the first priority pick is very, parang, alam mo yun, they have something else in their mind na parang gusto nilang iplano. Gragas, in response to that, ang kukunin ng ROLSTER Y dito. So, what a wow!
Totoo. And when talking about Ziggs, Kuya Sphere, kasi no games number 2 and games number 3 kasi talaga, napansin nga na din natin si Luna on this champion time and time again has been delivering. Kaya hindi ko rin i-fault itong si Coach Kaigo na kuhanin kagad itong si Ziggs at ibigay kay Marky. Remember, si Marky, comfort pick niya rin naman yan eh. Gragas and Garen is going to be picked up here by RY.
Yes, dalawang tangke. Kung sakali man, nagawin nilang pure tank yan but you're seeing a lot of AP, pure AP build pa din na Gragas. In response to that, Seth Shivana. Ito pa naman ang Dragon ni Chas. Pero ngayon, RP, sa kanila na. Si Kuya mo, Seth. In response to that naman, Rolster Y will be having a Z. Wait. Lalabanan nga ba ng Dragon?
Celestial Butiki? Akala ko lalabas yung Celestial Butiki.
Hello, Dragon laban sa Dragon eh.
Aurelion Sol sa Teamfight Tactics 10 cost yan. Okay, shoutout sa mga TFT players natin dyan. But we now have basically a stalemate din for the second rotation. Kasi syempre iisipin ng RY at ng RRQ dito kung saan mapupunta yung mga champions na napick dito. The flexibility is always going to be there. Pero pwede kasi nating sabihin na itong Ziggs and Seth is going to be the Dragon Lane duo ng RRQ. So RY is just going to target down itong mid laner and possibly the Baron laner. Nakuha na nila yung Garen. Ano pa kayang pick dito ni Kuya Hyde?
Medyo papaisip ka tayo, no? Renekton is actually open. Na pwede pa nila makuha, pero di pa naman tapos ang ban dito ng ROLSTER Y. So that's the thing. Pag tinanggal si Renekton, ako po, actually Shen is also there. But may Jax din naman so pwede. Or knowing Hyde in terms of his playstyle, I would rather go for a pure tank bruiser na build ulit para sa kanya. Shen will be removed nga ba para Kuya Noel? Kuya Noel tuloy naiisip ko. Medyo na-miss ko si Kuya Noel bigla.
Renekton yung binan. So pwedeng...
Renekton nga.
Pero hinover din doon yung ban na pwedeng gamitin dito ng Kuya Hide, ni Kuya Hyde, yung Shen. Actually, pagdating naman kasi sa mechanics, Hyde has been very consistent. It's just that, pagdating kasi dito sa mga sa team ng RK where you can rely on Chaz and Helios doing the heavy lifting pagdating sa damage department, kadalasan talaga yung Baron lane mapipilitan na talaga to absorb the pressure, to be the less prioritized lane. And so far, Hyde has been stellar dito sa Grand Finals natin. Marami ako nakikita sa comment section that so far, yung revelation dito and the MVP has been Hyde. And I wouldn't argue, pare, kasi ganda talaga ng performance si Kuya Hyde.
Even with the game 3 na natalo sila, I think he was the SVP. Na ba nakita natin talaga, na makikita natin dito na he's been really performing very well with regards to his Baron lane. So right now, yun lang ang katanungan ngayon. Ano ba ang magiging champion niya, pipiliin niya? Kasi medyo naipit siya di ba? Nakikita natin na naubos na ang kanyang option dito. Shen, as you mentioned kanina, Jax is also there na pwede din na magamit sa kaliman. We'll see about that. Marky, you're still missing a mid laner, no? Akali could still be the pick na pwede natin makita. Here we go. Another one, di ba? Marky now getting that Akali para kay Helios.
And this could be something else para kay Exosen. Kasi pwedeng ibigay na lang itong set nga kay Hyde. Tingnan natin, ang Rakan has been taken away. What will be the gauntlet pick here by RRQ? What will be their last pick? Galio ni Kuya Exo ang sagot.
Ayan na. Galio nga. Wait, stop. Is this going to be a top lane set? A Baron lane set ba ito?
Or top lane set. Yes.
Kasi isipin mo, magiging risky Magiging risky kung gagawin nilang Galio top 2. So it's much a better option for them to go for the set top side or set Baron lane. Habang Varus ulit.
Yan natin, hindi naging effective yan ng game number 1, pero again, when it comes to making this champion work, Korean teams has what it takes. So Varus, kanina na sabi nga natin, first item will be mana muna, mura mana. Tapos tumuloy sa Nashor's Tooth. So posibleng ganun din yung mangyayari dito. Kasi nga nabawasan na yung impact ng poke type of Varus.
Yes. Pero sa ngayon medyo ito yung Grand Finals na huling laban natin na kakaiba din yung kanilang mga picks dito. We're gonna be seeing a set in the top side na madalas na ginagamit na ngayon sa support. Pero they have no choice. They have a lot of other options, pero having a set as a setter pa rin coming in from their team will be really exciting para sa RQ with regards to the setup that they can do alongside with Agalio. That's also Agalio with the Heroes entrance. At ang kalaban nila dito, Garen, Gragas na medyo makati rin at medyo makunat. Pero having Do, I think this is going to be a pure AP build.
True. We'll have to wait and see. Again, Manager Do will be on Gragas duty pagdating sa disengage. Gragas is number 1, numero 1 no? Pero in being there at the right place and at the right time, si Kuya Exosen, diba? On the Zero's entrance, pwede siyang bumabad sa mid lane and will still be able to support yung mga side lanes natin because so far, the story of games 1 to 4 is about controlling Ratel, controlling Ratel's pressure para sa side ng RRQ. Ayun na nga! Nilabas na ni Kuya Spear. Hindi ko may lalabas yung may pangalan ko eh.
Alam mo naman, RP, 7v5 ang laban dito.
Ayun.
Diba?
Hindi 7v8 daw, Kuya Spear. Kasi
7v8,
tatlo daw sa kabila. Oo.
Tatlo sa Korean broadcast, no?
Oh,
But,
hindi nila alam si Kuya
kaibigan,
Osiris nandyan din.
this is it. Let's go straight into the game. At eto na nga, naku po, ihanda nyo na mga kaibigan ang kalamansi ninyo at kung ano-ano pang pwede na nyong ihanda dahil we are now at the game 5, back to square 1, 0 score, RRQ versus Roster Y Grand Finals.
Best of 1 ang manalo, champion. Matalo medyo magsesettle sa second place. Sa banner ng second place. Pero etong si Kuya Helios kanina nung game number 4, napunta sa top lane. Pero ngayon naman, mag-mid lane na talaga siya.
Yep, mid lane nga dito. Dalawang ninja, dalawang assassin nagkakasuntukan dito sa ating mid-side, Helios and Zero. Alam mo na kanina, nakita natin maraming matchup ang nangyari. There also comes a time when in Roster Y, or rather RRQ, actually opted for a mid lane na si Hyde. Pero ngayon, standard tayo ulit. Balik tayo ulit nga sa mga ninja. Medyo mainit ang laban natin dito sa dance floor. Kita mo nagkakapasan ng kunay
Yeah. Saka hindi na rin binalik si Kuya Haku no?
Wala na.
Wala na silang, nawala ng amor. Kuya Haku and went back to Zero. Actually ito si Kuya Zero, di ba normally nakikita natin siya on tank duty, Renekton, mga ganyan. Pero this time around, kumbaga, backs against their wall. Gusto nila na mag-assassin itong si Kuya Zero.
At saka napapansin din natin talaga mga Koreans, mahilig talaga sa Z.
Totoo.
Z mid, lagi talaga sila. Yun ang mga gusto nilang i-highlight but on the bot lane, pressure being given here and there. Pero mas lumalamang ng bagya dito sa poke itong si Marky at si Exosen. The difference is that even that's an AP Ziggs. Remember yung passive niya, yung kanyang first basic attack in every seconds, meron siyang bonus damage sa kanyang basic attack dito. So may halong AP pa din. And the more AP he got, nag-scale din yan, no? Malaking damage din dito. Right now, 1 minute, moving towards 2 minutes. Pero nakikita natin yung movement. Yung mga support natin, hindi gaano gumagalaw, Pero pag
ito na. Papunta na. Si Kuya Exo. Nabati mo Pero hindi kasi maganda yung position ng wave na yun para kay Kuya Hyde. Kung mapapansin mo kasi talaga, hindi niya maabot yung mga minions for sa CS. Dahil nga, kung pinilit niya yun, very vulnerable siya sa mga ganks ni Kuya Do. And very good din naman para sa kanya kasi nandoon si Kuya Do sa top side Nasecure na nga rin dito yung Scuttle Vision. So kanina nung game number 4, Chaz was able to get multiple Scuttle Crabs. Ngayon mukhang 0 out of 2 yung mangyayari sa kanya, Kuya Spear.
Grabe yung ward na yun, Nakita mo kinalmot kagad ni Chaz. First kill, sabay attack animation reset. Tapos ginamitan niya kagad ng first kill dito after one basic attack. And that's going to be secured ward sa kanya. Pero ginamitan din dito ng ulti ni bot side. Exhausted, delikado ang kanyang buhay dito. Ginamit kagad ng ignite para kay Numel. At di nila ipipilit. Medyo malalim at medyo makunat pa rin talaga ngayon si Exhausted.
Hindi nakuha ni small things. Sa ngayon yung mga breaks of the game actually in tempo. Sa ngayon napunta sa RY dahil nga yung Scuttle Vision na inaasahan natin na kahit pa paano tig-isa. Parang nakain ni Manager Do pareho. Medyo nakakawala si Manager Do, no?
Gragas yan eh. But, alam mo yun, nagre-reflect naman dito with regards to the Gold of Chance. As you mentioned din kanina, na napakabilis talaga ng pag-clear ng minion camp or jungle camp itong si Shyvana. So, kahit na dalawa nakuha ni Kuya Do, ni manager Do, at least, diba, inubos niya lahat ng camp niya itong si Chance. And 2,700 against 2,500, that's around roughly 200, 300 na nakikita natin yung kalamangan dito ni Chance. Still, chillings lang tayo like a villain. 3 minutes scoring sa ating 4 minutes. Exhausted, low yung kanyang HP. Walang jumong na magaganap. Chain of Corruption was used kanina pero nag-up na.
That's true. Kumbaga, ang pinaka-naging consequence lang din talaga ng early stages ng laro natin talagang magiging passive muna tayo pagdating sa laning phase. Kasi yung vision advantage na meron dito ang araw, kita mo naman yung ginagawang pambubuli dito ni Kuya Ratel kay Kuya Hyde,
Nako po. Hampasan niya na, suntukan. Ba nakikita natin? Jab in, jab out.
Tatlong members
jab out.
Kuya Spear.
Isang Gragas. Pero naka-double buff Double buff si Kuya Gragas dito together with Chaz. Actually, isa lang yung buff niya doon. Only has the red buff. Pero nag-expand naman yung blue nitong si Do. Positioning on the top side. Exhausted. Dumaan lang. Parang hello, kumaway. Hello, hi, goodbye. Kuha natin yung mga gold dito. And I think they're about probably preparing right now for the objective kasi napunta na sa mid lane yung ating mga mid laner. About lane pala yung ating mga mid lane.
20 seconds Tapos saktong timing na rin para bumili ng mga items. Pero si Kuya Nomel, ginawa niya, kineson niya rito si Kuya Hyde. Hindi niya talaga hinayaang mag-recall. At nakabalik na nga dito sa linya sa top lane itong si Kuya Ratel. Small things mula kay Kuya Nomel.
Mahirap yun pero, mahirap yun kasi buo na niya yung Black Cleaver Habang si Kuya Hyde wala pa. And that's the difference between the items na meron
para
sila.
mabili yun. Ito na, Kuya
Chaz, soloing si Dragon. And the rest of members of RQ would just opt for the Dragon. They're gonna let that referral go sa ating top side dito. Mukhang, this is, butik na yun this is what I've been reading sa mga plays, sa mga pairs natin dito. No? If you have the lead, kung lamang sila dito, mamaya na yan, si Nomel tumalon sa loob, natapat niya, gamitan niya ng kanyang ganay na si Exhausted. Aray ko! Aray, grabe, sakit ng damage to yun. Nakuha nila buhay dito ni Exhausted. Nanlambot yung Gragas na Galio natin. And this is it. First turret. Yata,
hindi pa.
300, isa pang kalmot. Wala silang 6 dito na sa atin.
Goods pa naman. So, wala namang satchel. Satchel charge pa na pwedeng bumasag dito sa torre sa gitna. Pero, ang nangyari kasi dito, hindi tinutulungan ni Exos at si Kuya Chaz. Gusto na kasi talaga mag-recall ni Kuya Chaz. Tapos nakita ni Kuya Zero yung opening na yun. And yung paggamit ni Kuya Zero ng kanyang ultimate reminds me of the Chinese Z players. Yung pag-ultimate, babalik, tapos in and out, kumbaga. Pero it was actually enough. Exosen nag-surrender ng first blood. Pero all is good. Goods lang.
All is well pa rin tayo ngayon. 500 lang naman ang lamang dito ng ROLSTER while at the same time they were able to get the dragon that they need. And that is a dragon and the referral. So napunta yan sa ROLSTER Y. Pero yun nga lang, medyo delikado yung first tier turret dito ng RRQ. That's the thing about the mid lane. We are always talking about this. Kailangan mabilis laging maklear ni Marky yung ating minion wave sa mid lane so they cannot let that turret go. We're talking about 12,000 USD dito mga kaibigan. If they're gonna win this one, that's 12,000 USD. Diba? Malaking bakang ito para sa RRQ. ROLSTER Y as well. Pero ngayon pantay-pantay pa rin yung ating gold. Hindi ganun kalaki yan.
700,000 in pesos. Oh, yes, Phil. Tama
So,
ba ako ng
yung,
convert?
mga 680,000 yun base sa aking calculation.
May inflation pa.
Ay, inflation. Pataas na pataas ang USD. Naku po! Sana all.
Pero, balik tayo di sa laro. Kita mo naman si Kuya Namel. Again, shadowing itong shadow champion natin na si Zero. Di niya hinahayaan na magkaroon ng assassination. Kasi dito kay Zero, ng mga members ng RQ. And Helios and Exosen is going to be there for each other. And meron pa naman Heroes Entrance. So medyo mahirap to para sa RY na pitasin si Kuya Helios.
Yun yung magiging threat talaga dito, Helios. Saka sleeper yan That's Helios for you, diba? May Twilight Shroud pa siya dito na magagamit niya. Tago-tago lang sa donut. So Kuya Nomel, wala naman damage si Nomel dito Talagang pang-CC lang pwede niyang gawin. But still, it will matter for Zero para ma-set up properly yung kanyang death mark. RQ still waiting it patiently. Mukhang naghihintay lang tayo sa next referral na mag-up dito. Pero low yung HP ni Kuya Exosen bawas siya dan. Medyo delikado na naman pag napitas siya, hindi pa siya ginot kakunat.
Yes, and may barrier din dito si Kuya Helios. Alam niya, dalawang members ng RY yung nandito. Pipilitin niya
Ayan
mag-wave clear. Heroes entrance gagamitin.
Nakakyo po, Heroes entrance, sabay Dowell Peter, ginamit ang death mark para kay Exos, mamamatay na naman yata, hindi! Nakapag-buy time siya with the use of the
isa na lang!
Stone Blade! Mega Inferno Bomb! Parinang, huling-huli! Nakakuha sila ng isang
Takbo!
champion dito,
Oh, no!
Exos ang buhay pa, para kay Wagda! Pero yun lang, nahuli siya, tinamaan ng Dimasha Justice, 2 for 1, chance ang next target. Kaya Mel, wala, number out muna. Naku po, isa ito naman
Nagtatrabaho
sa
si
top side.
Kuya Hyde sa top ha. Pero
Trade mo na yan, first tier, trade.
yes, 2 for 1 overall. Napitas si Kuya Helios and napitas din si Kuya Marky dahil nga ang ganda pa rin talaga na paggamit ng body slam into the flash ni Kuya to. Saktong-sakto eh. At, I think tinamaan din yata siya ng chain of corruption kaya medyo naging delayed yung movements ni Kuya Marky dun sa bandang ibaba. Pero we can see that RY is very dedicated in getting the advantages in the side lane. Looking at the replay, Heroes entrance gagamitin. Tapos ang tinarget down, si Kuya Exo, same.
Sakit to, grabe.
Pero yung Gargoyle Stone Take, kahit pa paano nakapag-katulong kay Kuya Exo para mabuhay siya doon. And na Mega Inferno Bomb, naklip
Ayun
siya.
nga,
Kanto-kanto, pero hindi pa rin naging sapat eh. 2 for 1 pa rin, Kuya Spear.
Hindi mo magamit yung flash mo kagad kasi chain of corruption yun eh. Napakaganda naman paggamit sa
Uy,
kanya.
ito na!
Flash in!
Ito na yun!
Punch! Sabay sama-sama tayo mga kaibigan, sumigaw! Mananalo kami dito! We're gonna be getting this championship title!
Ito na yun!
Dapat shadow out si Zero, pero Riferad, masyado na kayong makulit, masyado na kayong malalim. Amin naman ito, kukunin namin ngayon ang first tier turret nyo kasi si Hyde with the demolish, giving the damage dito sa ating 1,500 HP. Nag-turret sa mid lane with the summon of Riferad, they can pretty much secure this one na para sa kanila and translate this one into the dragon. Wala na paki, hindi na kailangan ng Riferad. Kunin natin
yun na!
Nangat kami
Boxing!
ng dragon
Boom!
and secure sa kanila. Wax in, wax out.
Alright, nakakuha ng kalamangan nito ang RRQ. At gustong-gusto talaga pinapasigaw si Kuya GGsphere at si Kuya Autolose. Itong RRQ talaga with perfectly executed Dragon's Descent was able to get that clash en route. Yung Rift Herald pwede nila ibigay ito Kuya Spear eh. Wala silang mga skill.
Hindi na dapat. Medyo risky na to para sa kanila. They were able to get the final Drake for them. It is going to be a risky play for them unless they can make it in time. But no, very risky. Wala rin Dragon form, wala rin Dragon's Descent ito si Charles.
Yep.
That is a good decision coming para sa kanila. Just give them pressure, magitakutin lang at hindi ipilit.
Yeah, tsaka Ocean Dragon lang din yun Kuya Spear. Marami naman tayong tubig sa Pilipinas.
Oo, alam mo naman.
Minsan may flavor pa nga yung tubig natin dito eh. Ayos lang eh, you know.
Amoy kalawang, no? Wala naman.
Magkano na ba ice tubig ngayon Kuya Spear dahil sa inflation?
Hindi ko na alam. Parang 5 piso na yata. Parang RT na yung dati, eh, no? Anyway, going back sa game natin dito. Naka-ano na pala. Banshee's Veil na si Kuya Do dito. So damage department, konting dodge sa mga skills sa kanyang kalaban. But open yung ating first tier to both side dito. Sinamo na si Kuya Shelly. Untog mo, baby. Pasin mo na talaga. At nakuha na yung first tier turret dito. Secured para sa kanila.
May RY sa top side ha. Kailangan mag-ingat ni Kuya Hyde.
Wala pa naman siyang super tanky items. HP based yung kanyang mga items dito, Bruiser. Let it go. Let it go. Tig 3 turret tayo sa mga bawat teams natin. Yeah. Hindi man ganoon kalaki yung impact sa paningin ninyo yung nangyaring team fight kanina, but that is really huge for RQ.
Yeah, that's true. Yung tempo kasi talaga yung pinag-uusapan natin dito. RY was getting the momentum advantage ng early parts. At kailangan talaga ng RQ yung panalo na yun sa Rift Herald para talagang hindi mag-snowball itong kalamangan ng RY. Nang kagandahan pa doon na pupunta yung mga kills sa mga carries na meron tayo, diba? Chaz getting 1, itong si Kuya Marky may 2 na rin siya. At mention na itong si Kuya Helios, puuna yung kanyang sombrero. Rabadon's deck.
Dalawa sila nakasombrero na. Oo, si Helios at si Marky. Naku po sinasabi ko sa inyo, pag tumama yung Mega Inferno Bomb salo hanggang dulo. Tsaka, ang mahirap lang din dito, RP, si Luna. Medyo nagkaka-items din. Meron na siyang mura mana. At the same time, yung Serid Dasgas niya. Every time tumatama yung piercing arrow, medyo bumabagal ang mga tropa natin. Mukhang open yung ating second tier turret. Pabipush nga ba na yung Hyde? Hindi. Mega Inferno Bomb to clear the minion wave. Hindi na siya pupupush sa bot side dito. Re-respondin na lang siya sa ating top side kasi mag-up yung Baron eh. Pwede kasi maging risk yun para sa kanila. With the information that Hyde is actually in the bot side.
Yeah, and hahanap ang RRQ ng exit kills dito. Wala silang mahahanap. Overall, kita mo na yung ginagawa rin talaga dito ng RY. Sticking 5 man together. Actually, goods yun eh. Goods yun para sa side ng RRQ kasi nakakapag-push sila ng wave dito sa may bandang ibaba at bandang gitna. So ngayon, etong RY, konting resources din yung nawala sa kanila dahil nga yung minions na yan. Napatay nung Torre. So, so far, parang itong RY, hindi ko alam kung nagiging desperate na sila pero I don't think that's actually the play na kadalasan natin nakikita sa kanila.
Oo nga, yung parang rush push, no?
Oo, yung 5-man push. This early 13 minutes.
Medyo nagiging parang desperate play nga yung mga ganun. But we'll see what Rolster Y is planning right now. Chillings lang tayo like a villain dito. Nakikita natin na medyo nagkakaroon din naman ng mga items ang Rolster Y. Sterax gauge is up para kay Ratel. Pero at the same time, Hyde is slowly getting yung items din na kailangan niya. Maybe he's gonna opt for a Sterax gauge as well or maybe a Hull Breaker but I highly doubt kasi meron na siyang Divine Sunderer and Black Cleaver.
Yep. And speaking of yung mga items na meron din tayo, same build pa rin para kay Kuya Chaz. Talagang all about damage, hindi gumugusto ng Divine Sunderer. Yung bang Shivana kasi conservative no, Kuya Spear? Pag si Kuya Chaz kasi, it's all about that damage, baby. So, yeah. Ito naman nating impact niya ng game number 4. At a crucial moment, a very good Dragon's Descent did end the lives of RY and route to game number 5. Pero this is still a very even game, Kuya Spear.
Yes, so sobrang pantay-pantaying lang. Parang kanina lamang ng konti yung roster, right? Pero as the game continue to progress, with the laning quest na ginagawa nila, lumalamang pa rin ang mga tropa natin sa RRQ. Nakakabawi sila unti-unti because of yun nga, minion wave clear, controlling the wave as well. Helios slowly getting the farm that he needs to get. Remember, that's an Akali. And Helios, pag nakakakuha siya ng mga items, wala na, mas lumalakas siya lalo kasi nasa kanya na yung galaw eh. Kapag items na lang, ibigay mo. Naku, Exhausted! Naku po, face check! Aray po, Pesi. 20 seconds pag-up yung ating Dragon. Oh, no.
Okay, hindi nagulangan ni Kuya Exosen yung yung ROI in that interaction, di ba? So, isang pitas lang din naman yan. Ang kagandahan, pwede pa rin naman magkaroon tayo ng isang magandang challenge dito dahil Galio naman yung napitas. 10 seconds, pwede siyang mabuhay.
Tsaka pwede siyang
in 20 seconds, tapos Hero's Entrance na lang yung pang-backup niya.
Hero's
Uy,
Entrance
trade!
na lang. Hala, easy ka lang. Tiger, bakit ganun? May iba, nasa Dragon sila pero nasa Baron sila. Pero si Kuya Do sabi niya, trabaho lang wala personalan. Si Kuya Chas, ako po, yun lang, nakitaan na ilawan. Masyadong maliwanag dito sa ating Baron Pit. Mukhang Dragon secured na ito para sa members of Rolster Y. Wait, tumalon.
Sneaky!
Ito na, binlasting ko na ni Kuya Chas. Pero wait lang, parang bait ito. Parang alam nila na may potential dito na makita sila ng Rolster Y. No problem para sa kanila. Papasok ka ba sila doon? Wait lang. Wala muna. Easy lang tayo, Tigers. Pwede nagiging malalim tayo doon. At kung nagkataon, magiging masama para sa atin kung pinili nila yung pagbabaro na iyon. But because of what happened nga, unfortunately, Rolster Y was able to get the Dragon.
Yeah, Dragon for 0. Pero yung threat ng trade na yun, coming from RRQ, maana talaga ng angulo ang RRQ to get that Baron.
Ay! Nakuha ni Kuya Do yata, no? Yung red buff.
Okay lang, red buff lang din naman yan. Hindi naman yan nagpapanalo ng laro. This stage ng laro. Very dead even. Ayaw magkamali ng magkabilang koponan. And Exosen actually kanina, hindi niya na rin ininvest yung kanyang flash eh. Alam niya na rin that he's going to die. At that point, nung nakita siya, nag-face check. And yun na lang, konting linis na lang dun sa execution ng RRQ. Pagdating naman sa teamfight, may panalo naman talaga ang RRQ eh. Kita naman natin ng game number 4.
Actually, nakakatakot lang dito kay Bigeng Otto. Yung Rolster Y also being able to get the farm that they need.
Yep.
Lalo na ito si Zero. Naka-up na yung kanyang Trinity Force. I thought he was opting to buy for a Divine Sunderer para kahit paano magkaroon siya ng survivability. But no, di upgraded yung kanyang boost dito pero pinasok sa loob. Dalawa yung tinamaan ng tot niya doon. Showstopper pa na kay Hyde pero nasa loob si Numel. Naku po, makuha nga pa nila isang buhay dito ng membro ng Rolster Y. Natel going in. Si Jazz ang sakit. Pinag-aangat niya. Ang dami niya kalaban. Tulungan niya yung Dragon. Ang kunat niya.
Oy, boy!
Nahuli si Zero.
Helios!
Target si Helios. Ang ninja ng pangkalawakan dito. Nahuli ito ng membro ng Rolster Y. Si Kuya Lemon. Nagawin kalamansi. Nagbabak na ang isa dito, Ratel. Nakaratel na siya doon. We are calling for the Baron. Wala tayong problema dito kasi dalawang patay sa Rolster Y.
Yes, Zero and Luna being down. Pressure is on para sa RY pero punong-puno pa rin naman talaga ng damage items dito si Do. Kailangan na mag-ingat. Exosen!
Ganda na ginawa na Exos ito kanina with a taunt. Nabawi niya ang kanyang sarili after what happened doon sa pagpunta sa kanya. But wait, they cannot force this Baron fight. They're very low right now. Wasok na showstopper si kaibigang Heidi na habol niya. Si Do.
Ang layo pa ng RRQ.
Exos will be there to respond. Pero ang kunat yan, Mahaymaker pa yan. Gamitin mo na para kumunat ka.
No!
Pero ang kunat sa tower with the explosive gas. This is not looking good for RRQ. Medyo delikado ka na sitwasyon dito. Kailangan nila at least mag-push ng turret or mag-clear ng wave so they can control themselves and wait for Hyde to respond again.
Yan, nawalan ng pasensya dito si Hyde at ginamit niya yung showstopper with RRQ's 3 members being a mile away. Hindi na nagkaroon pa ng backup ang RRQ in that exchange. Bigla-biglang bumaliktad yung vapor. Napunta sa RY ngayon. Yung kalamangan with Hyde down for 24 seconds. Tignan na natin kung paano gagamitin ito ng RY.
Lamang na lamang pa rin dito. Kahit paano yung ROLSTER Y, no? After all those exchange na nakita natin. At the same time, they're getting the items that they need. Especially Do. Ang sakti na dyan, RP. Isa explosive
Miraba dun sa
kailangan iwasan ni Kuya Marky tsaka ni Helios yung mga ulti na yan. Actually, Hyde, he has to focus on the right target with regards to yung kanyang showstopper. We'll see about that kasi pop na yung ating Elder Drake in 35 seconds. Kasi 20 minutes yan mag-up. So, ito na magiging crucial na team fight.
Yes, Spear. Game 5. Championship on the line. Elder Dragon. Ito yung, kumbaga, sa hinaba-haba ng prosesyon. Elder Dragon pa rin talaga magtutuloy lahat. Matatapos na. Nomel!
Helios! Naku po, dito mama yung kanya
No way!
Muntik na! Pero madulas si Kuya Helios kapag disengage siya doon. And that's all information na burn na yung kanyang quickness before the Elder Dragon goes up. They're pinning the top side right now. Alam nila na lamang sila when it comes to wave. RRQ with lots of minion wave in the top side dito. Pwedeng ma-push yung second tier turret nila doon. Showstopper, ginamit niya dito para sa isa. And here comes
Heroes entrance! Bagay pa naman!
Uy! Luka na!
Saktan sila!
Oh my God! Marky for 3! Tumama sa 4! Pero si Chat, ako na lang sa Dragon. Dragon sa Dragon. Luwang members ng ROLSTER Y dito. They can reset. Yes, but that will take some time. Dahil doon, umuwi si Luna. Nag-flash out siya dito. At ako mahuhuli ang isa. Pero si Shivana,
wala! Pinipiso na!
Si Jazz, wala makakapigil.
Elder!
Yung Dragon lang, buhay pa rin. Nag-stasis. Pero si Exhausted na makakunat.
Sabi ng
Dalawa na sila
Dragon!
dito. Marky with the dangage. We have the Elder Drake. We're gonna
Eto
win
lang
this
kami!
game. They're getting the 1 by 1. Dalawa ng ROLSTER Y ang nakuha. Oh my kulay. Patay isa-isa nilang pinagbibitas dito. Ang piyebro ng ROLSTER Y. They have the Dragon Bomb. Elder Drake. One more champion ang buhay.
Spear! Champion na to!
12,000 USD. We are going for it. RRQ. Si Chad. Hinahabol si Lemon. Gagawin talaga.
Oy, wala na ako!
Para pang chaser lang ng ating pagkain dito.
Naku!
Matitira. Anong gagawin mo, Kuya Lemon? Dinepensahan pa rin niya. Marky with the shield. He can push. The Nexus right now, you have to do it, Marky. With 2 cannon minion and the rest of the minion respawning back. He can push the Nexus but not yet. Hindi niya magawa. Ano pa yun, Kuya Chas? Sayang naman.
Na-quickness into the fountain range. At nagpiping na ngayon dito ang RY. Medyo na-overexcite dito ang members ng RRQ pero ang kagandahan naman buhay na si Exosen at si Hyde. Last stand, last straw para sa RY. Gugustuhin nila na makuha itong Baron na ito para maitabla ang laban. RRQ, kapit Pilipinas, kapit buong mundo.
Guys, yung sabi ko sa inyo, this is really the crucial match na hinahanap natin dito. I don't think they still have the Elder Drake buff right now. Maybe Marky still has it, but right now, that's a good push para din sa mga minis
Okay
natin.
na.
But again, sayang yung laban. I think Chaz has also no choice, no? Kasi hindi niya rin naman pwedeng hayaan si Nomel dun eh. May items din naman siya. He can defend that one. But Baron slowly being taken down by RRQ. They have the information dito. Medyo malayo si Kuya Ratel. Wala siyang teleport. Pero si Hyde, just with the use of the Dragon's Descent, baka mahuhuli nila dito. Kagatin mo ang isa. Naku po, Kuya Lemon, delikado ang buhay mo. Death sentence. Death McCarter coming in
Helios!
from zero. Pero Helios sa loob. Ninja, laban sa Ninja. Pinagbabato ng kanyang kunay. Shuriken toss will be there as well. As members of ROLSTER Y still deciding ano ba gagawin natin. Kailangan natin pumush. RQ on the other hand has to recall back home. Kailangan nila mag-reset.
Minor muna, minor.
Kumalma. Easy
Atras
lang,
muna,
Pablo
atras
G.
muna
Good try,
ang
good try.
kaibigang RRQ at kaibigang Spear dito ang RRQ dahil nga medyo nagiging sloppy na rin yung movements ng RRQ. Chaz going for that Dragon's Descent, kalahati yung kanyang buhay doon. Ang kagandahan ay wala namang punishment na tanggap ang RRQ. We were very close to that championship, Kuya Spear. Pero hindi
Ayun
pa
na
rin
eh.
magpapatinag dito ang RY. Very good defense mula sa kanilang support na si Numel. Kanina yung pinaramdam doon.
Nararamdaman ko na yung PH Esports na
Oo
doing
nga
it
eh.
talaga.
Yung poster, hinahanap ko na Kuya Spear eh.
Hawak na nila doon yung yung remaining 5,000 USD doon eh kasi 7,000 lang pag second place. Pero we're not talking about that. We're talking about dito RRQ, one of the only team representative in the Philippines doing it sa laban natin dito. Is it the fight of the century, ang laban na pinakainitay natin. This could be the last team fight of this game. 24 minutes on the clock. Malapit na mag-up yung ating Elder Drake. Wala pa sa 30 seconds pero no problem. Zero just clearing out the minion wave as well. Habang the rest of the members of RRQ is actually just, clearing also yung mga waves natin.
True. And meron silang natural vision dito sa may Baron dahil na secure nila yung Scuttle Crab. Ngayon ang RRQ, lalaroin na lang yung mapa. May advantage sila sa top side. Natural pushing yan. Meron yung Gundam. Naku po!
no.
Ang RY dito ha!
They don't have the information. They're not aware
Naku
that
po.
actually ROLSTER Y is getting this Baron right now. Wala silang wards doon. Someone has to notice. Exhausted, delikado ang kanyang sitwasyon pag nagkataon na tumawid siya dito. No problem.
Naku,
Naamoy na
secure.
nila. Naamoy na nila dito pero I don't think they will make it in time to go for this Baron. Elder Drake will go off. That's a very bold move coming in from ROLSTER Y just so they can secure the Baron. But wait.
Malayo si Ratel ha! Malayo si Ratel!
Malayo sila. Ratel has no teleport. Elder Drake
Pwede, secure to!
They can pretty much secure this one for sure. Ano nga ba? Dito natin malalaman. Sino bang mas importante? Baron o Elder Drake? Make it for the bump just to get that information in top side dito. Bot side rather. Because of that, pareho sila may mga buff.
Oo.
At pareho lang duration na kanilang mga buff dito.
True. Pero marami nagsasabi Elder ang mas importante. Tingnan natin kung paano magagamitin na magkabilang team yan. Kung magkakaroon tayo ng clash, yung execution threshold na binibigay ng Elder Dragon buff, yung pwede maging difference maker dito. RY, lalaroin yung mapa. Naku Death Bush mula kay Do at Nomel. Ingat, RRQ.
They need to add someone to defend the bot side. Kailangan nila maklear yung minion wave doon. Medyo malaki yung chuck ng minion sa bot side natin. Nakikita natin na nagde-defense si Zero dito. Ako po, explosive cast! Tamang-tama yung Hero's entrance! Si Nomel di makapasok! Buhay pa si Hyde! He is still alive! Kicking in right now! But they have to go back muna! Medyo malayo si Zero! Piniping nila na danger daw! Huwag tayo pumasok! Delikado ang buhay nila dito! And Hyde has to recall back home! They have to defend the bot side kasi slowly but surely nakuha ng mga minions yung ating second tier turret.
Preemptive din yung paggamit ni Kuya Marky ng kanyang stasis. Alam niyang papasukin siya ni Kuya Nomel at kung napasok siya doon, oy! Chaz!
Naku po! Nahuli si Kuya Chaz! Pero wait lang! May Guardian Angel siya dito! Exhausted for the backup! But wait! Nag-proc tayo kanyang Guardian Angel! Delikado ang buhay na Exhaust ni Chaz dito mga kaibigan! If
Buhay
he will
pa,
go
buhay
down,
pa.
he is going to be an information for them! Nag-proc tayo Guardian Angel! Pero namatay si Hyde! Not doing good for RRQ right now!
Helios!
It's going to be the double kill para ito! Helios! Going for the assassination!
Oy!
Namatay siya!
Stasis!
Double kill para sa kanya! Stasis! We'll see
Oh,
if he
Helios!
can make it! The flash out! And then the
Helios!
Helios is doing it! The ninja ng Konoha is
Helios!
using the blasting zone! He will do it! Making some plays, but nahuli pa rin siya! Just, will he be enough to defend this one? Nexus, just versus two members of ROLSTER Y. Actually, no one can help them out. Both of them are actually opting for the damage slash counting tactiness from Ratel. But Chaz, kailangan na mag-up yung kanya Dragon System dito. Ginamitan siya ng body slam. We'll see if they can make it in time. Actually, they can defend this one kasi pa-up na rin naman si Marky para mag-defend ng ating Nexus.
Yeah, but I believe niligtas ni Helios yung championship chance ng
yes!
RQ dito. Tatlo yung kanyang sinama sa hukay doon, Kuya Spear. Wow!
If not because of Helios doing that, that could have been the end of the game.
True.
Pero
Iba pa rin
hindi.
talaga yung clutch gin netong star player, mid laner ng ROI. And guys, we are shouting on top of our lungs kasi hindi talaga tao itong si Helios. Kuya Spear gumalaw sa Wild Rift. My God, what a series of plays para sa mid laner ng RRQ, covering for some drastic mistakes ng RRQ. And we are still in this game. Game number 5, do or die championship match. 28 minutes, 10 seconds before the Baron, Kuya Sphere.
This is the third Baron of the game, mga kaibigan. Elder Drake, dalawa na ang nakuha. Up until now, we cannot say for sure kung sino man nanalo sa laban na to dahil medyo talagang tricky. These two teams are really doing it for the championship title. Si Hyde, ginamit na yung showstopper. This is it.
That's
the end of the game. Lagos is set as well. Wala siyang Guardian Angel, pero Heroes entrance para matulungan ang kanyang tropa. Disengaging si Jazz. Nakatakas siya doon. Deathmark will be done coming from Zero.
Oh, Helios!
Nakuha, boy! Si Doay namatay. Ang next target na lang walang bago din si Nomel. -1 na dito ang members of ROLSTER Y. That is the jungle down for ROLSTER Y. Jazz could actually opt to get for the Baron or maybe not yet for now. Naset na tayo. Dalawang objective by up. We still have 30 seconds bago mag-up itong si Do. So right now, RRQ is positioning themselves papunta sa ating Elder Drake.
Yes, Elder Dragon yung kanilang gugustuhin dito. And Exosen, pinagkakaisaan siya rito, Kuya Sphere. Elder Dragon being started.
4v5 situation, we still have the showstopper pero mahuhuli si Exhaust. Mega Inferno ba? Look at the damage! Si Luna ay nahuli! Luna, go for Luna! May Guardian Angel pa! There's going to be the ultimate as well.
That's it!
Nakuha ni Helios! Si Zero! That video sila tapping is pushing as well! Naku po! Delikado ang buhay natin! With the Guardian Angel, not gonna be enough to defend! They were able to get the life of Luna! Dalawa na ang patay sa ROLSTER Y! They can get the Nexus!
you go!
The Minions will win it! Windows did it as champion! Walang iba kundi RRQ representing the Philippines!
Jordan Clarkson, Ilios himself. Napakaganda ng hairstyle niya. Kita mo naman, the swag is there. Congratulations! Night! Sabi ng RRQ, night!
Nasa grand line na tayo mga kaibigan. Eto na. Makikita na natin ang Raftel. And we did it! We did it, mga kaibigan! RRQ, number 1! What a game!
Kuya Sphere, this is the start of something new para sa Pilipinas dahil unang beses nating mag-kampiyon sa isang Riot Back tournament, international tournament. And then what a best of 5. Kudos to ROI, dude! Napakaganda nung larong yun! 28 minutes went the distance! Clutching it out, Kuya Helios. Helios Dalisay. Helios the God himself. Hindi ko na alam kung anong nickname ibibigay natin kay Kuya Helios, pero sobrang galing ng batang yun.
Siya na ang Hokage na kung anumang town meron tayo dito sa mga ninja. Pero nakita natin kung gaano agad din ginawa dito. Kumbaga ito yung labanan ni Naruto versus Sasuke. Pero si Helios siya ang nagnanaig, di ba? Ninja, Zed versus Akali. We really want to go back to what happened sa ating last team fight. But ito yung stats natin dito. Look at that, 10-3-4. We didn't expect that. At first, it was a slow pace of the game, di ba? Slow play lang, tamang cheatings lang tayo dito here and there. But look at the gap. This is Wild Rift, guys.
This is Wild Rift. Beautiful Wild Rift, Kuya Sphere. And hindi ko alam kung paano mag-celebrate ang RRQ ng kanilang championship kasi medyo late na 10:30 na, meron pa silang laro bukas and on Sunday. Pero after that, grueling 5 games. After a very good performance sa nakaraang 5 araw, Kuya Sphere. Very much deserve yung party. Party na para sa RRQ. Party na para sa Pilipinas.
Party indeed, guys. Imbitahan nyo na lang kami ni Autolose kung saan man kayo pupunta. Magagamit ng victory party. Kasama sila Osiris, si Dash at si Crazy Apple. But what a final match. This is a very worth it game to watch. Sa mga hindi nakapanood dito, kung may mga tropa pa kayo, ibigay nyo sa kanila yung replay ng buong series na to. And this is Wild Rift for you guys. What a game. What a game.
It's a pleasure to really cast this set of games, and this is what we envisioned when we signed up for this job, Kuya Sphere. Casting Wild Rift, the highest level of Wild Rift to its fullest, 5 games. Wala na kaming pakialam dito kung kakatakin kami ng kapitbahay or mawawalan kami ng boss kinabukasan. Kasi lahat ng hiyaw, lahat ng sigaw ng sambayan ng Pilipino, hopefully, nabigyan namin ng justice itong series na talagang hinanda sa inyo ng WCA.
Wow, a really impressive game. Congratulations to RRQ winning this series is really a worth it game to watch on, and at the same time to cast talaga. Hindi natin na-expect, really roller coaster of emotion, di ba? But ROLSTER Y did a good job din naman as well sa game natin dito. Alam mo yun, we keep on mentioning this, we keep on highlighting this, how strong WCS or how WCS teams will top this tournament. But no, Korean region, they really did a lot of pressure sa lahat ng WCS teams natin. They defeated Team Flash, they defeated, BRU, and who expected that RRQ will be the ones going dito para sa atin? Congratulations once again. Hindi lang sa RRQ, but sa buong PH players ng Wild Rift.
Totoo. Sarap ng gising no? Alam mo, ilang beses tayong binibisita ng mga kaibigan natin mula sa Vietnamese region. Every time na magkakaroon sila ng championship Ako, balita ko kanina ng number 3 Korea number 2 Korea, number 1 PH. Number 1, pwedeng yung status. Pwedeng nyo talagang i-share ang posters ng ating mga players. And by the way, sa mga viewers natin dyan, if you haven't followed yung mga socials ng players natin na ng Team RRQ Philippines, please do follow them. Kasi lahat nagsuporta ng Pilipinas, very much deserve at very much talagang, guys, ibigay nyo na. Kasi grabe, first international championship ng isang Riot Back tournament is gifted to us by none other than RRQ.
Tsaka, keep on mentioning, guys, this might be just a feeder tournament for now sa Wild Rift natin habang wala off-season tayo, but this just shows kung ano yung status ng mga players natin It's not just yung Philippines, but for the whole, APAC region ng Wild Rift natin. And what a game. Sobrang solid. We just can't stop saying kung gaano kami ka-proud sa RRQ dito. Coming from the previous season, di ba, na they've been, shaking a little bit, may mga, during the interview, they've been talking about giving up na before, pero this is where they are right now. Coach Kaigo, yung mga coaches natin, yung mga managers natin dyan, and of course the players themselves really did put up a good job sa laban natin dito. This is WCA dito para sa inyo.
Wild Circuit Asia Invitational, RRQ, I believe they're having some interviews sa mga Korean casters na meron tayo. Oo, pero siguro yung interview natin sa kanila in person na lang kapag na-invite tayo nila Manager Land. Sa mga viewers natin dyan, di ba kayo na-entertain kasi what a set of games. What a grand finals that was. That's definitely for the books. Kaya Sphere, babalikan ko to a couple of years down the line on how big this moment was. Sabi mo nga, di ba, ito na nga yung simula ng bago Grand line, nandito sa grand line ng Wild Rift, and we just won an international championship, guys. Maging proud tayo.
Yes, actually, if we keep on remembering or trying to understand yung highlight talaga ng game, it was more on the Helios play. Kasi that Kali, medyo squishy siya medyo madali siyang mahuli, but because of how mechanically good itong si Helios, he was able to do a lot of plays that unexpected dito sa ROLSTER Y na para kumbaga you are just doing something, naglalaro ka lang ng Wild Rift, sabi nagulat ka na sa likod mo na si Helios, nagtatataga ka na ng kanyang kunay dito, and what a game indeed, no? We're just trying to explain to you guys kung gaano kami talaga kasaya sa game na to. And habang pinag-uusapan natin to, on the other side of the broadcast is actually nai-interview ngayon ng ating tropa from RRQ. Kung kaya talagang alam mo yun, wala na, this is it for us. This is the last day and they are the champions. 12,000 USD, di ba? Sobrang swabe.
Magkano yung conversion natin, kuya?
Ay, sa aking calculation, sa C+5, mga nasa 680,000 yata sa ngayon. Pesos
ako
yan.
naman pero it's not just about the money, it's also about the prestige and being able to represent your country so well. It's a long time coming nung WCS finals nga. Anyway, kinapos lang tayo bagya dahil hindi nga tayo nanalo sa Flash Rules at naging number 3 nga lang din tayo. The expectations were already there. Imagine kung nagkaroon tayo ng at least kahit na isang pagkakataon na makatapat nga ang Team Flash, baka tayo pala ang hinihintay na makaisa at makapitas nung undefeated team na yon. Dapat tunayan natin kasi kasama naman natin ng Team Flash dito sa tournament na ito. Team Flash was not even able to get that placement. So in their place, carrying that Southeast Asia mantle is RRQ Philippines.
Yes, tsaka solid talaga overall. We keep on saying kung gaano din katindi dito yung parang expectations natin sa mga teams. We've been predicting Team Flash winning over and over. But yeah, it didn't happen. Nakakalungkot. Pero natalo sila, but Team Philippines reigned over.
Spear, I think we can throw to the interview kasi naiintindihan naman yata ng kababayan natin eh.
Panoorin natin.
Can we throw to the interview so that we can hear our players?
How do you feel about winning the tournament?
Pardon?
How do you feel about winning the tournament?
I don't know what to say, but I'm so happy that we won this game, and I'm so nervous that I'm just troll at Nexus, and I'm a bit nervous that we might lose, but I think I managed to clutch it. Yeah, that's it.
너무 기쁘고 사실 게임 내내 긴장됐고 특히 마지막이라서 더욱더 긴장됐는데 그 마지막까지 할 수 있을까 긴가민가 했는데 해내서 기쁜 것 같습니다.
마지막 경기가 진짜 누가 이길지 모르는 접전이었거든요. 근데 그 마지막 넥서스를 깰 뻔하다가 막혔을 때 서로 팀원들끼리 어떤 콜이 오갔는지 좀 궁금하거든요.
Can you tell us what calls went between your team?
Pardon?
Can you tell us what calls went between your team on the last game?
The last game is that RY took Baron, and we took Elder, and then we wait for our clash, and then after that after that Elder DR, the call is we have to force it because the Baron buff, the Zed will use Baron buff and continue to split push, but we keep forcing them to 5v5 them, and that's why we won.
이제 이기게 된 요인은 그 정보랑 바로는 나눠 먹었을 때
저희는 바론으로 밀지 못하게 하고 장로를 가지고 있는 저 입장에서 싸움을 계속 유도해서 물고 늘어져서 이기게 된 것 같습니다.
네, 지금 뭐 어쨌든 워낙 또 기쁜 상황이고 또 결승에 우승을 차지하다 보니까 너무 행복한 것 같고, 마지막으로 또 한국 팬분들에게 완전히 또 RRQ에 대한 또 이 각인을 좀 시킨 것 같습니다.
그렇죠.
한국 팬분들에게 마지막으로 한 말씀 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Can you say something to
your Korean fans?
Come again? Pardon?
Do you have anything to say for your Korean fans?
So all of fans there, thank you for watching WCS Invitational, and I'm so happy that you still keep watching even though we lost 2 games at RY. They think that I'm thinking that we might lose to RY, but thank you for watching it.
일단 WCS 구경해줘서 너무 감사하고, 이 2게임이나 져가지고 너무 죄송스럽고, 근데 결국에 마지막에 이겨서 너무 감사하고 기쁩니다.
네, 알겠습니다. 다시 한번 인터뷰 감사드리겠고요. 우승 축하드립니다. 땡큐!
땡큐! Congratulations!
네, 헬리오스 선수였습니다.
Grabe mga idol natin, no? That was Helios, mga kaibigan. sa interview natin in that, once again, one of the best championship matches na napanood ko dito. Congratulations, RQ! No? Sabi ko nga sa comment section, sama na lang tayo kung kakain tayo sa Samgyup.
Actually, gusto kong makaisa. Alam mo yung kadalasan na ginagawa ng mga Koreans every single time na mananalo sila? Or every time na matapos yung isang laban, yung isang magandang GG, sumabang GG. GG! And I think that's about it for us, no, Kuya Sphere?
Yes, mga kaibigan, maraming salamat sa panonood ng WCA 2022 Invitational. And of course, on behalf of our friends, bago yan, ito yung results natin.
Ay, meron pa pala tayo papakita.
Tournament natin, third place match, di ba? We have 3-1 score sa ating semis or yung ating battle for third.
Text na kasi ako ng RRQ, Kuya Sphere. Wala daw munang celebration na magaganap ata dahil nga may laban pa sila tomorrow and on Sunday. What a good display of everything kasama na rin dyan yung tag dito, yung endurance yon of having to be able to play Wild Rift competitively since Saturday up until now, being crowned champions. Naman talaga, very much deserved, very well deserved championship.
Yes, indeed, no. Tsaka this is going to be like parang booster din nila, no, with regards to their upcoming matches tomorrow or for the rest of the tournaments that they will be joining in. And we might be saying na sobrang last ng RQ ngayon and they are the champions of WCA. But this is really good for PH overall na region natin because makikita natin na pwede yung ibang PH players din or ibang PH teams natin will be showing off their skills pa moving forward. Again, mga kaibigan, that is WCA 2022 Invitational. Congratulations to RQ Philippines, Sayam, GGsphere, alongside with Autolose. On behalf of our co-casters, Osiris, Crazy Apple, and Dash, maraming salamat sa papanonood. Sana supportahan nyo pa rin yung mga susunod nating tournament. We'll be now signing out. Thanks so much, IGWP.